And a big welcome back, folks, to Nuts Corner Raceway here in Antrim. It is the second day of proceedings for the 2024 Irish Grand Prix. And what a day we had yesterday. Really fantastic racing from start to finish. And it provided us all their teams and all our sponsors here at the Irish Grand Prix. If you weren't with us yesterday and you're unsure what the Irish Grand Prix is, it is the main event here at Nuts Corner Circuit in Northern Ireland. Nuts Corner, of course, situated on a disused airfield site which is adjacent to the Nuts Corner roundabout in County Antrim, Northern Ireland. The entrance just off the A26, and it's opposite the well-known Sunday Market site. Nuts Corner here was once the main airport for Northern Ireland. The site was selected for use as a Royal Air Force airfield in the mid-1940s, and now it is, of course, a racetrack, and a good one at that, and it provided brilliant overtaking, brilliant battling, and all-round outstanding action from these men who you're seeing, these men and women who you're seeing on your screen now. And the drivers ranging from Bambinos all the way up to 250 Superkarts, ranging from on after that, and they will decide who can call themselves a 2024 Irish Grand Prix winner. Will it be any of those drivers on your screen now? You can see the Inter Waterswifts being held high, and what a day they had yesterday. The Waterswifts, they are of course racing on the same track as the Rotax Inters, but the Waterswifts really did provide some great action. We saw big performances from the Stewarts, Andy and Johnston. We saw a big performance by Sophie Campbell as well. Ray Healy, the Galway man, was up there battling, as was Zach Burke. So the Waterswifts really providing us with some great action. And this is sort of the fun bit before the main race. Long stream of drivers. They really provided some entertainment despite being at such a young age. The Bambino, the slowest of the karts here, but don't think that's necessarily slow. The Bambinos ranging from a 50cc Comer engine in some to a Might E electric motor in the others. And the Might E electric motor was really one of our talking points yesterday because it was significantly quicker than the 50cc Comer engine. Henry Hales is the favourite going into today in the Bambino class. He took pole position for timed qualifying, took Heat 1 win and the Heat 2 win. Freddie Purnell was behind him for the most part, except for Heat number 3, where Freddie Purnell was battling with Jack Harper for the podium places. So there's three sort of main runners in that. That is Freddie Purnell, Henry Hales and Jack Harper. Then of course you have the cadets as well, the cadet class. They have 3 different engines. This is a Cadet Libre class here in Nuts Corner. And you might be wondering, what is a Libre class? Well, it's the buzzword that we give to the combined cadet grid. And those cadet karts, we have the Rotax Micromax kart, we have the Iame cadet, and we have the Honda cadet. Oliver Meredith putting in some big performances in the cadet class. He was really quick, battling with Callum McVeigh, Ethan Robinson throughout the field. But really the cadet class is open. We don't really have a favourite in it because there's such a big group of drivers, I should say. And it is highly, highly contested. But those are a couple of the names you can keep your eyes and ears peeled for later this afternoon. We'll have all the racing action coming up from Nuts Corner in a few moments.
Can't get enough, can't get enough. East side, west side, worldwide. Ride out. Now I ain't got no kids yet, but this right here's for practice. I hate to get the seats in the bins wet, but that's how good your ass is. Make an old man get his glasses, make Wesley pay his taxes, then follow your moves all week on Twitter. Probably make a gay nigga reconsider. You're now rocking with the best, man. Dress game down to the sex game. Won't brag, but the boy been blessed, man.
If life was a lemon, how much lemon juice could you squeeze out of that lemon before you die?
Only thing that's on my mind is who's gonna run this town tonight.
Yeah, I say that we are. This is Rock Nation. Pledge your allegiance.
We gon' run this town.
Hi everybody, it's Karun Chandok here, and I've come to check out the new mighty Bambino electric kart. Now, as some of you may know, the Como class is going to be phased out. There's not going to be any new homologations. Of course, those of you who have invested in karts will carry on racing in the national championship. But this really is the future. It's much easier to run, to be honest. I went out with my son to Wilton Mill to have a go. I couldn't believe how easy it was, because you're not messing around with jets and carbs and all of these other things with the traditional petrol engines. With this is very much plug and play. And listen, I'm a purist. I love the sound of engines. I've grown up driving cars with engines. But you can also see how much spending money on engines and spending money on cadet and Bambino karts has really had a big influence on the results. And that's something. These are housed in here. They've got about 3 horsepower, which is just perfect for young kids at the age of 6 coming in to drive. Obviously, if they're under 6, we can put in restrictors. And honestly, it's a little plug that goes in, and you can restrict the speed to 15, 20, whatever mile an hour you want, really, for kids to have their first go and learn how to drive it. And yeah, it's nice to see where the future is going. And obviously, with Bambinos, it's going to be the first step. One of the biggest questions I get from a lot of parents on my website or social media is, how do we get started? We don't even know what to do. We don't know anything about engines. We don't know anything about karts. There's obviously a cost barrier. Motorsport is expensive. Motorsport is a capital-intensive sport. But if you can create an ease of access, i.e. they can get a kart or go and rent a kart from a team and just rock up and arrive and drive, I think we will create a bigger pool of drivers who come into the sport. Across the world of EVs, out on the road and in motor racing, range anxiety is still a topic. I think we can't hide that. And the way it's been structured is you've got an hour of running time. Now, it doesn't sound like a lot, but actually when you think of it in the context of a racing day, if you've got a 2-day weekend, you can do the whole practice day, charge the car overnight, and then do the whole of the Sunday. So really, it shouldn't be a problem for anyone who wants to do a race weekend.
East side, west side, worldwide. Ride out. Now I ain't got no kids yet, but this right here's for practice. I hate to get the seats in the bins wet, but that's how good your ass is. Make an old man get his glasses, make Wesley pay his taxes, then follow your moves all week on Twitter. Probably make a gay nigga reconsider. You're now rockin' with the best, man. Dress game down to the sex game. Won't grab it, the boy been blessed, man.
If life was a lemon, how much lemon juice could you squeeze out of that lemon before you die?
Feel it coming in the air. Hear the screams from everywhere. Only thing that's on my mind is who's gonna run this town tonight.
Yeah, I said it, we are. This is Rock Nation. Pledge your allegiance.
We gon' run this town.
Hi everybody, it's Karun Chandok here, and I've come to check out the new mighty Bambino electric car.
And welcome back to Nuts Corner, folks. We have our first races, the pre-finals, coming, starting alongside Agnew, so that's going to be a very intriguing battle down towards the first corner. In third spot then, we have the number 66 of Rory Armstrong, and in fourth is Keith Grant running IGP points on the front of his car. Then in fifth place we have the number 319, that's Adam Holmes. Alongside Adam is the number 22 of TJ Taff, who will be looking for a bit of a stronger day today, maybe than he had yesterday in sort of the latter heats. Behind Taff will be Chad Lehman, and beside Chad on the grid, I should say, will be Evan Johnston. But these junior Iame X30s, 13 to 15-year-old kart drivers, I should say. 125cc single-cylinder two-stroke engines, electric starter and water-cooled, of course. The max power of these bring around 23 horsepower at about 11,250 RPM. These guys are running on the Comet race tyres. Should be getting ready to go now. Agnew at the front in the very familiar orange kart, running the red, white and black helmet. There's a lot of daily motorsports cars near the back of the grid here in this one, so keep an eye for them. You can see Michaela Hart, she's down the back, or towards the back in this one, but really this race is all to decide your grid for the main final coming up this afternoon, and this will be the first final when we get to that point, so there'll be a lot of pressure on these drivers then to put on a good show, but for now it's all about getting yourself a good end position in this race. This is the junior Iame X30s. On pole for this one is Luke Agnew in the 304, and then alongside we have the number 36 of Theo Lestrange. Fourth spot 66 Rory Armstrong, and alongside him Keith Grant. Then the 319, it's Adam Holmes. Holmes will be joined alongside the number 22, that's TJ Taff. But yep, these junior Iame X30s will be providing the action as we are waiting to go and get our first on-track action of the day. Bit of rust maybe in the opening couple of laps for these guys. They will not have been on the circuit since we last saw them yesterday afternoon, and of course these have had the longest break theoretically, because they were the first of the final heats yesterday. Agnew looking ready on the grid, ready for action. The winner of two heats yesterday and a very strong result in the third. Luke Agnew will potentially see himself as favourite here in this junior Iame X30 Irish Grand Prix class. He didn't manage to get the win last year, despite also taking 3 wins. So Agnew knows that nothing is a given when you come here to Nuts Corner. Nothing is guaranteed. This circuit owes you absolutely nothing. And Luke Agnew will know that, and he knows he's got to deliver his best to beat a very strong field beside him. Theo Lestrange, driving for Daily Motorsports, he's in second. He won the Motorsport Ireland Round 2 in White River. And he also races in the Tillotson T4 Junior karts. We have none of them here, of course, this weekend at the Irish Grand Prix. We only have the Tillotson T4 Seniors. But still, absolutely fabulous driver is Theo Lestrange. And definitely keep an eye on him. He is looking relaxed and ready for action. We're coming out on track now. Agnew is going to get us out. One last helmet tap. And he is on his way. Luke Agnew just leading them round. These guys will be doing a very quick sort of formation laps here just to get the temperature in the tyres, just to get the car back up to speed. It's the first time they have driven, of course, today on the Sunday. Out 3 times yesterday plus the practice. No practices here today, so it is a bit of a different ball game for these junior Iame X30s. Weaving their way up the hill and down towards the right-hander, which did become an overtaking zone yesterday, would you believe it, in towards that uphill right-hander. We saw a couple of dives, although most of the overtaking came in that first sort of sector, or the first couple of corners. In through 1 was a bit of a dive zone. In through 2 especially, we saw some fantastic moves. Then turn 3 and 4 definitely were providing with a bit of racing. And then in towards that uphill right-hander, of course. But we can see them coming around to the flag stand now. The drivers have been warned to behave on these race starts by the race marshals and the race stewards. So they know, can't jump the start, you've got to go once you see those white boxes and orange cones. And now we go racing here for the pre-final in the Junior Iame X30 class. A fabulous start by Luke Agnew. He's up and away in towards turn number 2. Great start. Rory Armstrong now up to second, but he does have cars coming around the outside, side by side in towards turn number 2 now. Rory Armstrong under a lot of pressure, but still looking to take second spot. Bit of a nudge out to the right hand side. Rory Armstrong has been overtaken. Agnew is away at the front, but there's changes more further back. That is Theo Lestrange, who Rory Armstrong is fighting with. Good start from Adam Holmes and Chad Lehman as well. TJ Taff has got a decent getaway and still in contention for a good result here in this one. But it is Agnew who is leading in towards the right-hander, and Luke Agnew is doing a fabulous job indeed in the opening couple of laps of this race. It's a longer heat, this one. We have more time available. There's 8 minutes to go. It's 9 minutes plus 1 lap this, as opposed to the 7 minutes plus 1 lap that we had yesterday. But here's Luke Agnew down towards the flag stand for the first time, and he starts his Sunday in similar fashion to how he started Saturday morning, by leading here at Nuts Corner. Agnew flies past turn 2. The driver in second place is Adam Holmes in the 319, so that little tussle with Rory Armstrong has benefited him, and Adam Holmes is up to second place after a really, really good start. In third then you do have Theo Lestrange. Rory Armstrong down to fourth despite getting that good initial getaway. Evan Johnston in fifth. TJ Taff holding position in sixth. Chad Lehman has lost a spot. Chad is down to seventh, but still plenty of time to go in this one, as you can see them head in towards the right-hander. Adam Holmes putting the leader Luke Agnew under a little bit of pressure now, and Agnew, he knows how to defend around this Nuts Corner circuit. That goes without question. It's just, does Adam Holmes know how to overtake around it? Had a very strong performance, did Adam. Would have been happy going to sleep last night, because he ended his day in fine form. And as they head past the flag stand once again down towards turn number 1, it is still Agnew who is leading, but being put under a huge amount of pressure here by Adam Holmes. Holmes, of course, from County Meath. This is his second year here in the Irish Grand Prix. Didn't race in 2023, but this is his second race. And you can just see them heading down towards the hairpin to head up the hill. Agnew being put under a huge amount of pressure. Fastest lap of the race currently for Holmes. It's a 57.447. Said it on the last lap, of course, but we will probably see that beaten as they get further up to speed. There's one straggler down the back, so some problems for, I believe it's one of the Daily Motorsport karts that has fallen down the order, disappointingly. The gap just staying the same between Agnew and Holmes, but That's good news for Adam Holmes, and now he's got a slipstream down towards the first corner. Here comes Adam Holmes. He's up and ahead of Luke Agnew. What a move by Adam Holmes to make the move, and now he maybe will start at the front for the final. Agnew, though, will be back. He'll be fighting back. He knows how to race, but that's a great move for Adam Holmes. Third place driver now coming into this battle. That's Theo Lestrange. Rory Armstrong setting the fastest lap on the last lap in the number 66. You'll see him in the green and white Tony Kart livery. Just coming into camera shot now is, look at this, Agnew putting Holmes under a huge amount of pressure. And is Luke Agnew going to try dive down the inside? He is in that corner, just not wide enough for a dive, but this one certainly is. And is Agnew going to look for it? No, Holmes stays in front, so it'll probably be the same until they reach the first couple of corners once again. We haven't, or have we even seen any move in towards this corner here so far this weekend? I don't believe so, but certainly seeing a lot into this first sector. So for the first time, it's Adam Holmes that leads us past the flag stand and in towards the first corner, but Luke Agnew will be looking to change that quickly. Heavy on the brakes goes Agnew, and he really wants to try catch up to Adam Holmes, and now look down the inside. Luke Agnew not able to find a way through. The door was open, but shut very quickly, and Adam Holmes defending well, and that's allowed Theo Lestrange to get involved. Agnew putting himself offline, going for the move, has given Theo Lestrange the run, and Agnew in the orange cart now falls down to third. Theo Lestrange in second. He is up and now chasing down Adam Holmes for that second spot. Theo Lestrange in the number 36. Rory Armstrong still with the fastest lap of the race. That's a 57 flat. And Luke Agnew now has to try and retake his race lead. Luke Agnew won the pre-final last year here in Nuts Corner for the Irish Grand Prix, but finished second in the main final, so he'll be looking to put those woes away. But he has Holmes and Lestrange in front. 4 minutes 10 on the clock, plus 1 lap for this pre-final here at Nuts Corner. Here comes Agnew, once again diving down the inside. This is a corner Luke Agnew loves, and he's now side by side here with Theo Lestrange. Rory Armstrong just sitting behind as a very keen spectator to this one, hoping them two get into trouble, and Rory Armstrong is able to sneak up the inside. No joy for Luke Agnew, not able to get past Theo Lestrange. Lestrange has defended Luke Agnew's favourite corner, which seems to be this quick turn 2, but here comes Agnew once again. Is this going to be his new favourite corner up the hill? And Luke Agnew is into second place, has got the move done on Theo Lestrange, and that orange card is up in front as they head back into camera shot, but Lestrange will be looking to retake that position. That card you can see running at the back is Adam Blaney, I believe, as we did have a DNS. That was Martin Shannon, didn't make the grid here this morning. In towards 2, no move from Agnew, but there is a move from Theo Lestrange. That's okay. Down towards turn 4, Luke Agnew now, he's in his groove and he's motoring, because that gap is visibly closing between himself and the race leader. Adam Holmes in the race lead here, of course. Two minutes 30 plus a lap to go in this pre-final for the Junior Iame X30 class. And it's definitely not decided, because Agnew, there's a bit of breathing space, about 2 or 3 kart lengths between himself and the third place man of Theo Lestrange, and Adam Holmes is under big pressure here at the front. Luke Agnew wants this move and wants his first place back around this Nuts Corner circuit. Here comes Luke Agnew. Not able to make a move into 2 or 3. Is turn 4 an option? It is. Here's Agnew. Here is Luke Agnew. Right down the inside goes Luke Agnew. That didn't take him long to retake first place. Just started lapping quicker, did Agnew. It's like he got a bit of confidence underneath his kart after making that move on Theo Lestrange. A slow start for Agnew. Fastest lap of the race now, and he is leading. But Adam Holmes not giving up on this one just yet. Holmes still right behind Luke Agnew as they head on to the main straight. Theo Lestrange looking for this one now. The whole top 3 are bunched heading in towards the first corner, and Theo Lestrange, there was a little sneak down the inside, but he chooses not to. And now Luke Agnew Still in front, but Lestrange trying to make the move on Adam Holmes. And this is a crucial battle because the difference between second and third in this one is a front row start for the main final coming up later. Pre-final here, of course, if you're just joining us. This is the Junior Iame X30 class. And Lestrange tries it down the inside, but there's no move on for Theo, and he'll have to just stay behind. He's now under pressure from Rory Armstrong. Rory Armstrong, we said he was a keen spectator. Now he decides to become involved in the fight. Rory Armstrong is up to third and ahead of Theo Lestrange. Lestrange was going for a move from second, and 2 corners later he's down to fourth. Theo Lestrange, a bit frustrated with that one, but he'll be looking to try and make amends here in the remaining 30 seconds plus a lap in this one. So 2 more laps to go in the Junior Iame X30 Pre-Final here in Nuts Corner Circuit, County Antrim. Luke Agnew has started to stretch his legs, and there's a bit of breathing room between himself and Adam Holmes, but you've got to take that while it's here. Breathing room never given. It's such a high competition. TJ Taft just sat behind Theo Lestrange now, but Lestrange is hot on the heels of Rory Armstrong still. Armstrong in the number 66 is not pulling away from Theo Lestrange, and probably won't for the remainder of this race, even if he does stay in front. Here comes Lestrange, dicing and ducking in towards the uphill corner, and it seems like Rory Armstrong is just staying in front. TJ Taft looking to try getting involved, or at least I think it's TJ Taft. No, it's Keith Grant who's actually getting involved, not TJ. TJ Taft down to 9th in this one behind Michaela Hart. So it is Keith Grant actually that is up and ahead. But 1 more lap to go. The white flag board being raised, and Agnew knows he's 1 more trip round to defend his pole position here in the pre-final. It is Armstrong then ahead of Theo Lestrange and Keith Grant still behind. So those 3, despite dicing up the hill, they are still in the same order as they went into it in. But Theo Lestrange putting the pressure on the Rory Armstrong. He's trying to go for this one in towards turn number 4. Wasn't able to get it done. That could be that potentially between Theo Lestrange and Rory Armstrong. No, it isn't. Look at this from Theo Lestrange, diving in towards the right-hander, side by side. Lestrange ahead at the apex. Theo Lestrange is up into 3rd place. Rory Armstrong now under pressure from Keith Grant. Keith Grant looking to dive down the inside here in this one. Not able to make the move. There's a little bit of dicing, and someone just snuck past Keith Grant in the background. That seems to be Evan Johnston, but we'll get a clearer look at it as they cross the line. Luke Agnew will start on pole for the final. He's repeated what he did last year in the pre-final and has taken the win ahead of a very hotly contested mid-pack. Luke Agnew is your race winner here in the pre-final ahead of Adam Holmes, and then Theo Lestrange confirmation in 3rd. Armstrong finishes in 4th, did get ahead of Keith Grant, and then Evan Johnston in 6th position. Chad Lehman in 7th, and then it is TJ Taft who finished in 8th. Michaela Hart finished in 9th with Keenan Murphy in 10th. That it was Jamie Peoples and Jack Murphy, Adam Blaney, and then Mark Shannon not making the grid. Well, the action still continues. Next up we have the Cadet Libra class coming up, and starting on pole for the cadets is the number 203 for Daily Motorsports as they head down towards turn number 1 and onto the main grid. 203, Ethan Robinson, of course, from Lisburn, County Antrim. In 2nd place will be Callum McVeigh, and then Cahan Knox will start in 3rd. Jamie Mulvey starts in 4th. A very mixed emotional day for Jamie yesterday. At one point it wasn't looking like he was actually going to make the field for one of the heats, and then he got a 6th or 5th place finish in it. So Jamie Mulvey really returning fabulously. He has Toby Picken right behind in his Honda Cadet. Then it's Jude Devant, Ben O'Keefe, Oliver Meredith, Jack Miller, Jacob Conlon, Mikey Kelly, and then Jaden McElhenney, who starts from 12th. So it'll be Robinson in the 203 and McVeigh in the 75, who you're looking at for turn number 1. See if they can go side by side. Here they go then, rounding past the flag stand. 2 by 2 they go. Robinson actually needs to get alongside McVeigh here, otherwise McVeigh is going to be starting on the pole. But into the tram line, And it will be Ethan Robinson on pole as we go racing for the Cadet Libre class here at Nuts Corner, down towards turn number 2. Big pressure being put on here by the number 75 of Callum McVeigh. Ethan Robinson still in the lead here, the 203, third place driver making a move. And that is going to be Jamie Mulvey, who's up to third. The County Kildare man getting a cracking start in towards turn number 3. And it is Ethan Robinson still with the lead. So Robinson will have to now try defend for the rest of this race from the mighty Callum McVeigh. And McVeigh was really, really racy yesterday. Really good in the wheel-to-wheel is young Callum McVeigh. Only 9 years of age, but you wouldn't notice it when he goes side by side, just like he's trying to do now in towards the uphill corner. Not quite close enough to Robinson just yet, but definitely a move on here as they head down the main straight, down the tram line in towards turn number 1, but it's not going to be for Callum McVeigh, because that's Jamie Mulvey who's just dived down the inside. And now there's a change for second place. Still Ethan Robinson in first, but a change for second as they head down towards the paddock in towards the first corner. The battle for second here is it's going to be Callum McVeigh looking to dive down the inside. He was trying to do that in the race leader but wasn't able to. It is Jamie Mulvey in the 225 who is up to second, as you can see them just coming closer to our cameras. Callum McVeigh will be battling back into this one down towards turn number 4. McVeigh's forced Mulvey offline, and McVeigh, no, just not going to be able to do it around the outside. Very difficult corner, that one, to get a move done in, inside or outside. It just naturally assists the cart in front. This one doesn't though, and Callum McVeigh knows that, so he's trying to make the move, wasn't able, had to back out. Inside line really does hamper your run through that right-hander, because you need to get a good exit into the second sector, into the third sector, apologies, because if you're ahead in towards the horseshoe here, which is this corner they're going through now, you'll probably stay in front until at least turn number 1. But Callum McVeigh once again trying to break the mould and get in front. McVeigh now tucked into the slipstream nicely of Jamie Mulvey down the main straight, and this is a great run for Callum McVeigh. He's going to try send it down the inside, forces Mulvey to go the long way round. No, just doesn't have the speed off the corners, does Callum McVeigh, and you can clearly see Callum struggling just that little bit, not able to get in front of Jamie Mulvey. And what a start this is by Jamie Mulvey. But here comes Callum McVeigh once again, and Mulvey, just as we said he was having a cracking start, Callum McVeigh finally is able to get in front. And what a drive these two are having, but Mulvey retakes it. Jamie Mulvey with an excellent move down the inside, literally a lap after I said it's difficult to get a move done into that corner. Jamie Mulvey goes and proves me wrong. But Jamie Mulvey has been proving a lot of people wrong this weekend, and he's been really putting on a show here at Nuts Corner. We haven't mentioned him in a couple of corners at least, but it is still Ethan Robinson who is at the top of the order. There's 5 minutes 50 to go in this one. Oliver Meredith up to 4th in the 204 with the fastest lap of the race so far. So Oliver Meredith setting some quick times and trying to get himself up onto the podium places. As you see, they head down towards the first corner now. It is Robinson who leads Mulvey, who leads Callum McVeigh. And then it is Oliver Meredith still in 4th, but circling around behind him is number 233, I believe it is. That is Mikey Kelly. Yep, it is Mikey Kelly who is behind Oliver Meredith. As the Libre Cadet train goes snaking up the hill in towards the right-hander, but here's a move now. That's Callum McVeigh under pressure from Oliver Meredith in the blue and white cart down towards turn number, the uphill right-hander, I should say. I believe it's turn number 7 or 8. But we know this one. This is down in towards the horseshoe, and Meredith just staying behind McVeigh. They'll go for the move in towards turn number 1 here. As Ethan Robinson gets out of the corner nicely, he's now under pressure from Jamie Mulvey. Mulvey's not won a heat here so far this weekend, or he's not won a race, I should say. He'd love to win the Pre-Final and get a great race start position. And there he goes, Jamie Mulvey. Where did that come from? Now side by side, free abreast into this one. Oliver Meredith has gone for broke. He's gone for both, and he's got them both in towards turn 2. It's turn 2, double trouble for Oliver Meredith, who makes an exceptional move past Jamie Mulvey, Callum McVeigh and Ethan Robinson. That's one of the moves of the weekend. If there was a reward from it, Oliver Meredith would be a hot favourite. And now look at this one. Jamie Mulvey, just as he was going for the race lead, is now down into 4th position. Mikey Kelly and Cahan Knox now looking to get involved in this one and make themselves, or introduce themselves to the fight here at Nuts Corner. There's 3 minutes and 47 seconds to go, plus 1 lap. And what a battle this is. This is war out on the circuit here in the pre-final, and the main event isn't even for another 4 or 5 hours for these guys. But they're warming it up with a nice teaser here in the pre-final. For the first time past the flag stand, this race at least, it'll be Oliver Meredith leading. But for how long? Under pressure from McVeigh in second. Both McVeigh and Oliver Meredith in the Iame cadet kart, as opposed to the Honda and the Rotaxes. Battling for the minor places as they circle around. That's Jude Devant, Jaden McElhenney, Toby Picken, all fighting for the lower order, which is still very important for the final, because we saw Oliver Meredith has come from down the grid here in this one, and he's currently leading the race. So especially in these cadet karts, you can overtake in them. They are a small frame. If you're here in Nuts Corner, if you're in any of the Northern Irish, UK or Irish karting circuits, and you're walking past a cadet, you'll notice it's a very small kart. It's pretty much just an engine, a seat and a steering wheel. Although every mechanic in the world probably hating the fact I said that, because it is a lot more than that, but in theory that's the size of it. They are only small, but they can be chucked down the inside. And here is Oliver Meredith down towards the first corner, under some pressure still from Callum McVeigh, but McVeigh keeping it cool right behind. And Meredith would love to start in front of Callum McVeigh here, because these two have battled all weekend long. They know well what both are capable of. And Oliver Meredith would like to be in control for the final, as opposed to having to make the moves like he had to here in the pre-final. Up the hill they go then. It's still Meredith in front of Callum McVeigh, but the battle for third rages on. This is between Jamie Mulvey and Ethan Robinson and Mikey Kelly involved in this one. And look at this, Callum McVeigh going to try dive down the inside here on Oliver Meredith, and that is Callum McVeigh up and ahead. So McVeigh, the driver from County Down, making the move, but still under pressure here from Oliver Meredith. And is there a problem for Meredith? Oliver Meredith has just lost big time in towards the corner. We'll have to wait and see as he caught down this main straight by Jamie Mulvey. We hope not for Meredith's chances here in the Irish Grand Prix. That's the last thing you want, is car trouble in the pre-final. As Jamie Mulvey is under pressure from 4th place. The driver in 4th place is the 203. That's Ethan Robinson for Daily Motorsport. And Robinson has just got to head in towards turn number 2. And Mulvey's actually gone very wide. Jamie Mulvey's lost 3 spots there. So Jamie Mulvey now falling behind Robinson and falling behind Mikey Kelly, I believe. There's 37 seconds to go. We'll have 2 more laps here in Nuts Corner of this Cadet Libre Class pre-final. As it is Callum McVeigh now in the lead. He'll have 2 more laps to survive. Callum McVeigh, the 2022 Northern Irish Karting Association Bambino Championship runner-up. Very good around this Nuts Corner circuit. Finished 2nd here in the Ulster Karting Club round 5 in that same year, 2022. So he knows his way around this circuit, as does the 2nd place man. And he's now putting Callum McVeigh under huge pressure in towards the first corner and in towards turn number 2. And there is a dive there. That's actually Mikey Kelly, not Oliver Meredith. Meredith's down to 4th. Mikey Kelly is now in the lead of this race. It's a 4th different leader here in the Cadet Libre class, which is really providing the action. It's young Mikey Kelly who is up and ahead. The man who's also 9 years of age, battling with Callum McVeigh. But I tell you, if you didn't know what age cadet karting was for, you wouldn't figure it out, because these guys are driving well above their age level in terms of the battling, in terms of the cleanliness, in terms of the risk and the overtakes. And Callum McVeigh is going to have to take some risk if he wants to start first for the final, because it is Mikey Kelly that is up in the race lead. And here is Mikey Kelly rounding us towards the flag stand. 1 lap to go is out. And Callum McVeigh knows this. And Callum McVeigh is going to try down the inside here. Here comes Callum McVeigh. Green card, last of the late breakers. He's forced Mikey Kelly out onto the curb. And that'll give Kelly a bad run. And there goes Callum McVeigh at the inside. But Mikey Kelly with the switchback of dreams in towards turn number 2. Mikey Kelly is up and ahead once again. And Kelly somehow fends off the feisty McVeigh in towards there. But Callum McVeigh has one last tool in his box, and he's dived down the inside, and he's got the move done here. Mikey Kelly will have probably 2 or 3 more corners to try get this one back, but he's got a great exit here on Callum McVeigh, and McVeigh takes the inside line. Mikey Kelly looking to sling it round here. Callum McVeigh is up in front once again, and Mikey Kelly, can he try make it stick round the outside? This is brave, but there's a wobble from Mikey Kelly, and 3rd place of Ethan Robinson is trying to get back in front here. But it looks like it's going to be Callum McVeigh who will take the win, but it'll be a run to the line, which Mikey Kelly will look to snatch from him. Here they go, round through the final corner. McVeigh's in front, Kelly looking to attack, but it is going to be Callum McVeigh who just about pips Mikey Kelly. Mikey Kelly going to be very happy with his starting position for the final nonetheless. Ethan Robinson then in 3rd ahead of Oliver Meredith. Cahan Knox in 5th, and then Jamie Mulvey comes home in 6th. Disappointed for Jamie because he was having a good race. Jude Devant comes home in 7th, Toby Picken in 8th, Jaden McElhenney in 9th, Ben O'Keefe in 10th, ahead of Jacob Conlon and Jack Miller. Next up then we have the mixed race. This is the Rotax Inters and the Iame Inter Waterswifts that are coming out on the track. So the Rotax Inters out first and then the Waterswifts out second. And on pole position for the Rotax Intergrid, it is Ben McCloughery running number 73. Ben, really good yesterday, battling for the win in all heats pretty much. He starts ahead of Charlie Blair. Brogan McDonald will start 3rd, James Logan starts 4th, Liam O'Hagan in 5th with Noah McFarlane in 6th, Ryan Arthur will start in 7th, Declan Noble in 8th ahead of Jack Grimes in 9th, Cole Kenneran starts in 10th ahead of Caden Warnock. In terms of the Iame Inter Waterswifts, Ian Carey has taken the pole ahead of Andy Stewart, Johnston Stewart then just behind, and Sophie Campbell starts in 4th spot. The Rotax Intercar 2-stroke restricted 125cc engine, 950mm homologated chassis on the screen now. You can see the Rotax Inters heading through the right-hander as they're getting ready to start their race now. The Waterswifts just heading up towards the right. They're a lot closer together this time actually than they were yesterday, or at least it seems that way in the heats. On the pole for this one, of course, Ben McCloughery, a T4 mini winner in Kiltorcan Raceway this year. He'll be looking to get the launch down towards the first corner. And as they head into the tram lines, it is Ben McCloughery away, and we go racing in towards turn number 1. Good start from Ben McCloughery. He's looking to get ahead in towards the right-hander, and he is still in first. Charlie Blair now up to second. Blair and McCloughery were all over the track dicing and battling yesterday, so keep an eye on them here today. In 3rd place it seems to be Brogan McDonald that's looking to try and get to 3rd. Had a high starting position as now the Waterswifts are underway down in towards the first corner. On pole for this one was Ian Carey, but in 2nd position is now Johnston Stewart, so Johnston's got a good run ahead of the number 96 of Ian Carey in the front in this one. Johnston Stewart in 2nd position. So it is Carey still in front in the Waterswifts, getting a good start, and Ian Carey looking to run away early on here in this one as the Rotax Inters are also circling around. Ben McCloughery still in the lead of this one, but there's a battle for 2nd going on, and this is for 2nd spot. Charlie Blair was involved in it. for Daily Motorsports. And you can see Charlie Blair still in second spot. Battling with Charlie Blair is James Logan, his teammate. 207 for Blair, 208 for Logan. Charlie Blair running the very much brighter helmet. Is there a move on here? No, not quite. Blair keeping in second position. Leader of the Waterswifts is still Ian Carey ahead of Johnston Stewart, and then that is the battle for first position in the Inter-Waterswifts class here in the pre-final. And Ian Carey doing a great job indeed. From County Meath, came second in the 2019 Iame Motorsport Ireland final in Watergrass Hill, and sixth in the same Motorsport Ireland but in the Cadets Championship in the 2024 standing. So still racing cadets is Ian Carey, only 12 years of age, young man. McCloughery leading the Rotaxes, but there is a battle for second place. That's once again between Blair and Logan. And you can see Blair in the white helmet, Logan in the green, and James Logan looking to try and get ahead of Charlie Blair for second position and pick himself up a front row start. Ben McCloughery, this is exactly how his heat wins yesterday went. He was in the pack, but just one kart length in front of Charlie Blair at all times, and Blair wasn't really able to make much of an impact. In the Waterswifts, heading through camera shot now in turn 2, top 4 now is in a world of their own. There's been a schism in the field. And in terms of the Waterswifts, that's Carey in front, Stewart second, James Nolan in third, and then Andy Stewart in fourth spot. So Johnston and Andy continuing their strong form from yesterday and staying in towards that top 5 placings. McCloughery under pressure from Blair in the Rotaxes down towards the flag stand and in towards the first corner. And here goes Charlie Blair. Charlie Blair down the inside. Great move on Ben McCloughery. And McCloughery, who we said was a kart length in front of all times, is now a kart length behind the fabulous Charlie Blair. Charlie having a great season as well. Had a good day here in the Rotax Cadets last year here in Nuts Corner. Finished third in the main final. He was 11th in the pre-final. So Charlie Blair knows how to cut through a field. What is he like when he's starting from pole? And that's currently where he'll start from in the main final later this afternoon. If he stays in the position he's in the Waterswift, still Ian Carey who leads in this side-by-side for second place. This is between Johnston Stewart and James Nolan. And Johnston looking to try and attack Nolan here, and Andy Stewart looking to follow through. Top 4 all really close. Andy Stewart, is Andy able to dive down the inside? No, not quite. Just staying behind. Still Charlie Blair leading the Rotaxes ahead of Ben McCloughery in second. Third spot is still going to be James. Charlie Blair being put under some pressure here by Ben McCloughery, and McCloughery looking to just get ahead in towards turn number 3. Not quite on, but a move into 4 definitely on. As they're heading down the mini straight in towards the left-hander. Ben McCloughery not able to dive down the inside, so despite getting a good run, Ben McCloughery will remain in second spot. Change of lead in the Waterswifts. It is, still Ian Carey who leads, but Johnston Stewart looking to get into second. I thought Johnston Stewart might have got in front there, but still just behind Ian Carey. James Nolan in third, Andy Stewart still in fourth. So still the same 4 battling in the Waterswifts, still the same 3 battling in the Rotax Intercard. And in terms of this one, we have 3 minutes and 50 on the clock, plus 1 lap, of course. So still plenty of time for a move, as Charlie Blair still leads the Rotax Intercarts in towards turn number 2 ahead of Ben McCloughery in second spot. Fastest lap of this race going to Charlie Blair with a 1:08.37. That's the quickest time there, and it is some quick times but very consistent times being put in by Ian Carey at the front of the Waterswifts. Slightly slower, but he's the quickest of that Waterswifts bunch. As you can see, still in first position. As Andy Stewart getting ahead of James Nolan. So there is a change in that top 4. It's Johnston and Andy second and third for the Stewart family. And Johnston is up and trying to stay in front of his sister. As they're heading up the hill now, A little bit of movement between Nolan and Stewart. But no positional change in the Waterswifts. Here we go. Positional change in the Rotax Intergrid. Ben McCloughery back in front of Charlie Blair in towards the left-hander. And that is a good move there by him. Ben McCloughery and Blair seems to be the real battle in this one. Just like in the Bambinos, we seem to have a two-horse race. Seems to be a two-horse race in this cadet, or no, apologies, not in the cadets, in the Rotax Inters. As here is the Waterswifts in towards turn number 2. And it is still Ian Carey leading the two Stewarts. Ian Carey has led this race from start to finish, started on the pole, and is still in front. 2 minutes to go in this one. Ian Carey just about a tenth of a second ahead of Johnston Stewart the last time they're at the flag stand. And then another tenth back to Andy Stewart. Very close bunch is this Waterswifts race win battle. Here's Charlie Blair looking for the move on Ben McCloughery once again, but not able to dive down the inside. Not able to do the Luke Agnew move as we've seen from the first race here of Sunday morning. And Ben McCloughery still in front of Charlie Blair. Here's the Waterswifts down towards the first corner, and this is the first launch really from Johnston Stewart, starting to attack Ian Carey. And right behind Johnston Stewart, of course, Andy Stewart. 93 Johnston, 193 Andy. Johnston you can see in sort of the blue helmet, Andy Stewart running the pink. And Ian Carey in front is under pressure from Johnston Stewart here in the latter stages of the Iame Waterswift grid here for the pre-final. McCloughery leading in the Rotax Inters, and it is Charlie Blair still in second, but third place of James Logan is very close to Charlie Blair now. Logan could cause an upset in this one and dismantle the top two that have cemented themselves at the top of the order for so long in this race. It would really be disappointing for Blair and McCloughery if they weren't on the front row after the steady run they've had. 26 seconds left in this one, so the Rotax Inters will have one more lap after this. Inter Waterswifts also going to have one more lap there behind, and here is a move. Johnston Stewart on the outside of Ian Carey. Carey still in front. Andy Stewart now looking for this one down the inside. Not available for Andy. Andy going to have to try it in towards turn number 2. Turn number 3, apologies. Turn number 2, where Andy tried to move initially. A little bit of moving, but no move on. Ian Carey still staying in front. As the board is out between the Rotax Inters, Charlie Blair. One more lap to try and get in front of the very speedy Ben McCloughery. Down towards the right hand. Oh, there's a bit of a gap now. Blair not as close as he once was to Ben McCloughery. Further down that Rotax grid, it's been a good race by Noah McFarlane. It's been Liam O'Hagan getting past Declan Nolan as well, but in all honesty, not a lot of positional change in the Rotax Inters. Not a lot of positional change in the Waterswifts either. Ian Carey still in the front of that one. They're starting their final lap of the race soon. Well, they're starting it now actually, and look at this, it's Johnston Stewart in front. So we said Ian Carey was leading the whole time, but now on the last lap, Johnston Stewart is up in front, and Andy Stewart still in third, but Andy is going to have a good run on Ian Carey here, because Carey will be a little bit distracted trying to re-overtake and take the race lead in the race that he has dominated, to be fair to Ian Carey. It's been a really solid performance by him. We're coming across the line now. Charlie Blair has overtaken Ben McCloughery on the last lap, and Blair getting the move done. So Blair wins the Rotax Inters while we were keeping an eye on the Waterswifts. Charlie Blair was making the move here in this double grid race, which when they're both having cracking battles is not easy to keep up with. But the Waterswifts, it seems like it's going to be Johnston Stewart who's leading home Ian Carey. And Carey, who has led this race from, I think, start to finish, other than this last lap, will now only finish in second. Johnston Stewart becomes the second Stewart to win a heat or to win a race in this Inter Waterswifts grid, and it is Johnston who comes ahead of Ian Carey in second. Andy Stewart comes home in third, and then in fourth, we've actually lost a senior X30 since yesterday, because there's only 2 of them parked in the grid to my left-hand side. One being, of course, the dominant Jack Dillon, who won every heat yesterday. The other one is Patrick Hayden. James Simpson, we saw, didn't have the best of days yesterday at Nuts Corner, but it doesn't seem like he's made the grid here today. On pole position for the Senior Max 177 grid is Liam Kearns. He leads Paddy Fitzpatrick and Brian Cherry. Pierce Shannon in 4th with Matthew Wright in 5th. Ahead of Ricky Malcolmson in 6th. So Malcolmson down the back, despite being very solid in this class. As James Simpson has actually made the grid, so we will have 3. He's literally getting into his seat now. So some issue for James Simpson, but it's been a mad rush to get to the dummy grid. But we do have the Senior Max 177s coming towards the line now, and Liam Kearns in this all-white kart will have the inside line. As now we go racing for the Senior Max 177s, and Liam Kearns does lead in towards the first corner. Kearns very dominant. In second place now is Brian Cherry. So Brian has got ahead in towards turn number 2. As spinner at the back of the Senior Max grid, and that is I think it's Ricky Malcolmson actually that's gone off in the number 69. We'll get further confirmation of that when the timing screen kicks in, but disappointing for Ricky Malcolmson. The Senior X30s have got underway, but not with James Simpson, who is out of the pit lane. He is out on track, but Simpson not able to catch up to the pack. It is Jack Dillon leading this one. Jack winning all 3 races yesterday while racing in the Tillotson T4s. There is James Simpson circling around. So he is out on track, James. He will at least get a classification and into the final, because this one, of course, not the main event, so he will still get a good starting spot for the final. It is Liam Kearns who leads Brian Cherry in the 177s. Confirmation of that spinner. It was actually Matthew Wright that spun round, not Ricky Malcolmson. Malcolmson is up to 4th. Paddy Fitzpatrick battling away there as well. So it is Kearns, Fitzpatrick, Cherry, Malcolmson, Shannon, Wright. Then it is Dillon, Hayden and Simpson in the X30s. But look at the gap Jack Dillon has pulled already on Patrick Hayden. Dillon is just a maestro in this Senior Iame X30. He has his hands more full in the Tillotson class. Does Jack Dillon. Fastest lap of the race for him on the last lap. He's the only man in the entire field who managed to go under the minute. As Liam Kearns leading in towards turn number 2. He is ahead of, actually, it's the 65 of Paddy Fitzpatrick, and then Brian Cherry in the blue suit in 3rd place. So it is Paddy Fitzpatrick who is in 2nd, Kearns leading, of course, and then Brian Cherry is in 3rd. As that is Jack Dillon, you can see on your screen, heading down towards the left-hander. Leader in the Senior Iame X30 race. Patrick Hayden second in that one. And then, of course, James Simpson, who didn't make the starting grid, but is out on circuit. So he will get a classification. He will get 3rd place. Unless something happens, of course. Jack Dillon's car could break down for all we know. But he will get onto the grid for the final anyways and try compete from there. In the Senior Max 177s, it's still Liam Kearns, the man from Westport, County Mayo, who is leading. 15 years of age is Liam Kearns, and he really is showing his class out on the racing circuit. Paddy Fitzpatrick in 2nd. Paddy won't like me for saying this, but if you put Liam's age backwards, you get the age of Paddy Fitzpatrick. So you can see there is a range of experience here in the Senior Max 177 grid. This Senior Max kart is a 125cc restricted 2-stroke. It is basically a Senior Max kart, but it's a heavier kart and driver weight combination. So you have a minimum driver weight of 80 kilograms, and then you have your cart on top of that, which does bring you to 177. You can do the maths at home. It's a 30 horsepower kart on Mojo tyres. And then the Senior Iame X30, similar, 125cc single cylinder 2-stroke on Comet tyres. As the blue flags wave, out of the way goes James Simpson. He's just looking to bring his kart to the finish here. There's no goal other than that, but he's actually almost tangled with 4th place in the 177 grid, and that is Ricky Malcolmson. Fastest lap of the race still does belong to Jack Dillon. It is Kearns leading with 4 minutes 40 to go, ahead of Paddy Fitzpatrick. Brian Cherry in 3rd with Ricky Malcolmson 4th. Then it's Pierce Shannon ahead of Matthew Wright in the 177 classification. Jack Dillon is leading the Senior X30s, of course, ahead of Patrick Hayden and James Simpson. The pre-finals here in this double class race, though, following the same format that we had in yesterday's heats, and that is Liam Kearns and Jack Dillon domination. No difference whatsoever from yesterday. Dillon has got that car up and running, as has Liam Kearns. You can see leading in towards the first corner, Liam Kearns 9/10 of a second over Paddy Fitzpatrick, but it looks like it's extended since they've come across the timing beam. A good run through turn number 1 for young Liam Kearns. New fastest lap of the race for Jack Dillon. All but 2 going under the minute mark now. Jack Dillon 4 seconds under it. 56.7. The fastest lap of the race for Jack Dillon. He's a 3.8 second lead over Patrick Hayden. And Jack is actually catching the back of the Senior Max 177 grid. So really a fantastic job by Jack Dillon in order to confirm his dominance in the pre-final here and get that pole position for the final coming up this afternoon. Liam Cherry, that's not. It is Liam Kearns and Paddy Fitzpatrick, Brian Cherry, but Liam Kearns extending his margin over Paddy Fitzpatrick. Paddy currently 4th in the Tullyallen 2024 Senior Max 180 Championship. Brian Cherry 18th in that same championship, but I don't think Brian has done every race, so not really a fair statistic on Brian's behalf. Kearns leading down towards turn number 1 here in the Senior Max 177s. Paddy Fitzpatrick running a great race in second. Had a great Heat 3 yesterday, did Paddy Fitzpatrick. Was frustrated with how Heat 2 went, but Heat 3 going really well for Paddy. Brian Cherry still keeping with him, only 4/10 between those two. But this is a good race from Paddy Fitzpatrick, and he'll be happy. He'll look to try get ahead of Liam Kearns early on in the final. I think that's the tactics that Paddy has to play. As you do see Jack Dillon sweeping up the hill in the Senior X30s. Jack will be back out later, of course, in the Tillotson T4s. In between that, we'll have the Bambinos and the Junior Maxes. And there is 1:10 left on the clock, so I want to say 3 more laps we'll have here in this one. 9 minutes plus a lap. These, of course, except for the Bambinos, they'll go to 7 minutes plus a lap. So the format we were doing yesterday for the direct drive classes, and that's what the Bambinos will do. And then I believe they'll go to, or they'll stay on 7 minutes plus a lap for their final, where these main classes will go to 11 minutes plus a lap here. Brian Cherry looking to put Paddy Fitzpatrick under a bit of pressure in towards the horseshoe corner, but no move really on for Brian Cherry. Was just getting close. Liam Kearns across the line and past the flag stand. He'll have 2 more laps, or he'll have this one and 1 more, as the clock just striking 10-second mark and heading down 2-0. Fastest lap of the race in this one still does belong to Jack Dillon, and it was that 56.690 that Jack Dillon set quickest, as Liam Kearns just extended the margin once again. Paddy Fitzpatrick is under a bit of pressure from Brian Cherry here, so if Cherry can time his manoeuvres right, he might be able to get past Paddy, maybe into the first corner on the next lap if he could get a good final sector, a good final couple of corners. But no, didn't get the best run up the hill, and Paddy Fitzpatrick just keeping a kart length or 2 in front of Brian Cherry. Last lap then of this one. The 1 lap to go board being shown, and Liam Kearns will drive us home to the finish. Paddy Fitzpatrick's got a great run through 1 and 2, so he should be okay from Brian Cherry, but that's always every commentator's famous last words. So Brian Cherry could still have 1 more move in him. Jack Dillon will be rounding onto his final lap in the Senior X30 class. Liam Kearns rounding into the final couple of corners now to bring us home in the Senior Maxes. He'll start on pole and will be disappointed if he's not able to win the final here. But for now, in the pre-final, it's domination by Liam Kearns, who crosses the checkered flag, and a brilliant win for him. It'll be Paddy Fitzpatrick alongside him on the front row. Brian Cherry not able to launch a last lap attack, and Cherry will stay in 3rd. Jack Dillon just circling around the circuit. He'll come home to win the X30s, and it will be Patrick Hayden behind him. Ricky Malcolmson dropping down the order, so Ricky may have picked up a penalty of some sorts, but Ricky Malcolmson drops down the order. So full confirmation of your results from that one then in the Senior Max 177s. It is Liam Kearns who takes the win ahead of Paddy Fitzpatrick in 2nd, Brian Cherry in 3rd, Jack Dillon in 4th overall in that one, but he did win the Senior X30s. Just to keep going through the 177s, it is Pierce Shannon and Ricky Malcolmson, Matthew Wright, and then the X30s, Jack Dillon leading home Patrick Hayden and James Simpson. Next up here in Nuts Corner, we have the Bambinos. Hope you're enjoying the action at home, and make sure to pop a subscription on the Ulster Karting Club's YouTube channel to support us all here on the live stream program. So the Bambinos out on track now, and Henry Hales, of course, taking pole position ahead of Freddie Purnell in 2nd. This one, a standing start on the grid, of course, folks, for these Bambinos. If you weren't with us yesterday, these guys do a standing start rather than the rolling start. But to run you through the grid then, the top 8, all the Might E Bambinos, and then the Comer engines behind them. That's not because they're in different classes, that's because the Might E engine has the Might E motor, I should say, not engine, has proved superior this weekend. Henry Hales on the pole ahead of Freddie Purnell. Jack Harper then in 3rd. Mason Monaghan in 4th, with Corey Lyons in 5th. Then in 6th position is Jude Lee Bolster. Ollie Upton starts 7th. Summer Upton starts 8th. Ollie McKiernan will start 9th, ahead of Dawson Jones in 10th. Ben Nicholson starts 11th. Cooper Devant in 12th. And then Reese Fry rounds us out in 13th position. This is Reese Fry's first ever karting event, so we do love to see Reese out on track, and we are supporting him well here in Nuts Corner, and we do hope we see him next year at the Irish Grand Prix, which I'm sure we will, because he seems to be having a world of a time out on circuit. And that's what these Bambinos are for. It's to get these young guys into karting, get them used to the machinery, and get them ready to race in potentially the cadets in a couple of years' time. So it's a shorter race, this one, 7 minutes plus a lap rather than the 9 minutes plus a lap that the rest of them have been doing. As we can see, young Henry Hales on pole position. It was a great fight between Purnell and Harper, so keep an eye on them in second and third. Freddie Purnell been put under big pressure by Jack Harper in the heats. Only 2 heats these guys did yesterday. Of course, they had a timed qualifying session. So these guys are more used to sort of starting where they qualified. Henry Hales, the quickest in that session, took it in the dying embers. There was less than a tenth of a second between Henry Hales and between Freddie Purnell. So those 2 guys are close on pace, but Hales just had it over race trim. Just getting the final preparations on the grid. The marshal's doing a great job to show these Bambinos where and how to start your car from a standing start. As the boards are being removed, the karts are getting ready to go here, and now we go racing for the Bambinos Pre-Final. Great start from Henry Hales. He'll lead in towards turn number 1, but Freddie Purnell still right close to Henry, down towards the second corner. Jack Harper in the orange kart in third, still getting a good start in the 57. In fourth then we have the number 14. That's Corey Lyons. Just as a tangle through turn number 2. There's a couple of karts off, both rejoining the track safely, so they are still going, but a little bit of a tangle heading through there, and that is disappointing for a couple of drivers. There's someone off. There is one more off, and 2 got going. 1 could not. Just can't see which number that is, but we'll get confirmation once the timing screen does kick in. It's number 87. That is Ollie Upton actually in 97, I believe. So Ollie Upton, a disappointing start for Ollie. But still at the front, it is still Hales, Purnell and Harper. Yellow flags out in the first sector. That is because of Ollie Upton, so the drivers will be slow through here. That sort of takes out a couple of... Ollie Upton has just got going again. So Upton is all good. And it is up and away. And here is Freddie Purnell. Is Purnell able to go for this one on Henry Hales? Down towards turn number 1. Purnell looking for the outside. Hales on the inside. Freddie Purnell just not able to make the move. Jack Harper just a little bit behind, as you can just hear how quiet these Might E motors are. Certainly doing justice for the sound limits around Nuts Corner. In fourth position now is Mason Monaghan. He's had a good start running the NW plates. Summer Upton in fifth. That was full confirmation that was Ollie Upton who spun in front of us down on the timing screen. Ben Nicholson in 6th, Dawson Jones 7th, Ollie McKiernan in 8th, and then Cooper Devant 9th, and then Corey Lyons in 10th. Corey got a good start, but was involved in that tangle at turn number 2 as they head up the hill. It is still Henry Hales out in front, and Henry, great over race trim, which will bode nicely in his future racing career. But he is ahead of Freddie Purnell. If both Henry and Freddie, if you weren't with us yesterday, they have travelled here from Wales. Henry Hales, a race leader from Crickhowell, Wales. 7 years of age. Race winner in the British Karting Championship at the Fullbeck circuit is Henry Hales in the Bambino, of course, the one he's driving here today. Jack Harper, right on the tail of Freddie Purnell, in towards turn number 1. Harper just not able to get close enough. They're small karts, these ones, but difficult to overtake in because of how even they are, really. There's no real differential in these Bambinos, other than the fact some of them are running the Comer engine and some of them are running the Might E engine. But both Purnell and Harper running the Might E engine, so there's absolutely no difference whatsoever between their 2 machines. There's the biggest group ever of Bambinos here at Nuts Corner. It's great to have them alongside us. There's a total of 13 of them out on track. I believe we had 16 here at one point yesterday, But 13 of them out on track now in the Bambino class. 3 minutes and 20 to go in this one, plus a lap, of course, for the Bambinos. A shorter race for the pre-final and final for them. After these Bambinos, of course, we will be going to the Junior Max category, which is always thoroughly entertaining, but staying focused on the Bambinos for now. Freddie Purnell under a bit of pressure from Jack Harper. Henry Hales in first, as you can see, heading past your screen. As second place second place Freddie Purnell under pressure from third place Jack Harper. Second place Jack Harper, it might be Jack in a couple of corners time. Down towards the left hander, is Jack Harper able to make the move? No, he isn't. Not on Freddie Purnell, and this is very similar to what we had yesterday with Purnell and Harper. As you can see them just heading up the hill now. Jack Harper, as local as you can get to Nuts Corner from Dundroyd. He races for Richard Chassis Engineering. So Jack Harper, a man with a big future. Raced in the Bambinos here last year and was second in all but one race, and that was in heat number 1. Even took second in the time qualifying. So he would like to finish one position higher than second, but he's currently one position below it. As Hales head past your screen down towards turn number 2. Harper seems to get a good run through the back part of the circuit, but Freddie Purnell just that little bit quicker for the first sector. And as we've spoken a few times today, Freddie Purnell, as we've spoken a few times today, the first couple of corners you can defend in, but here's a good run. Jack Harper on Freddie Purnell, no, not able to get past. They'll head up the hill though, and Harper will try and make the move stick. As here is Jack Harper. Down towards the uphill corner, just not able to make the move in the Might E Bambino. Might E, of course, you'll see more about in our advertisement section. A really fabulous motor to have in these Bambino karts, about 38 mile an hour top speed. It's a 90 or 69 kilogram driver and cart weight, this one, and they are on the all-weather LeConte tyre. As we'll have, I believe, 2 more laps to go. Yep, 20 seconds on the clock, so it'll be this one and one more for these Bambinos, as Henry Hales is going to be your winner here. Let's look at this from Jack Harper. Oh, that's a spin. Harper went for the move on the inside, and he spins in towards turn number 2. That's very disappointing for Jack Harper. Oh no, sorry, apologies, that's number 15. So it wasn't Harper. I believe that was a lapped car. Yep, Jack Harper still in third. That was actually Reese Fry. Apologies, folks. That was a lapped car. Jack Harper still in third. It was in this sort of Harper and Freddie Purnell incident, but they're still together. There is Henry Hales coming to lap another car, so lap traffic, a bit of a problem in this Bambino race. Reese Fry being tipped round, but Fry still making a good move. As you can see, Henry Hales in the blue, heading now just to lap a kart, but he will be coming on to his final lap of the race. Blue flags will be waved. That's not Reese Fry, that is Ollie Upton, I believe, and we saw Ollie had a bit of a moment in the start of this race, hence why Ollie is so far back. But there is Henry Hales just lapping, and now side by side between Harper and Purnell for second place in towards the first corner. Jack Harper's ahead. Jack Harper has bided his time nicely, and is up and ahead of Freddie Purnell. What a move by Jack Harper to get it done in towards turn number 1. Patience is a virtue for Jack Harper. A second and third, side by side in towards turn number 4, and that's a move from Purnell back down the inside. It's kicking off between Freddie and Jack, and Freddie is back ahead of Jack. Up the hill they go, and Jack Harper will have to fight and make the move on Freddie Purnell once again. He thought he had it done, but Freddie Purnell had something else to say, and he gets the move once again back past Jack Harper. But here's Henry Hales, as you can see, rounding through the final couple of corners, and young Henry will continue his unbeaten streak in the Bambinos. Ready for the final corner now as they're side by side for second and third. It's still Purnell ahead of Harper. For now, as they come round through the final corner, it's going to be Freddie Purnell, I believe, who stays ahead of Harper, unless Harper has a mighty run. Henry Hales continues the unbeaten streak and wins the pre-final. Here is Freddie Purnell. He'll get ahead of Jack Harper for second position, and Harper will come home in third. Once again, as close as you can get between Purnell and Harper. As full confirmation of your results, it is Henry Hales who does beat Freddie Purnell and Jack Harper in third. Mason Monaghan fourth, Ollie McKiernan in fifth, Corey Lyons in sixth. Then it was Ben Nicholson in seventh, had Summer Upton in eighth, Dawson Jones in ninth, and Jude Lee Bolster in 10th. Then it was Cooper Devant, Ollie Upton and Reese Grant. Next up, we have the Junior Maxes. On pole for the Junior Maxes is Rory Armstrong, ahead of the number 66 of Charlie Gardner. Then in third in the Junior Maxes is the number 26 of Joel Murphy, and in fourth is number 95 of Noah Taylor. Fifth spot will be the number 14 of Carter Kelly, and then in sixth we have the 33 of Joseph McMahon. Interesting thing Noah Taylor does, he always wiggles his wheel before coming out on track, and I noticed him doing it yesterday a few times, so it must be one of these little habits that he has. All these guys will have different sort of habits that they race in. Another thing I want to compliment the second place man on, that is a pristine race suit. That has been freshly dry cleaned here for the Irish Grand Prix, because that thing is immaculate. I'm not sure if it's been picked up as much on the camera, but I'm looking out the tower window here, and that is unbelievably pristine, potentially brand new. But I digress. Rory Armstrong on the pole, number 166. Rory, you'll recognise he was racing earlier. Racing for Oren Henry Racing. No, apologies, he's not racing for Oren Henry Racing. He's part of the Strawberry team. Down the order, some final words of advice being given to Colm McFadden Biggerstaff, as they're going to get ready to go. One last high five for Rory Armstrong, who's eager to go and pulls out on circuit now here for the pre-final of the Junior Maxes. This Junior Max car, 13 to 16 years of age, the drivers, 125cc 2-stroke Rotax 125 Max Evo. It is 23 horsepower at approximately 8,500 revolutions. Electric starter and water cooled. It has a junior cylinder without the exhaust valve. That's what makes it a Junior Max kart. Armstrong picking up the most points and will get pole for that, but it was highly contested, this Junior Max class. Carter Kelly was up there, Charlie Gardner, Joel Murphy was up there, Joseph McMahon was up there, Colm McFadden Biggerstaff was up there. He of course he was on pole for heat number 1 in the random grids. Jason Park was up there as well, as was Milo Steen, and as was Sam Kelly. It's really probably the most open grid here, probably in terms of who can win the final. We've seen our clear favourites in other classes, but this one, so far, undetermined. Who can cement themselves as a favourite in the Junior Maxes as we go racing once again at Nuts Corner? Brilliant start from Rory Armstrong. He leads in towards turn number 1. Second place, number 26 of Joel Murphy. Murphy looking to just try and hunt down the race leader Noah Taylor. You can see in the red 95 there in third. And in fourth place still remains, that's Charlie Gardner, I believe, falling down to fourth because Taylor has got up and ahead in the white helmet red cart. So good start for Noah Taylor. But Rory Armstrong, still your race leader as they head up the hill in towards the right-hander. Rory Armstrong will round us out the first lap in the race lead here. And he's got a nice little gap behind him as well. So Rory Armstrong will be looking to extend upon this as they head in towards turn number 1. 166 still ahead of 26. Armstrong ahead of Murphy, who is ahead of Noah Taylor. And then in fourth position, it is Carter Kelly actually who's got ahead. So Gardner down to 6, Joseph McMahon up to 5th, Adam Holmes is up to 7, Jamie Kidney up to 8th, Cole McFadden Biggerstaff is down to 9th, Archie Condy getting a poor getaway as well, down to 11th. 12th spot John O'Neill, Conan Warnock in 13th, Jason Park 14th, and then Sam Kelly is at the back of the pack. Heading into the back part of the circuit once again. It's still the green and white of Rory Armstrong that is in the lead of this race. As Armstrong circling round, you can see the close-up there, down towards the flag stand once again. Second lap being completed. Still 7 minutes to go here in the Junior Max Pre-Final, live from Nuts Corner Karting Circuit. Armstrong flicks it ahead of Taylor. There's a move for third place. That is going to be Carter Kelly, who's up ahead of Noah Taylor. Taylor on the outside, Carter Kelly cool on the brakes, cool into the corner, chucks Taylor onto the outside. Noah Taylor's lost a handful of spaces. Joseph McMahon and Charlie Gardner as well sneaking up the inside. That's one thing about this Nuts Corner circuit. Once you lose one spot, you tend to lose a few more. And Noah Taylor has become victim to that. He falls down the order ahead or behind Carter Kelly, Joseph McMahon and Charlie Gardner. Front two remain as they were, but the rest of the field is dicing. Fastest lap of the race does belong to Charlie Gardner, and there has been a penalty handed out by the stewards. The number 122 has received a 5-second penalty for an incorrect starting procedure. That's Milo Steen who has received that, so Milo will drop to the back of the pack for an incorrect starting procedure. The stewards just popping that one up on the timing screens as they head in towards turn number 1. Here's Armstrong in towards 2, and he's got a nice healthy lead now over Joel Murphy. Oh, really a lot of sliding for the fourth place man. I believe that's Charlie Gardner. A lot of rear sliding in towards turn number 2. It is Charlie Gardner. It does have the fastest lap of the race, so he's clearly doing something right. But there was a lot of sliding there for Charlie. Rory Armstrong just with a nice healthy margin, not quite a second, but getting to that level. Just reaching over half a second now, the gap between Armstrong and between Joel Murphy, but less than half a second separating the rest of the field from one another. There's Carter Kelly in the orange helmet, staying in front of Charlie Gardner, but looking to attack Joel Murphy in second spot. Carter Kelly, number 14, the 2019 Northern Ireland Junior Iame Cadet Champion in his rookie year, 2023 Northern Ireland Junior Max Rotax Champion, 2023 Northern Ireland Winter Cup Junior Max Rotax race winner. So Carter Kelly with an illustrious list of achievements. We saw someone pop out of line going for a move in towards turn number 3, but it never arose to the surface, and no move was made. There is Rory Armstrong, just feeding towards the start-finish line once again. as there is 4 minutes and 10 seconds to go in this one. Gardner ahead of Carter Kelly as they head in towards turn number 1. Charlie Gardner has got ahead of the number 14 through the back part of the track. So that is Charlie Gardner ahead of Carter Kelly. Carter Kelly will look to bounce back though, down the inside. You can see there's a couple of moves going on there. Charlie Gardner has got past Joel Murphy as well. So Gardner is up to second place here in this. Charlie Gardner driving very well indeed, up to second spot, and now ahead of Joel Murphy. Murphy will look to try retake that one. 14 years of age is Joel, but he's driving really well here in this pre-final for the Irish Grand Prix here in 2024. They ran through the final corner once again. It looks like Rory Armstrong is very comfortable in the position he's in, but no one else is comfortable in the rest of the pack because it is so close in towards turn number 1 for this battle for second. And Armstrong leads ahead of Gardner in second. Then it is Joel Murphy ahead of Carter Kelly in fourth position. So wiggle their way into the left-hand braking zone of turn number 4, and then the hairpin of turn number 5. Very tight hairpin indeed, this one. So then rounding up the hill now. Oh, Gardner. A wave of the finger for Charlie Gardner. I wonder, is that to indicate some sort of issue, or is that just giving cheek to the driver behind it, Joel Murphy? But he's not happy with something. Is Charlie Gardner. There was a clear hand out of the cart there for whatever reason. So Charlie Gardner is going to have to... we're going to have to keep an eye on Charlie Gardner, I should say. He's racing his new Kart Republic chassis for a second time here. Last year in Nuts Corner, he finished second in the Irish Grand Prix Final, but he was 12th at the Pre-Final. So this year it's going much better for Charlie Gardner, I think it's safe to say. As you can see, Carter Kelly just slowly attacking Joel Murphy for third spot. Murphy there in the grey kart behind Gardner. It's a little bit wide for Charlie Gardner, but nothing to worry too much about for him. As they fly up towards there is a minute and 30 to go in this one. Armstrong leads from Gardner, Murphy, Kelly, McMahon, Taylor, Holmes, McFadden, Biggerstaff, Kidney, Park, Condy, O'Neill, Kelly, Bally, McGivern. And remember, there'll be a 5-second penalty applied to the number 122 driver, that's Milo Steen. As they come across the start finish line in towards turn number 1 and 2. Just a little bit spaced out this top 4 now, not really battling as heavy as they were, say, earlier on in the race. They're kind of all saving themselves. You can tell there's a bit of tension out on the circuit here in Nuts Corner because it's the pre-finals. These pre-finals decide the grid for the main race, and you can just tell the drivers know about it. You just tell they know that they don't want to throw away a good starting position, because if you're, say, Carter Kelly in fourth, you're lapping the same as the drivers in front. They're all doing 57.1s. Ironically, apart from Rory Armstrong the last lap, did a 57.2. But they're all doing 57.1s. So they know that they've all got good pace. But Carter Kelly not willing to risk anything, or any of them not willing to risk anything, to jeopardise their starting position for the final of the Junior Max Irish Grand Prix. As they cross the start-finish line now, 20 seconds remaining, so this will be the penultimate lap of the race. We'll have one more after this one, as it is still Rory Armstrong who leads. Adam Holmes has lost the position to Cole McFadden Biggerstaff. That's in the battle for 7th, so Cole making the move and getting ahead. Cole looked confident walking through the paddock this morning, so I'd keep an eye on Cole McFadden Biggerstaff. Fastest lap of the race going to Charlie Gardner on the last lap, 56.9. That's the first man into the 56s. 47, very low 47s. The rest of them doing. Rory Armstrong doing a low 47 lap time. As you can see, Rory Armstrong still ahead of Charlie Gardner, Joel Murphy and Carter Kelly. Oh, Rory Armstrong struggling a little bit, was looking very comfortable in this race early on, but now he's just struggling a tad, and Charlie Gardner might be able to pounce down in towards turn number 1, not able to get it done into 1 as we start the final lap here, the Junior Max's pre-final, and Charlie Gardner is looking to try and just get ahead, as here comes Charlie Gardner. Is he able to close in towards 3? No, he isn't. How about turn number 4? Armstrong under a lot of pressure here, and Charlie Gardner's going to try sneaking around the outside. There's no move on there. Rory Armstrong keeps it close, and Charlie Gardner still just trying to pounce, not able to make the move in towards turn number 4. He'll have a go up the hill though. Armstrong has to defend. Late manoeuvre for Armstrong just in towards the corner. Realised that he had to drive a defensive line. Not late in necessarily illegal, but late in necessarily that he didn't realise the run Charlie Gardner got. And here comes Gardner. They're banging in towards the final couple of corners, side by side between Armstrong, and there's contact. Off the circuit goes Charlie Gardner, off the circuit goes Rory Armstrong, and it's a whole load of drama here in the Junior Maxes. It's going to be Joel Murphy that wins the race. Carter Kelly is a problem as well. Carter's been pipped from the line. I don't even know who's got second. Joseph McMahon has got second. Rory Armstrong 5th. Charlie Gardner 7th. I said these guys weren't going to risk it in the last laps of the race. How wrong was I? Charlie Gardner going for the move on Rory Armstrong. Contact made. And now they will both be furious with that one. Potentially sent to the stewards. And that could be very much the Irish Grand Prix jeopardised. Well, that ends the Junior Maxes then. Just to run you through the rest of the order: Armstrong then 5th, McFadden Biggerstaff, then Gardner ahead of Holmes, Jamie Kidney in 9th, Jason Park in 10th, Archie Condy in 11th, ahead of John O'Neill in 12th, Sam Kelly in 13th with Travis Bailey in 14th, and then Milo Steen in 15th, dropping to the back after that incorrect starting procedure. Next up will be the Tillotson T4s. Tillotson's coming out on track now, and the T4s will introduce themselves here on the Sunday morning at Nuts Corner. And the Tillotson T4s provided entertainment yesterday. It's Jack Dillon on pole position. You might remember him from the X30s earlier on. Just an update on our last race. Just below me, Rory Armstrong and Charlie Gardner walking into the stewards. Armstrong came in to the paddock, drove into the paddock, and was a bit deflated after that one. But he'll bounce back without question. Tillotson T4s then we turn our attention to after that little bit of drama in the last heat. Even the race marshals giving us a few moments to dissect that one. But this Tillotson T4 is a 225cc 2-valve 4-stroke engine, and it has a Noram Stinger race clutch. So Jack Dillon on pole for this one, Cahan McClelland in second, Luke Palmer in third, and then Ewan Miller in fourth. Jack is easy to spot in this because he is the only man not running a number in the 800s. Jack 113, Cahan McClelland 833, Palmer 835, and then Miller 832. Here they come then towards the start-finish line, and it will be Jack Dillon who gets us underway as we go racing at Nuts Corner. That's a great start by Luke Palmer in towards turn number 1, and that's put Cahan McClelland on the back foot here. Ewan Miller at the back of the order, you can see in the blue suit, Luke Palmer in the grey suit, Cahan McClelland the red suit, and then Jack Dillon at the front in the black suit with the orange helmet. And you can see McClelland is about to lose a spot. Here's a Ewan Miller who's looking to put his Tillotson on the inside of turn number 4, and it is going to be Jack Dillon who is ahead of Luke Palmer, Cahan McClelland in third, Ewan Miller in fourth, but Miller and McClelland still sorting, Miller and McClelland still sorting it out up the hill. As Jack Dillon, wow, what a gap he's got, but Jack Dillon is not as dominant in these Tillotsons as he is in the X30s, because Jack Dillon has a lot of drivers on very equal pace here in the Tillotsons. They're within tenths of a second of a lap each other, literally every heat yesterday. It was insane action, and he knows that Cahan McClelland, Luke Palmer and Ewan Miller will be right on his tail as we head in towards the first corner. McClelland looking to overtake Palmer. This is in the battle for second, as Luke Palmer is just ahead now from Cahan. These guys know no matter where they start, they have a good chance at winning the Irish Grand Prix. This pre-final is really just for testing your pace and testing your racing skills, and Cahan McClelland is going to do that now. Down the inside goes McClelland, and he's ahead of Luke Palmer. Very nice move indeed. It was executed exceptionally well by Cahan, making the one move down the inside, and no aftershocks and no drama after that one. So McClelland is back up to second from where he started. Jack Dillon still leading this. Then it's Luke Palmer in third and Ewan Miller in fourth spot. Race leader Jack Dillon, of course, has raced alongside Ewan Miller and Luke Palmer before in the past. Jack Dillon, the winner of the 24-hour Teesside karting race with Raceview Academy. They have 3 teams that day, and Palmer was in one with Ewan Miller. Jack Dillon with his now infamous head dive down into the kart to get the most straight line speed. Although since Jack Dillon has started doing it, all of them do it. None of the other classes do it, but all these Tillotsons do. It is something that we've seen in the past. It's not been created by Jack Dillon, but he does it the most obviously here at Nuts Corner. This is Cahan McClelland under pressure from Luke Palmer, but no move for now. Not able to get in front. As here comes Cahan McClelland trying to chase down Jack Dillon here, but Dillon, what a start he's got. Jack Dillon is very good around this Nuts Corner circuit. I think that's something we can establish from this weekend, because Jack Dillon is doing exceptional. Fastest lap of the race for Dillon as well. It is Dillon, McClelland, Palmer, Miller here in the Tillotson T4 race. And Jack Dillon just extending his margin here. 9/10 of a second between Dillon and McClelland. This is unusual for a Tillotson T4 race. It's 6/10 back then to Palmer. And then Ewan Miller is Ewan Miller way off in this one behind Luke Palmer. So Ewan Miller has to up the ante a little bit to try catch his rival Luke Palmer. After these Tillotsons, of course, we go to the Senior Maxes, and then we'll be on the full circuit. But in these Tillotsons, we still have 5:15 to go. As Cahan McClellan slowly trying to cut down the gap to Jack Dillon. Set the fastest lap in the last lap with a 1:03.2. He was 0.4 of a second quicker. And McClellan is a man who sort of gets into his groove in races. Doesn't necessarily start the quickest, but he gets into his races, and now he's starting to catch Jack Dillon as they come across the line. It's certainly closer between the top two than it has been for the last few laps. As Jack Dillon stays in front of Cahan McClellan still. And Palmer and Miller are being dropped, unfortunately, in this one. They're not able to catch up. This really is a good couple of laps from Cahan McClellan, isn't it? He's really lapping quickly and staying in front of, well, definitely staying in front of Luke Palmer, but staying in front of Jack Dillon as well. It's down towards the right-hander McClellan. Is he going to look for a move soon? Definitely a possibility to go for the move soon, as maybe turn number 1, maybe turn number 2. These Tillotsons a bigger kart than some of the others, and difficult to overtake. Well, they're certainly bigger than the Cadets and the Bambinos, but a similar size to the Senior Maxes, and smaller than the Superkarts, of course. We didn't even mean to tell you that. McClellan right close to Jack Dillon as they enter in towards the first corner. Jack Dillon just in front of Cahan McClellan still. McClellan not able to get close enough in towards turn number 2. And turn number 3, is he able to get close? No, he isn't. So Cahan McClellan still staying behind, and McClellan, he's there. Definitely can go for a move, but needs probably an extra 1/10 of a second. Luke Palmer and Ewan Miller way behind now of these top two, and now McClellan, this is it. He's right close to Jack Dillon heading up the hill. Dillon's got to be careful and have his wits about him here as Cahan McClellan looking to go for this one in towards the uphill right-hander. Is McClellan ahead? Cahan McClellan is ahead here in the Tillotson T4s, and a race that was being dominated by Jack Dillon now has Cahan McClellan in front as there was almost a car gone round. Cahan McClellan catches it nicely. Jack Dillon stays behind. McClellan, in all honesty, almost took the lead and lost it immediately, but held it nicely heading through the final couple of corners. Definitely a race on now between Jack Dillon and Cahan McClellan. This was almost looking like it was going to be a stale T4 affair, but now it's all kicking off here in the Tillotson class, and this will allow Palmer and Miller to catch up that little bit. Cahan McClellan staying in front for the time being. Jack Dillon hot on his heels. Miller and Palmer might have a fight of their own for third, but this is really separating the two rows on the grid for the final. We have the top two of McClellan and Dillon, and then Palmer and Miller just behind. Although yesterday in the heats it did seem like it was going to be between McClellan and Dillon for the Irish Grand Prix. It's certainly between McClellan and Dillon here for the pre-final, the main final coming up later this afternoon for this Tillotson T4 class, which we'll be bringing you in a few hours time. But for now we're deciding the grids, and we know how dramatic these races can get in the last couple of laps. If you missed the Junior Max race, well, Rory Armstrong and Charlie Gardner coming into contact on the final lap from first and second and hampering their grid start for the Irish Grand Prix final. McClellan once again leading past the flag stand, but Jack Dillon is close this time. Wouldn't be surprised if Jack Dillon makes a move soon. Ewan Miller putting Luke Palmer under a whole lot of pressure in the battle for third and fourth. Dillon not able to get ahead though. Neither is Ewan Miller, so it all stays as it was here heading on to the final couple of laps in this one. 7 laps complete, 1 minute and 14 to go. They're setting 103 laps here in these Tillotson T4s. The fastest lap of the race does belong to Cahan McClellan, but Jack Dillon was the quickest of the bunch on the last lap, setting a new personal best with a 103.3. As Jack Dillon just looking to try and keep up with Cahan here. Cahan's very good through these final corners, isn't he? Always gets a little bit ahead of Jack. Jack does get a better run down the straight, but that's not enough to get him ahead of Cahan McClellan. And here we go, side by side between Miller and Palmer, but Luke Palmer will stay in front of Ewan Miller for the time being in the backpack. As Jack Dillon really close now this time round. Is there a move on in towards the left-hander? No, not quite. Still a bit too far behind. But Cahan McClelland is certainly not home and dry just yet. There's still a bit of pressure being put on by Luke Palmer. As there is actually a penalty coming through for Ewan Miller. He's picked up a 5-second penalty for incorrect starting procedure. So Ewan Miller will finish last in this one, unfortunately, unless he has the best 2 laps a Tillotson T4 has ever seen. He'll be starting 4th for the Irish Grand Prix final. As 1 lap to go here in this one. We have 1 lap left in the Tillotons, and it is Cahan McClelland who is ahead of Jack Dillon. And look at this, great run by Jack Dillon on Cahan McClelland, and Dillon's going to try it down the inside here. It's last lap antics once again at Nuts Corner, and Jack Dillon is ahead of Cahan McClelland, but McClelland going to fight back in towards the hairpin. It's to no avail. Jack Dillon is your new race leader once again, led from pole, lost the lead to Cahan McClelland, but he is now up ahead. Jack Dillon into the race lead on the last lap. It's not as dramatic as Rory Armstrong and Charlie Gardner gave us earlier, but Jack Dillon is in the lead of this race. And Cahan McClelland, I don't think, is going to be able to get it back now. The checkered flag is waiting to be waved for Jack Dillon. Sunday morning drive for Jack Dillon. Not quite, but it's his 2nd win of the day ahead of Cahan McClelland. But Cahan, has he got a good run to the line? No, he hasn't. Jack Dillon, your race winner. Then it'll be Cahan McClelland in 2nd, Luke Palmer in 3rd, and Ewan Miller will finish in 4th. I thought Cahan almost had the run there, as it seems like Luke Palmer and Ewan Miller have carried on racing. They've done 1 more lap. There was no penultimate board shown, to be fair, but I thought most racing drivers were aware that the checkered flag means it's finished. But Jack and Cahan chatting in the paddock. Ewan and Luke are still pushing each other out on circuit, so they'll get a little bit of a given out to by the stewards for that one, for not paying attention to the flags, but nothing more than that, I imagine. As here they are into the pit lane goes Jack Dillon and Luke Palmer. Next up then, we've got the Senior Maxes, and on pole position for the Senior Maxes is the number 58. That is Sean McCormack from Delgany County Wicklow. He won a heat yesterday. In 2nd spot is the number 95. That is Nathan Glenn. In 3rd is the number 141. That is Zach Rogers. Then the number 50 is in 4th position. That is Dylan McDermott. Then next behind him we have the 407. That is going to be Ruben Byrne, and alongside Ruben Byrne will be Zach Leckie. So they're your top 6 here for the Senior Maxis. Number 95 just sat at a Le Mans style start here. As the Senior Maxis go roaring out of pit lane. McCormack on pole, Glenn 2nd, Rogers, McDermott, Byrne, Leckie, Bell, Anna McFall, Walker, Hennessy, Gardner, Chute, McGivern, Biggerstaff, Omar, William, McBurney. They're your top 15. For these Senior Maxes. Senior Rotax Max Kart, 30 brake horsepower at 11,500 RPM. Spare engine weighing 26.5 pounds with a complete power pack of 51 pounds. And of course has a wheelbase of 1,040 millimeters. This should be an interesting one then. McCormack was quick in the heats, but he was more consistent rather than outright dominant, so should be a good battle. as it's a very slow formation lap for these senior maxes. The junior maxes were flying around. The junior X30s almost going on push laps on their warm-ups. As there was Omar William McBurney has to catch up to the back of the field. As here we go then, up towards the final corner, and it will be Sean McCormack who leads from the pole, and he'll be looking to try and take a good run down towards turn number 1 as we go racing here in Nuts Corner once again for the senior maxes. McCormack didn't get a great initial start, but he has got the launch and brakes latest in towards the first corner. It is Sean McCormack who leads ahead of Nathan Glenn in second, so the top two have remained as they were. Couple of shuffling down the order as Sean McCormack still in the race lead in towards turn number 4. Nathan Glenn looking to try chase after him as they're rounding in towards the hairpin corner. Bit of a shuffling around the field as we have all the cars in the pack. I know there was one who was a little bit back as they're going side by side down towards the right hander, and they've slowed up actually, so it seems like we have an aborted start of some sort. Very slow in through here as it seems like we have some form of aborted start, and we will go again. So not at full pace, as is an aborted start for the senior maxes here at Nuts Corner. Senior Max is going again then. Aborted start for whatever reason. Here we go then. Sean McCormack will have another go down towards turn 1. I think they went a bit early. That could be why it was an aborted start, because I know Sean started accelerating very early. The marshals were very strict in where they want these drivers accelerating from, and that's now as Sean McCormack in towards turn number 1. He leads ahead of Nathan Glenn, although the second or the third place driver, that's the 1-4-1. That is Zach Rogers, has got a really good getaway, and he's up into second position. Nathan Glenn losing a couple of spots here. Bit of side by side between the two green and white suit drivers in towards turn number 4. But it is Sean McCormack who still leads here in the senior maxes. Up the hill they go. We're at full racing speed this time heading up the hill. There's no shenanigans on this race start, as there is actually a driver running across the main straight, so one of the drivers has had a bit of an issue. Not too sure there, but it was a problem for someone. We're still racing though. He has got back over and off the track all safely, and his car will be picked up at some point, although I can't actually see his car, so might be some form of mechanical problem. Here comes McCormack then, down towards the first corner. He is ahead of Zach Rogers in second place, and Sean McCormack has had a very good opening lap. There goes to 58, there goes to 407 of Ruben Byrne actually now in second. So Ruben Byrne has got a good has had a good run for the back part of the track, and Ruben Byrne is up to second position. Dylan McDermott up to third, Zach Rogers fourth, then it's Glenn, Leckie, McFall, Bell, Chute, Biggerstaff. They round out your top 10. But more importantly, Sean McCormack still in the lead of this one, ahead of Ruben Byrne. Ruben, 19 years of age, currently second in the Tully Allen Car Club Senior Max 160 Championship. So putting his senior max skills to the test here and chasing down Sean McCormack into the back part of this Nuts Corner karting circuit. Sean McCormack down towards the first corner. Still in the race lead in that Daily Motorsports car. The 2017 Iame X30 Junior Motorsport Ireland champion is Sean McCormack. He finished fourth here in the final last year, sixth in the pre-final, so an improvement upon that as well. Fastest lap of the race being set by the second place man Ruben Byrne though. Nathan Glenn back up to fourth ahead of Zach Rogers. Neville Bell is ahead of Ella Anna McFall for seventh, and Keith Biggerstaff as well is up to ninth spot. So there are the positional changes in the opening couple of laps. We have 6 minutes and 20 seconds to go plus a lap here in this one. as here comes Sean past the flag stand once again. Still McCormack, Byrne, and then in third spot it is still Dylan McDermott, Nathan Glenn fourth, Zach Rogers in fifth, as Adam McGivern and RJ Larkin battling. But it's all been self-explanatory so far for our race leader. He's not been in too much tussles. Self-explanatory other than that restart that he had to conduct, but that was more than fine. Didn't phase a good driver at all. Sean McCormack, your race leader from County Wicklow in the Republic of Ireland. Will be well used to elevation change. As Ruben Byrne has had a good lap there. Ruben Byrne not actually setting the fastest lap. It was Dylan McDermott who did, but it was a good lap for Byrne. He was able to catch up to Sean McCormack. Glenn still in fourth, Rogers fifth, Leckie sixth, Anna McFall ahead of Neville Bell now for seventh. So McFall and Bell having a great little fight for those positions. Two McFalls on the grid, of course, Anna McFall and David McFall. Part of the McFall family, of course. And Sean McCormack definitely looking a little bit closer to Ruben Byrne now, and he won't want that. Ruben Byrne will be delighted, but Sean McCormack not happy with that at all. Wants to be leading out front in the way he was in the opening minutes of this one. We have 4 minutes and 14 to go here in the pre-final for the senior maxes. Dylan McDermott in third, still doing a stellar job. As look at this, Sean McCormack under big pressure from Ruben Byrne in towards the turn number 4, turn number 5. Byrne really putting McCormack now under pressure. And Sean McCormack, will he fold? McCormack really now within touching distance of Ruben Byrne, and Byrne will be looking to get ahead. 0.2 of a second separate them. The last closer now as they head down towards the flag stand, in towards the braking zone of turn number 1. Ruben Byrne, there's going to be a move here surely. This is his best chance of the race. Really close to Sean McCormack. Dylan McDermott right behind here in these senior maxes, the pre-final for the Irish Grand Prix that's coming up later. Sean McCormack just ahead of Ruben Byrne, and is Byrne going to look down the inside? He isn't, but Dylan McDermott might. McDermott's got a good launch here, and Dylan might have a look over the crest in towards the right-hander. No movement down the line just yet. Ruben Byrne obviously just feels he isn't close enough, just waiting for his time to pounce. 2 minutes and 40 to go in this one, plus a lap of course. But Sean McCormack, despite being clawed in by Ruben Byrne, he is just staying in front. Ruben, 19 years of age, Sean, 20 years of age, both with a lot of karting experience under their belts. So they'll be putting it all out on track here at Nuts Corner. But second is still a good starting position as well, and I think Ruben Byrne knows that and has that in the back of his mind. So he saw what happened in the junior maxes earlier on, and you don't want to risk a good starting position for the Irish Grand Prix, especially in a class like this where it's so difficult to overtake, it's so difficult to cut through the pack unless you're seconds quicker. You definitely don't want to run the risk of ruining your Irish Grand Prix final by going for a silly move in the pre-final. And Dylan McDermott closer to Byrne now than Byrne would be to McCormack, so Dylan McDermott might be the man on the move, although just got a slower run through that curve and on towards the start-finish straight. He's further back than where he was for the rest of the lap. The white flag is waving, so we have one more to go. As I'm not actually sure why. No, apologies, that's not the white flag. That's a spectator waving a white flag. It's very confusing when it's right beside the flag stand, but that's not the white flag. We still have plenty of time to go. And Ruben Byrne still has a couple more laps to try and overtake the speedy Sean McCormack. Down the field, no positional changes in the last lap, as there has been another 5-second penalty handed out. That's for driver 518, that's Jay Larkin, for incorrect starting procedure. So that's another 5-second penalty handed out by the marshals. So they come past the tram line once again. 30 seconds to go. Be 2 more laps in this race. It'll be this one and the white flag lap, the actual white flag lap next time round. Ruben Byrne now gets a good run at Sean McCormack. McCormack's had a bad run for the first sector, and is Ruben Byrne going to try dive it down the inside? No, he isn't. Ruben Byrne just staying behind. Dylan McDermott not taking any risks whatsoever. He's the keen spectator in this race, hoping that the top two can collide in a similar fashion to how they did in the Junior Max Rotax class. But Sean McCormack still in front for the time being. As in through the final corners now, we will have 1 more lap to go. The actual last lap board is being held, and it is the last lap of the race. Ruben Byrne, he's very close now. Surely Ruben's got to chuck one up the inside here in towards the left-hand turn 4. Byrne's got a bad run actually, despite being so close, and that could allow Dylan McDermott to go down the inside. Here goes Dylan McDermott. He's made the move of the last lap, the number 50. Dylan McDermott, crucial, like a knife through butter, cuts ahead of Ruben Byrne, and he is ahead. I think the 3rd place man, I think Nathan Glenn, was able to get past Ruben Byrne as well. So that bad exit has cost Ruben Byrne. Sean McCormack home and dry here, bar any of his own errors, and it will be Dylan McDermott who'll start on the front row alongside him in through the final couple of corners. Ruben Byrne still dicing it with Nathan Glenn, so we'll see how they end up at the line. But Sean McCormack out of the final traction zone, across the line, and he will see the checkered flag waving. It'll be Sean McCormack on pole for the Senior Max Irish Grand Prix Final. Full confirmation of results. Ruben Byrne did just stay ahead of Nathan Glenn there on that last lap. Zach Rogers in 5th, Zach Leckie in 6th, with Ella Anna McFall in 7th. Dylan Shute in 8th. Keith Biggerstaff will finish in 9th, with Neville Bell in 10th position. Aaron Walker in 11th, had a Joe Gardner in 12th, Owen Dunn in 13th, Omar William McBurney in 14th, and Adam McGivern in 15th spot. That rounds out your top 15. We'll have 1 more pre-final coming up, folks, and that is, of course, the 250cc Superkarts. They, if you weren't with us yesterday, they run the international track here at Nuts Corner. It's slightly longer, 0.8 of a mile as opposed to 0.7 of a mile, and it has 6 corners as opposed to 13. It's a really cool circuit for these 250 Superkarts, and on pole for them, I believe, is Ross Witherow and Brian Jones alongside. Witherow the winner of heat number 1 and 2nd and 2 and 3. Jones falling down the order in heat number 1, but the winner in 2 and 3. But we'll get full confirmation of that in a moment. No, apologies, it will be Brian Jones on pole position and Ross Witherow in 2nd. They've just swapped around there in the paddock. So it is Jones who is on pole. These Superkarts, of course, have to get a bit of a run-up to start them. They get a bit of a push start. And they are out on the longer circuit. A brief pause between the start of the Superkarts and the end of the Senior Maxes. Someone's kart being picked up out on circuit. It's one of the daily motorsports, so There'll be a bit of a pause. The superkarts are getting ready to run, but we are just waiting for this car to be picked up by the trolleys. In the pit lane then, it's Brian Jones on pole, Ross Witherow in second. Then third will be Liam Fox, fourth Buckley, fifth Menery, sixth will be number 18 of Warren Deary, and then it'll be Peter Deary just behind him. There is the two fighting for this one, Ross Witherow and Brian Jones. Jones, winner of last year's Irish Grand Prix from Scarva, County Down. Currently in this season's Superkart 250 Gearbox Championship, he has 3 wins, 1 podium and 1 non-finish. Second in the championship overall. Ross Witherow alongside him from Newtonards. He raced in the 125 gearbox karts last year, but didn't get to make it to the final. He was a non-classified finisher in 10th spot. In third place then, Liam Fox. He's from County Down as well. He got 4th and 4th in the last Superkarts race, or last Superkarts races, I should say, in Mondello Park in July. He was the winner of the Irish Grand Prix here in this class in 2018. Second in 2015. But he's currently third in the championship in 2023. Liam Fox used to prefer 2 wheels over 4, used to race superbikes. But he's been racing the Superkarts since the year 2000, the turn of the millennium. As fair play to whoever is standing behind Ross Witherow's car while he is revving it. Same goes for Brian Jones, I suppose. But a good crowd in attendance here in Nuts Corner for the Irish Grand Prix. If you are in Nuts Corner and you're tuning into the live stream, there is, of course, charity raffles occurring during the lunch break. We also want to give a big thanks to our sponsors for this event. Tillotson Might E, the Ballymac Hotel, Stewart's Painting and Decorating, Weir & Co, Modern Tarmac and Groundworks, AMX Door and Window Hardware, AB, and of course proudly supporting the Community Rescue Service. Although that sponsor readout was overcovered by the sound of roaring 250 superkarts. Superkarts just on the warm-up lap now, coming around the hairpin. And the real difference maker here at Nuts Corner in the Superkarts track is this first corner, the hairpin. I was speaking to some experienced superkart manufacturers and drivers, and they were telling me if you have to drop a gear through that corner, you can lose up to a second a lap here, and it's a 34-second lap. So if you're losing a second a lap in the hairpin by having to drop a gear, you are you're not in a good place in this Superkarts grid. And Ross Witherow, I think, might have figured that out about halfway through yesterday, because all of a sudden his pace did pick up. We're still on another warm-up lap here. We haven't gone green just yet. These superkarts getting 2 warm-up laps, because the international circuit is quite short for them, to be fair, compared to, say, other circuits where Ross Witherow was racing last week at the in Assen in the Netherlands, a circuit that you will be definitely familiar with if you watch any form of touring cars, or if you watch MotoGP, the Dutch TT, taking place in Assen. But here in Nuts Corner, these superkarts are getting ready to go. Superkarts, 9 minutes plus a lap again here for the pre-final. And it will be Brian Jones looking to get the launch down towards the first corner and fend off Ross Witherow. Ross, we saw, started slowly when he started down the order. Needs to get a good launch here if he wants to keep up with Brian Jones as they're heading down towards the flag stand now. As we go racing here at Nuts Corner, it's a poor start by Witherow. It's a great start by Brian Jones, who's up and away and down towards this first corner here in the international circuit. As they come out of the final corner, or the first corner I should say, it is Brian Jones who is ahead, and that's actually Owen Buckley is up to second, Liam Fox in third. Once again, Witherow's machine just not getting a good launch, getting a terrible launch down towards the first corner, and he's now down to fourth behind Liam Fox. Has to cut through the field again. Brian Jones out of the final corner, past the flag stand in fine form. 36 seconds, an excellent first lap. He'll be down to the 34-second mark in give or take a lap or two. And there goes Owen Buckley in second place, and Ross Witherow. Witherow's ahead of Fox, so Ross Witherow up to third place. He is ahead of Liam Fox now, braking in the uphill right-hander. But Brian Jones is up and away, as we expect. He's across the line, 35.442 for him, 2.8 seconds ahead of Owen Buckley. Ross Witherow is going to be putting the pressure on Owen Buckley, though. That's for sure, as they head down towards the final corner now. Jones exited, and Jones flies. And Ross Witherow has gone ahead of Owen Buckley. So Witherow is ahead of Buckley down towards the final corner. Ross Witherow getting a good run there, and he is into second place. So a bit of deja vu from yesterday. It's a very similar race as Liam Fox. Liam Fox gets past Owen Buckley, as you can see in the straight line. Brian Jones once again getting a thumbs up from the pit stand. Jones, very experienced in these superkarts, and he is proving that here this weekend, but his engine is roaring down the straight. Brian Jones, like, even just by the sound of it, sounds like it's just running superior to the rest of the field. Fastest lap of the race still goes to Ross Witherow, so exactly the same way that we were yesterday. Witherow just doesn't get his first few laps are really not good, but then he just kicks it up, and he's going. Warren Deary, I believe, is in the pit lane, and yet the number 18 is being wheeled into Parc Ferme, so a problem for Warren Deary, and Deary will play no further part here in the pre-final of the Superkarts. Brian Jones almost starting to catch lap traffic, and we still have 5 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Is this going to be a lap the field job by Brian Jones? Well, for the sake of entertainment, we hope not. Ross Witherow, though, is not catching him, in all honesty. Oh, Ross Witherow. Problem for Witherow. Ross is in the pit lane. Ross Witherow will play no further part in this one, and the number 55 is in the pit lane with an issue. That car does not sound right. And Ross Witherow is out of the pre-final, stands out of the car, throws the gloves in the cockpit, and Witherow will play no further part utterly disappointing for Ross. That gives Brian Jones a clean run home here, and it will promote Liam Fox to second for the final, and Colin Menery up to third. Ross Witherow, though, very frustrated in the pit lane. He'll wheel his supercar to Parc Ferme, and you never want to wheel your kart in towards the grid. You want to drive it in as a winner. Ross won't be able to do that, unfortunately. The 55 with a bit of car trouble. It's Brian Jones, 11 seconds now ahead of Liam Fox, with 4.5 minutes to go. So that's Owen Buckley. Owen Buckley has had a problem as well, actually. So he's our third supercar running into trouble in the pre-final. This is a race of attrition. Jones is flying down the main straight now. If we thought he was quick yesterday, Brian Jones is quick today, because he really is bombing it down the main straight here, as there's going to be a swap for position. Menery, no, sorry, apologies, actually that is Peter Deary being lapped by Liam Fox. So Deary now a lap down. There goes Colin Menery, just flicking past the camera shot. Brian Jones bumping and bouncing down the main straight, but he's as quick as ever, and he now has a 15-second lead here. Quickest lap of the race for him, 34.3. He was a second slower in the last lap, so although he's still going quick, he has dialed it back a little bit. Knowing that there's no threat behind, he's seen what can happen very quickly to Ross Witherow, and his engine blew up. Jones knows that something similar could happen in the final if he did just go flat out for all the heats in the races. And we're speaking of problems. That's a problem for that is a problem for Colin Menery, who is physically trying to fix something as he drives down the main straight. So problems for Colin Menery. Is Menery ground to a halt? He's going very slowly. There he is on your screen, and Colin Menery. Yeah, that's a big issue, and we're going to be down to 3 runners in this one. Brian Jones will win it. Liam Fox will get second, but will they even make the end of the race? Colin Menery still in third. He will be overtaken by Peter Deary, though. And it seems like unless your name is Brian Jones, you're going to have a disappointing pre-final. Menery running quicker now, so he seems to have fixed whatever issue he had. Yeah, Menery back up to speed, so the on-the-job learning of how to fix that problem has been quite speedy from Colin Menery. He's fixed that kart really quickly while driving it, so fair play to Colin for getting that one fixed. There's Brian Jones just behind the hairpin now. Where is Brian Jones, actually? There's Menery, and here is Brian Jones. Just getting in front of Peter Deary. .45 seconds to go here in this 250 Superkarts Pre-Final at Nuts Corner. The last of the pre-finals today. If you're just joining us, we'll have the finals coming up after lunchtime, and we have a nice bit of programming for you ready for lunch today, so make sure you do stick around and watch that. Gareth Keys doing a couple of paddock interviews yesterday, so you'll get to hear from some of the superstars here of Nuts Corner, and the Superkarts being led by Brian Jones. Jones actually did have some form of error on the last lap, because he was about 2 seconds off what he's been lapping, but still leading by 16.4 seconds, so Not much of an issue for Brian Jones. This will be the second final lap of the race. The 9 minutes are now up, but we have plus 1 lap after that. As Jones lapping Colin Menery. So said it was a lap the field job for Brian Jones. He's done all but one. Liam Fox, the only survivor on the lead lap. And Jones is being told there is one final lap left for him to cement his place on pole for the final of the Superkarts Irish Grand Prix. But Brian Jones, in the form he's in and in the form his kart is in, is not looking like he's going to have too many issues in winning that one. But never say never in racing. The commentator's curse could well come true, and you could never celebrate too early, especially before the race starts. But he can celebrate this one once he comes across this final corner, because Brian Jones will greet the checkered flag with delight, and it will be a third win of the Irish Grand Prix weekend here at Nuts Corner for Brian Jones, who takes it home ahead of Liam Fox in second position. Liam just heading in towards the final corner now, flying past your camera. Colin Menery has finished in third. There was 3 official retirements from that one. Ross Witherow, Owen Buckley and Warren Deary. Liam Fox coming home in second now. Peter Deary will get a classification finish and he'll come home in 4th place. But that is the pre-finals completed here in Nuts Corner Karting Circuit. It'll be the main finals starting with the junior X30s that will be coming up after the lunchtime. But what an interesting morning of pre-finals. The finals will be way more dramatic. We can guarantee that for sure. We saw how tense and how exciting things got in the pre-finals. Well, the main finals, they're actually racing for something. So it's bound to be excitement here at Nuts Corner. But we will be heading off the live stream for a couple of moments, folks. But remember, don't go anywhere. We have plenty of content coming up to show you while you do wait. We'll have paddock interviews, and of course we'll have words from our sponsors and Nuts Corner's promotional videos. But stay with us, folks. We won't be gone too long, and we will be back for the main finals here at the 42nd running of the Irish Grand Prix.
Now, as some of you may know, the Comer class is going to be phased out. There's not going to be any new homologations. Of course, those of you who invested in karts will carry on racing in the National Championship. But this really is the future. It's much easier to run, to be honest. I went out with my son to Wilton Mill to have a go. I couldn't believe how easy it was, because you're not messing around with jets and carbs and all of these other things with the traditional petrol engines. With this is very much plug and play. And listen, I'm a purist. I love the sound of engines. I've grown up driving cars with engines. But you can also see how much spending money on engines and spending money on Cadet and Bambino karts has really had a big influence on the results. And that's something we as the governing body at Motorsport UK want to change. The old adage of speed costs money, how fast do you want to go, needs to be tweaked a bit. And this really is a more cost-effective way of going, because the batteries are all the same. They can be equalized on software to make sure that all the kids have an equal opportunity to be quick, and it's all about pure driving talent. So the batteries are housed in here. They've got about 3 horsepower, which is just perfect for young kids at the age of 6 coming in to drive. Obviously, if they're under 6, we can put in restrictors, and honestly, it's a little plug that goes in, and you can restrict the speed to 15, 20, whatever mile an hour you want, really, for kids to have their first go and learn how to drive it. And yeah, it's nice to see where the future is going, and obviously with Bambinos, it's going to be the first step. It's going to be a national championship starting off in 2024 with a review at the end of 2025, and we'll see what happens for 26 onwards, whether this really grows to the point where it becomes the only class in Bambino. One of the biggest questions I get from a lot of parents on my website or social media is, how do we get started? We don't even know what to do. We don't know anything about engines. We don't know anything about karts. There's obviously a cost barrier. Motorsport is expensive. Motorsport is a capital-intensive sport. But if you can create an ease of access, i.e. they can get a kart or go and rent a kart from a team and just rock up and arrive and drive, I think we will create a bigger pool of drivers who come into the sport. Across the world of EVs, out on the road and in motor racing, range anxiety is still a topic. I think we can't hide that. And the way it's been structured is you've got an hour of running time. Now, it doesn't sound like a lot, but actually when you think of it in the context of a racing day, if you've got a 2-day weekend, you can do the whole practice day, charge the car overnight, and then do the whole of the Sunday. So really, it shouldn't be a problem for anyone who wants to do a race weekend.
Can't get enough. East side, west side, worldwide. Ride out. Now I ain't got no kids yet, but this right here's for practice. I hate to get the seats in the bins wet, but that's how good your ass is. Make an old man get his glasses, make Wesley pay his taxes, then follow your moves all week on Twitter. Probably make a gay nigga reconsider. You're now rocking with the best, man. Dress game down to the sex game. Won't grab but the boy been blessed, man.
If life was a lemon, how much lemon juice could you squeeze out of that lemon before you die?
Feel it coming in the air. Hear the screams from everywhere. Only thing that's on my mind is who's gonna run this town tonight.
Yeah, I said it, we are. This is Rock Nation. Pledge your allegiance.
This town.
Hi everybody, it's Karun Chandok here, and I've come to check out the new mighty Bambino electric kart. Now, as some of you may know, the Como class is going to be phased out. There's not going to be any new homologations. Of course, those of you who invested in karts will carry on racing in the national championship. But this really is the future. It's much easier to run, to be honest. I went out with my son to Wilton Mill to have a go, and I couldn't believe how easy it was, because you're not messing around with jets and carbs and all of these other things with the traditional petrol engines. With this is very much plug and play. And listen, I'm a purist. I love the sound of engines. I've grown up driving cars with engines. But you can also see how much spending money on engines and spending money on Cadet and Bambino karts has really had a big influence on the results. And that's something we as the governing body at Motorsport UK want to change. The old adage of speed costs money, how fast you want to go, needs to be tweaked a bit. And this really is a more cost-effective way of going, because the batteries are all the same. They can be equalized on software to make sure that all the kids have an equal opportunity to be quick, and it's all about pure driving talent. So the batteries are housed in here. They've got about 3 horsepower, which is just perfect for young kids at the age of 6 coming in to drive. Obviously, if they're under 6, we can put in restrictors. And honestly, it's a little plug that goes in, and you can restrict the speed to 15, 20, whatever mile an hour you want, really, for kids to have their first go and learn how to drive it. And yeah, it's nice to see where the future is going. And obviously, with Bambinos, it's going to be the first step. It's going to be a national championship starting off in 2024 with a review at the end of 2025, and we'll see what happens for 26 onwards, whether this really grows to the point where it becomes the only class in Bambino. One of the biggest questions I get from a lot of parents on my website or social media is, how do we get started? We don't even know what to do. We don't know anything about engines. We don't know anything about karts. There's obviously a cost barrier. Motorsport is expensive. Motorsport is a capital-intensive sport. But if you can create an ease of access, i.e. they can get a kart or go and rent a kart from a team and just rock up and arrive and drive, I think we will create a bigger pool of drivers who come into the sport. Across the world of EVs, out on the road and in motor racing, range anxiety is still a topic. I think we can't hide that. And the way it's been structured is you've got an hour of running time. Now, it doesn't sound like a lot, but actually when you think of it in the context of a racing day, if you've got a 2-day weekend, you can do the whole practice day, charge the car overnight, and then do the whole of the Sunday. So really, it shouldn't be a problem for anyone who wants to do a race weekend.
Southside, can't get enough, can't get enough. Eastside, Westside, worldwide. Ride out. Now I ain't got no kids yet, but this right here's for practice. I hate to get the seats in the bins wet, but that's how good your ass is. Make an old man get his glasses, make Wesley pay his taxes, then follow your moves all week on Twitter. Probably make a gay nigga reconsider. You're now rockin' with the best, man. Dress game down to the sex game. Won't brag, but the boy been blessed, man.
If life was a lemon, how much lemon juice could you squeeze out of that lemon before you die?
Feel it coming in the air. Hear the screams from everywhere. Only thing that's on my mind is who's gonna run this town tonight.
Yeah, I said that we are. This is Rock Nation. Pledge your allegiance.
We gon' run this town.
Hi everybody, it's Karun Chandok here, and I've come to check out the new mighty Bambino electric kart. Now, as some of you may know, the Como class is going to be phased out. There's not going to be any new homologations. Of course, those of you who invested in karts will carry on racing in the national championship. But this really is the future. It's much easier to run, to be honest. I went out with my son to Wilton Mill to have a go. I couldn't believe how easy it was, because you're not messing around with jets and carbs and all of these other things with the traditional petrol engines. With this is very much plug and play. And listen, I'm a purist. I love the sound of engines. I've grown up driving cars with engines. But you can also see how much spending money on engines and spending money on Cadet and Bambino karts has really had a big influence on the results. And that's something we as the governing body at Motorsport UK want to change. The old adage of speed costs money, how fast you want to go, needs to be tweaked a bit. And this really is a more cost-effective way of going, because the batteries are all the same. They can be equalized on software to make sure that all the kids have an equal opportunity to be quick, and it's all about pure driving talent. So the batteries are housed in here. They've got about 3 horsepower, which is just perfect for young kids at the age of 6 coming in to drive. Obviously, if they're under 6, we can put in restrictors. And honestly, it's a little plug that goes in, and you can restrict the speed to 15, 20, whatever mile an hour you want, really, for kids to have their first go and learn how to drive it. And yeah, it's nice to see where the future is going. And obviously with Bambinos, it's going to be the first step. It's going to be a national championship starting off in 2024 with a review at the end of 2025, and we'll see what happens for 26 onwards, whether this really grows to the point where it becomes the only class in Bambino. One of the biggest questions I get from a lot of parents on my website or social media is, how do we get started? We don't even know what to do. We don't know anything about engines. We don't know anything about karts. There's obviously a cost barrier. Motorsport is expensive. Motorsport is a capital-intensive sport. But if you can create an ease of access, i.e. they can get a kart or go and rent a kart from a team and just rock up and arrive and drive, I think we will create a bigger pool of drivers who come into the sport. Across the world of EVs, out on the road and in motor racing, range anxiety is still a topic. I think we can't hide that. And the way it's been structured is you've got an hour of running time. Now, it doesn't sound like a lot, but actually when you think of it in the context of a racing day, if you've got a 2-day weekend, you can do the whole practice day, charge the car overnight, and then do the whole of the Sunday. So really, it shouldn't be a problem for anyone who wants to do a race weekend.
Can't get enough, can't get enough. East side, west side, worldwide. Ride out. Now I ain't got no kids yet, but this right here's for practice. I hate to get the seats in the bins wet, but that's how good your ass is. Make an old man get his glasses, make Wesley pay his taxes, then follow your moves all week on Twitter. Probably make a gay nigga reconsider. You're now rockin' with the best, man. Dress game down to the sex game. Won't brag, but the boy been blessed, man.
If life was a lemon, how much lemon juice could you squeeze out of that lemon before you die?
Only thing that's on my mind is who's gonna run this town tonight.
Yeah, I said it, we are. This is Rock Nation. Pledge your allegiance.
We gon' run this town.
Hi everybody, it's Karun Chandok here, and I've come to check out the new mighty Bambino electric kart. Now, as some of you may know, the Como class is going to be phased out. There's not going to be any new homologations. Of course, those of you who invested in karts will carry on racing in the national championship. But this really is the future. It's much easier to run, to be honest. I went out with my son to Wilton Mill to have a go. I couldn't believe how easy it was, because you're not messing around with jets and carbs and all of these other things with the traditional petrol engines. With this is very much plug and play. And listen, I'm a purist. I love the sound of engines. I've grown up driving cars with engines. But you can also see how much spending money on engines and spending money on Cadet and Bambino karts has really had a big influence on the results. And that's something we as the governing body at Motorsport UK want to change. The old adage of speed costs money, how fast you want to go, needs to be tweaked a bit. And this really is a more cost-effective way of going, because the batteries are all the same. They can be equalized on software to make sure that all the kids have an equal opportunity to be quick, and it's all about pure driving talent. So the batteries are housed in here. They've got about 3 horsepower, which is just perfect for young kids at the age of 6 coming in to drive. Obviously, if they're under 6, we can put in restrictors. And honestly, it's a little plug that goes in, and you can restrict the speed to 15, 20, whatever mile an hour you want, really. So, and learn how to drive it. And yeah, it's nice to see where the future is going. And obviously with Bambinos, it's going to be the first step. It's going to be a national championship starting off in 2024 with a review at the end of 2025, and we'll see what happens for 26 onwards, whether this really grows to the point where it becomes the only class in Bambino. One of the biggest questions I get from a lot of parents on my website or social media is, how do we get started? We don't even know what to do. We don't know anything about engines. We don't know anything about karts. There's obviously a cost barrier. Motorsport is expensive. Motorsport is a capital-intensive sport. But if you can create an ease of access, i.e. they can get a kart or go and rent a kart from a team and just rock up and arrive and drive, I think we will create a bigger pool of drivers who come into the sport. Across the world of EVs, out on the road and in motor racing, range anxiety is still a topic. I think we can't hide that. And the way it's been structured is you've got an hour of running time. Now, it doesn't sound like a lot, but actually when you think of it in the context of a racing day, if you've got a 2-day weekend, you can do the whole practice day, charge the car overnight, and then do the whole of the Sunday. So really, it shouldn't be a problem for anyone who wants to do a race weekend.
Can't get enough. East side, west side, worldwide. Ride out. Now I ain't got no kids yet, but this right here's for practice. I hate to get the seats in the bins wet, but that's how good your ass is. Make an old man get his glasses, make Wesley pay his taxes, then follow your moves all week on Twitter. Probably make a gay nigga reconsider. You're now rockin' with the best, man. Dress game down to the sex game. Won't brag, but the boy been blessed, man.
If life was a lemon, how much lemon juice could you squeeze out of that lemon before you die?
Feel it coming in the air. Hear the screams from everywhere. Only thing that's on my mind is who's gonna run this town tonight.
Yeah, I said it, we are. This is Rock Nation. Pledge your allegiance.
We gon' run this town.
Hi everybody, it's Karun Chandok here, and I've come to check out the new mighty Bambino electric kart. Now, as some of you may know, the Como class is going to be phased out. There's not going to be any new homologations. Of course, those of you who invested in karts will carry on racing in the national championship. But this really is the future. It's much easier to run, to be honest. I went out with my son to Wilton Mill to have a go. I couldn't believe how easy it was, because you're not messing around with jets and carbs and all of these other things with the traditional petrol engines. With this is very much plug and play. And listen, I'm a purist. I love the sound of engines. I've grown up driving cars with engines. But you can also see how much spending money on engines and spending money on Cadet and Bambino karts has really had a big influence on the results. And that's something we as the governing body at Motorsport UK want to change. The old adage of speed costs money, how fast you want to go, needs to be tweaked a bit. And this really is a more cost-effective way of going, because the batteries are all the same. They can be equalized on software to make sure that all the kids have an equal opportunity to be quick, and it's all about pure driving talent. So the batteries are housed in here. They've got about 3 horsepower, which is just perfect for young kids at the age of 6 coming in to drive. Obviously, if they're under 6, we can put in restrictors. And honestly, it's a little plug that goes in, and you can restrict the speed to 15, 20, whatever mile an hour you want, really, for kids to have their first go and learn how to drive it. And yeah, it's nice to see where the future is going. And obviously, with Bambinos, it's going to be the first step. It's going to be a national championship starting off in 2024 with a review at the end of 2025, and we'll see what happens for 26 onwards, whether this really grows to the point where it becomes the only class in Bambino. One of the biggest questions I get from a lot of parents on my website or social media is, how do we get started? We don't even know what to do. We don't know anything about engines. We don't know anything about karts. There's obviously a cost barrier. Motorsport is expensive. Motorsport is a capital-intensive sport. But if you can create an ease of access, i.e. they can get a kart or go and rent a kart from a team and just rock up and arrive and drive, I think we will create a bigger pool of drivers who come into the sport. Across the world of EVs, out on the road and in motor racing, range anxiety is still a topic. I think we can't hide that. And the way it's been structured is you've got an hour of running time. Now, it doesn't sound like a lot, but actually when you think of it in the context of a racing day, if you've got a 2-day weekend, you can do the whole practice day, charge the car overnight, and then do the whole of the Sunday. So really, it shouldn't be a problem for anyone who wants to do a race weekend.
can't get enough, can't get enough. East side, west side, worldwide. Ride out. Now I ain't got no kids yet, but this right here's for practice. I hate to get the seats in the bins wet, but that's how good your ass is. Make an old man get his glasses, make Wesley pay his taxes, then follow your moves all week on Twitter. Probably make a gay nigga reconsider. You're now rockin' with the best, man. Dress game down to the sex game. Won't brag, but the boy been blessed, man.
If life was a lemon, how much lemon juice could you squeeze out of that lemon before you die?
Feel it coming in the air. Hear the screams from everywhere. Only thing that's on my mind is who's gonna run this town tonight.
Yeah, I say that we are. This is Rock Nation. Pledge your allegiance.
We gon' run this town.
Hi everybody, it's Karun Chandok here, and I've come to check out the new mighty Bambino electric kart. Now, as some of you may know, the Como class is going to be phased out. There's not going to be any new homologations. Of course, those of you who invested in karts will carry on racing in the national championship. But this really is the future. It's much easier to run, to be honest. I went out with my son to Wilton Mill to have a go. I couldn't believe how easy it was, because you're not messing around with jets and carbs and all of these other things with the traditional petrol engines. With this is very much plug and play. And listen, I'm a purist. I love the sound of engines. I've grown up driving cars with engines. But you can also see how much spending money on engines and spending money on Cadet and Bambino karts has really had a big influence on the results. And that's something we as the governing body at Motorsport UK want to change. The old adage of speed costs money, how fast you want to go, needs to be tweaked a bit. And this really is a more cost-effective way of going, because the batteries are all the same. They can be equalized on software to make sure that all the kids have an equal opportunity to be quick, and it's all about pure driving talent. So the batteries are housed in here. They've got about 3 horsepower, which is just perfect for young kids at the age of 6 coming in to drive. Obviously, if they're under 6, we can put in restrictors. And honestly, it's a little plug that goes in, and you can restrict the speed to 15, 20, whatever mile an hour you want, really, for kids to have their first go and learn how to drive it. And yeah, it's nice to see where the future is going. And obviously, with Bambinos, it's going to be the first step. It's going to be a national championship starting off in 2024 with a review at the end of 2025, and we'll see what happens for 26 onwards, whether this really grows to the point where it becomes the only class in Bambino. One of the biggest questions I get from a lot of parents on my website or social media is, how do we get started? We don't even know what to do. We don't know anything about engines. We don't know anything about karts. There's obviously a cost barrier. Motorsport is expensive. Motorsport is a capital-intensive sport. But if you can create an ease of access, i.e. they can get a kart or go and rent a kart from a team and just rock up and arrive and drive, I think we will create a bigger pool of drivers who come into the sport. Across the world of EVs, out on the road and in motor racing, range anxiety is still a topic. I think we can't hide that. And the way it's been structured is you've got an hour of running time. Now, it doesn't sound like a lot, but actually when you think of it in the context of a racing day, if you've got a 2-day weekend, you can do the whole practice day, charge the car overnight, and then do the whole of the Sunday. So really, it shouldn't be a problem for anyone who wants to do a race weekend.
And a big welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to Nuts Corner. Lunch is over, and now it's the time we've all been waiting for. It is the finals of this year's Irish Grand Prix. And first up, it's the Junior Iame X30 class. And these have been fabulous racing all weekend, and they've provided some brilliant action. On the pole for this one is Luke Agnew. He's won 2 heats and won the pre-final this morning extremely quickly, but that does not guarantee him the win, of course, in this one, because he has some really quick drivers starting around him. In second position, Adam Holmes, who challenged Luke all the way this morning. And then the number 66 of Rory Armstrong is in third. One final discussion with the mechanics, with the parents. It's time. You're on your own. Just you, the helmet, and the kart. And you've got to try and deliver if you want to win this Irish Grand Prix. For the final time on track here for the Junior Iame X30s, they're 125cc single-cylinder 2-strokes, electric starter and water-cooled. They get about 23 horsepower, and they are quick karts and very fun to race. They're all running on Comet tyres as well, of course. So Luke Agnew, well known now in this class, especially this morning. He's from Ballyclare, Antrim, so it would be fantastic for him to win here around what is one of his local tracks. Luke races for TRED, and he also loves darts, he tells us. Well, he's got to love this Nuts Corner circuit for the next 11 minutes and 1 lap, because he's going to be pushed all the way here by Rory Armstrong, Adam Holmes. Keep an eye on TJ Taff as well, as we see them coming round to start the first final here for the Irish Grand Prix. It is Luke Agnew on pole position in the number 304. Keep an eye on him, and then it's the 319 of Adam Holmes alongside him, as they're heading now down past the flag stand as we go racing in Nuts Corner for the first start. It's a cracking start by Luke Agnew. Adam Holmes has got a poor getaway as Agnew down towards turn number 2. He is up and ahead. Rory Armstrong now into second place, getting a good start just like he got this morning, but he's been bumped all the way in towards turn number 3. Agnew is up and away. He's got a good start down towards the left-handers, but there's still moves being made, and Rory Armstrong is under big pressure here. Just about survives in towards that corner, but he's still got the kart on the outside of him. But Rory Armstrong is good and still in second place. They head up the hill to the right-hander for the first time. You can see defensive manoeuvres being put in. Adam Holmes looking to try recover from the time he lost at the start, as they're heading in towards the right-hander and down towards the horseshoe. What a margin Luke Agnew has here. Exceptional start from the Ballyclare lad, and he is up and ahead and onwards to try and win this year's Irish Grand Prix. He's been exceptional in the heats, but there is nothing that's quite like the final. Across the start-finish line to complete the first lap here, 11 minutes and 1 lap, this finale heat, as Agnew comes past camera shot. Second place, that's the number 36, Atil Lestrange. We saw Lestrange. It was right up with Luke Agnew this morning. They were side by side at multiple points. Adam Holmes as well involved in that fight, as he is now. Up the hill they go, Luke Agnew still in the race lead. The gap he had coming across the line was 0.6 of a second. Evan Johnston in third, Adam Holmes in fourth, and then it is Rory Armstrong in fifth. Chad Lehman is in sixth. TJ Taff in seventh, with Keenan Murphy in eighth. Michaela Hart has dropped down to ninth, so a poor start for Michaela here in this final race. But Luke Agnew, what a start he's got. He's a man who is a bubble of confidence right now, and he's extending that gap over Theo Lestrange. Across the line they go, fastest laps of the race trading. Evan Lestrange in the 3:11 has got a very nice lap, and he is up and ahead of Adam Holmes and setting the fastest lap currently, which is a 57.325. 8 minutes and 50 on the clock here in our first finale of the Irish Grand Prix. It's Luke Agnew leading. In the backpack, a couple of changes. Jamie Peoples has gained a spot, as has Jack Murphy. They've got ahead of Adam Blaney. Martin Shannon in 14th. Michaela Hart has got ahead of Keenan Murphy. It's in toward the back part of the circuit. That gap is closing between Luke Agnew and Theo Lestrange. Identical laps the last time round, both in the 57.4s, but Luke Agnew is slowly being clawed in by the Dublin racer, racing for Daily Motorsport. Two different teams at the front of this one. Battle for fourth raging on as well. That is Adam Holmes and Rory Armstrong who are fighting. The number 66 has fallen down the order a bit in that Tony Kart livery, but he is still hunting down. Agnew still comfortably in the lead, 0.5 of a second, almost 6 at the line between himself and Theo Lestrange, but that's not a comfortable margin, and you can never really relax around this nuts corner circuit. It's always coming at you, but especially in a race that's such high attrition like this one. Heading up the hill, Luke Agnew still in the race lead, but Lestrange is quick. Theo Lestrange is very quick here in this heat, and he's slowly catching Luke Agnew. Both these guys know well what's on the line. Theo Lestrange last year here at Nuts Corner for the Irish Grand Prix got 6th. Luke Agnew got 2nd, of course. They're looking to win the Irish Grand Prix here this year and avenge their woes from the previous 12 months. Agnew in towards turn 2, leads ahead of Lestrange. Then in third place is Evan Johnston, Armstrong 4th, Grant in 5th, and then Adam Holmes in 6th position. Keith Grant, last year's winner here, of course. Theo Lestrange just getting a good run up the hill and slowly catching Luke Agnew. But will he have enough time? 6 minutes and 30 is the exact amount of time that Theo Lestrange has. Fastest lap on the last lap, 0.2 of a second quicker for Theo Lestrange, than Luke Agnew. 56.7 for Lestrange, 56.9 for Luke Agnew. And you can just see that gap slowly closing. That won't help Luke Agnew, because every time he looks over his shoulder, that Daily Motorsports cart will just be that little bit closer. Theo Lestrange, who also races a Tillotson T4, is right behind the Ballyclare lad. Battle for third here between Evan Johnston and Rory Armstrong. Armstrong now ahead. Great move by Rory Armstrong. He's up and ahead. That's now third place for him, and he's going to try and go up and catch Luke Agnew and Theo Lestrange. But it does seem to be a two-horse race here at this point, but we still have plenty of time to go in the Irish Grand Prix finale for the Junior X30 classes. Next up is the Cadets, of course, the Cadet Libre class, which we will be seeing in a few moments as they come into the back part of the track. Look how close Theo Lestrange is getting to Luke Agnew, and this would really be an upset if Agnew was to lose this class. But Lestrange just has the bit between his teeth. He's just gaining on Luke, and he wants And Lestrange looking very close to Agnew in towards turn number 1 this time round. Is he close in towards turn number 2? He is. He's not quite bumping him around the corner, but he is getting very close. And Luke will be very, very much aware of how close proximity Theo Lestrange is right behind him. Still no move attempted from Lestrange. He's a healthy margin behind, so he can have one go, and if it fails, he can still be able to catch back up. On the last lap, Luke Agnew was actually the quicker of the pair, but they're still only separated by a tenth of a second. So there's literally nothing in this one. Further down the order, TJ Taff ahead of Michaela Hart, and then Chad Lehman down to 9th. Keenan Murphy as well, holding a solid 10th. Through the final corner then, this gap just not closing as much as Theo Lestrange would probably like down the straight. And Theo Lestrange just not able to get close. Goes into turn number 1, looks for the open door, cannot find it. That's bolted shut by Luke Agnew. 2 minutes and 55 to go here in the finale of the Junior Iame X30 Irish Grand Prix. And is this Theo Lestrange's chance? No, not able. Luke Agnew still in front in his orange kart. Agnew in the lead, wearing number 304. Theo Lestrange behind, number 36. Antrim versus Dublin out on the circuit. And Luke Agnew, what's saving him here is that final sector. Luke very good through there. It's twisty, it's turny, it's not easy to follow, but Luke Agnew is very good through there, and that's what's separating him from Theo Lestrange at this point. On the last lap, Agnew was quicker again by a tenth of a second, now 2/10 of a second in front of Theo Lestrange, but it's a game of centimetres this. There is literally nothing in it. As you can see them heading up the hill. Still Armstrong in 3rd, Grant 4th, Holmes 5th, Johnston 6th, Half 7th, Michaela Hart 8th, Chad Lehman 9th, and then Keenan Murphy in 10th position. That's your top 10. As of now, a little bit further back, you have Jack Murphy, Adam Blaney, Martin Shannon, and unfortunately Jamie Peoples a little bit down the order, having some form of issue there. But Luke Agnew still in the race lead here. The laps are slowly ticking by for Theo Lestrange. He's been right behind Luke Agnew for what feels like hours now for Luke Agnew, but it is only a matter of laps. But there's only a couple of laps left to the finish. There is 1 minute 16 to be exact, which makes me think 2 more laps after this one. Agnew just still driving the kart well, driving it out of the corners, maybe compromising the exits, because that seems to be where Lestrange is getting closer, but definitely getting the good... Sorry, apologies, compromising the entries, because that's where Lestrange is getting closer, but definitely getting a good exit, especially in this back part of the circuit. Onto the main straight once again. Lestrange is close this time. Lestrange is close, and he's getting the slipstream on Luke Agnew, and Agnew has to make a defensive manoeuvre. Here comes Theo Lestrange. This is the closest he's been for quite some time. But no, still just off and towards turn 2. In these Iame X30s, you got to be right behind you got to be right behind the kart in front. In this case, Luke Agnew through turn 2. If you want to make a move through 3 or through 4. Theo Lestrange knows that. He's trying to get as close to Luke Agnew as possible. Just not finding any joy in it now. Up the hill they go. Still no move for Lestrange. And Luke Agnew only has a couple more laps to go. 2 more laps after this one. The clock will end on the last lap. Although the whiteboard does seem to be out, so this could be going on to the last lap of the race. As now Theo Lestrange launches his attack, 1 lap to go. Lestrange knows it's now or never for his Irish Grand Prix, and he's got to try find a way past Luke Agnew. This is what these two have been waiting for. The last lap of the finale here at Nuts Corner Karting. Is Luke Agnew able to hold it in towards turn number 4? You have to feel if he gets through the uphill right-hander at the end of the lap, he's home and dry. But Lestrange has got a great exit out of here, and this is going to be a battle down towards the right-hander. Here comes Theo Lestrange. It's a last lap move down the inside. Luke Agnew holds it round the outside though, and Agnew is still ahead. Is Theo Lestrange able to get close? I don't think he is. Rory Armstrong is right with this fight as well, but Luke Agnew has a couple corners to go to try and achieve his dream of winning the Irish Grand Prix. It's an Antrim man winning an Antrim. Luke Agnew is the Irish Grand Prix Junior Iame X30 winner. A fist pump of delight. He's been exceptional all weekend. And Luke Agnew, take a bow. That was an impressive showing. Kept Theo Lestrange right behind. Lestrange should be proud of his performance as well. Kept right up with one of the best. And number 304 is the first man to win the Irish Grand Prix. And it is Luke Agnew. Your full results: Agnew, of course, taking the win ahead of Theo Lestrange. Rory Armstrong 3rd, Keith Grant in 4th, Evan Johnston in 5th, then Adam Holmes 6th, TJ Taft comes home in 7th, Michaela Hart comes home in 8th, ahead of Keenan Murphy in 9th, Chad Lehman in 10th, Jack Murphy in 11th, and Adam Blaney in 12th. Unfortunately, no finish for Martin Shannon and Jamie Peoples, but that is the Junior X30 completed. And what a feeling for Luke Agnew. There is fist bumps of delight in the paddock, and he will be celebrating this one for a long time. A lot of respect being shown between Rory Armstrong, Theo Lestrange, disheartened as you could expect. They say second place is the worst place to finish, but still a fantastic job indeed. Well, as much as that is Luke Agnew's day made, we are not actually finished. That's just the first of what we have here this afternoon. Well, next up we will have the Cadet Libra class for their final here at Nuts Corner. Cadets out on track now, and on pole position in the Cadets is Callum McVeigh, sporting number 75 from Lochbrickland, County Down. He's currently, finished 4th, I should say, in the Motorsport Ireland Cadet Novice 2023 Championship. Finished 2nd in Nuts Corner in the Ulster Karting Club Round 5 2 years ago, and of course finished 2nd in the 2022 Northern Ireland Karting Association Bambino Championship. Mikey Kelly starts alongside him on the front row in the 233. Mikey Kelly, 9 years of age, as is Callum McVeigh. And Mikey Kelly, a man who posts some of his karting on boards to YouTube, so go check them out, especially if it's an Irish Grand Prix one. But this should be a battle again to the finish, just like it was in the X30s. Callum McVeigh will bring us to the timing stand, will bring us to the flag stand, and will get us underway from our second final here in the Cadet Libra class. We go racing at Nuts Corner. Great start from Callum McVeigh. He's up ahead, and it's been aborted. We've had it aborted. Callum McVeigh did get a great start, but the start has been waved off. Green and yellow flags waving, they're still racing, but now they shall slow. The Cadet Libra class has had the start waved off. We've actually lost a few cadets, I believe, on the running order. No, we haven't, sorry. There is all 12 out on track. It didn't seem like it was 12, but that might just be delusion from the size of the senior and junior max grids. But third place, Ethan Robinson. Keep an eye on him as well as Oliver Meredith. In 4th, those are 2 guys who are right up there, as well as Cathan Knox. Jamie Mulvey, also in 6th place. Keep an eye on him. They're just circling back round to have another go. And we will have a second start here in the Cadet Libre class. As if these drivers' nerves weren't probably big enough right now. They're being held and made go again. Timer restarted, 11 minutes and 1 lap to go. And here comes Callum McVeigh, leading the cadets to the start-finish line. Alongside him, of course, Mikey Kelly. Keep an eye on Kelly in that blue card. McVeigh in the green as we go racing once again here in Nuts Corner. Third place man, that is Ethan Robinson, has got a great start. Callum McVeigh leads, now it's Robinson and Kelly side by side, and it's going to be Mikey Kelly who comes out on top. Ethan Robinson not able to get in front, so Mikey Kelly in front now. Still going to be Callum McVeigh in the race lead. Fourth place now holding his own. Oliver Meredith is in there as Mikey Kelly still side by side here with Ethan Robinson, and Robinson is now in front of Mikey Kelly. That's a great start from Ethan Robinson. His Irish Grand Prix finale has started in fine fashion, and he's up into second place and potentially going for the race lead here and towards the right-hander. Mikey Kelly will launch an attack in towards the first sector the next time round, you feel, but still doing a good job indeed. Ethan Robinson under pressure from the Callum McVeigh under pressure from the second place man Ethan Robinson. They're heading through the right hander up towards the timing stand. Keep an eye on Mikey Kelly, he's still in this fight as well and has got a good run down the straight. Defensive manoeuvre from Callum McVeigh on Ethan Robinson here in towards turn number 2. It's the 203 of Robinson looking to dive down the inside. Ethan Robinson, that's a fantastic move, that is an excellent move, it's a final worthy move, but Callum McVeigh will fight back. Robinson, look at that for a switchback in towards turn number 4. Ethan Robinson has the inside line on Callum McVeigh. McVeigh will be doing well if he holds this one. Mikey Kelly looking to get involved. Kelly now trying to go for second place, and Kelly's wide. Mikey Kelly is wide. Oliver Meredith sneaks through, and Mikey Kelly will... Jamie Mulvey, I believe that snuck through. Oliver Meredith getting a poor start and is down to 5th place. They're still battling in towards the hairpin. It is McVeigh who is in front of Ethan Robinson. Mikey Kelly there in third as there's a move from Jamie Mulvey in the background, it seems. Still 9 minutes to go in this one, so this could be non-stop fighting until the end of the race. But leader unchanged despite the attack from the car behind. Callum McVeigh will lead us up and across the start-finish line in towards turn number 1. No move being attempted this time round by Ethan Robinson, and McVeigh leads us in. Then it is Oliver Meredith in third, so he's got up. It's then Mikey Kelly in 4th and Jamie Mulvey in 5th in the orange helmet. But still Robinson attacking McVeigh, or apologies, Callum McVeigh has actually fallen to 2nd, so Ethan Robinson has got up and ahead in the 203 as they head up the hill. Callum McVeigh actually getting a really poor run through the first sector. He's now under pressure from the 3rd place driver. You can see a bit of a bump in towards the right-hander, and up the hill they go once again. And is McVeigh under pressure? There's a dive certainly on Callum McVeigh. Yes, there's a bit of contact, and Callum McVeigh is off the circuit. There's 3 cars off the circuit. There's a lot of drama here in this Irish Grand Prix Cadet Final. Callum McVeigh, who started on pole, won the Pre-Final, has been shoved off the circuit and is way down the back. Still amongst it here is Callum McVeigh, but we'll get you the new order as they cross the start-finish line. Ethan Robinson leads, Jamie Mulvey in 2nd, Cahan Knox 3rd, Callum McVeigh now 4th, Jaden McElhenney, what a start Jaden's got, up to 5th position here, right from the back of this grid, or at least he was at the back starting the Pre-Final, and he's getting right up there. Jaden doing himself proud. But what a lead now for Ethan Robinson. Robinson finished 10th in the Irish Grand Prix here last year at Nuts Corner in this class. Didn't finish higher than 4th in any of the races. He's now leading the grand finale. 2nd place, Jamie Mulvey, the County Kildare driver, who hasn't been as high up as 2nd, I don't think, all weekend. He's been good, but just hasn't been as high up as 2nd. But a real opportunity here for Jamie Mulvey to finish on the podium. The yellow flags are out. There's a kart stranded on the right-hand side, and they are now out of the race. The timing screen is showing it as Mikey Kelly. So Mikey, who started on the front row, will end his weekend walking back to the paddock, and that is a disappointing result for poor Mikey Kelly. Only 9 years of age, and what a show he was putting on. Callum McVeigh going for the move here in towards second place. That's on the 225. That's Jamie Mulvey in the orange helmet. So McVeigh now trying to return back to the race lead, and Jamie Mulvey a little bit wide through there. This is a real opportunity for Callum McVeigh to try dive down the inside. Defensive line from Jamie Mulvey. This squabbling for second position is allowing Ethan Robinson to run away at the front of the order, and you can see Jamie Mulvey just ahead of Callum McVeigh, but this could all change going up the hill in towards the right-hander. Mulvey on the outside, McVeigh on the inside, and there, oh, that's a big snap for Callum McVeigh. It's more problems for Callum McVeigh. What a troubled race Callum is having. Was off the grass at this very corner a couple of laps ago, and he's now involved in squabbles, and this is Jamie Mulvey. Jamie Mulvey has a problem. Jamie Mulvey has lost a lot of positions, and that's very disappointing for the 225. It seems like this is just a race of survival, unless your name is Ethan Robinson, of course. But Jamie Mulvey has fallen down to 6th position. Callum McVeigh once again going for a move. I think this one is on Cahan Knox, who he's got ahead of. That is the numbers actually ripped off that one, and yeah, it was Cahan Knox that he is going for the position on. Order now: Ethan Robinson, Oliver Meredith, Callum McVeigh, Cahan Knox, Jaden McElhenney, Jamie Mulvey, Jude Devan, Toby Picken, Ben O'Keefe, Jack Miller, Jacob Conlon, and of course Mikey Kelly will play no further part. 4 minutes 50 to go here in the finale of the Cadet Libre class. Iame Cadets, Honda Cadets, Rotax Cadets. It's currently Iame on top though in this one, in the form of Ethan Robinson. And he has to be feeling good right now, because he has a gap behind to what feels like a pack of wild animals going side by side, 3 abreast every chance they can. And just as we say that, they're trying it again. Robinson up to the start-finish line. In second position, it is Oliver Meredith, and then Callum McVeigh and Cahan Knox who are battling. There is Meredith, there is McVeigh, there is Knox. Ethan Robinson leaps and bounds ahead of them all, and this is boding nicely for Ethan Robinson. In terms of lap times, Oliver Meredith with the quickest, 105.981. Last lap for Ethan Robinson, a 106.7. So Robinson losing time. He can't get too complacent. Got to just keep pushing in this race. This is the last one of the weekend. As here is Robinson in towards the right-hander. Through towards the final corner is Ethan Robinson. What a gap he has ahead of Oliver Meredith and Callum McVeigh. Is McVeigh able to get past Oliver Meredith? Oliver has been good this weekend though, so Callum McVeigh may struggle potentially to get past the 204. Oliver Meredith, 2 wins in the Motorsport Ireland Cadet 96 kilogram class. He drives for Turn of 3 Motorsport. And here comes Callum McVeigh looking to launch an attack, not able to make it in towards turn number 3. Ethan Robinson. Two minutes and 30 seconds here to go in this one. Ethan Robinson comfortable at the front of the Cadet Libre class grid, which is not something we've seen an awful lot this weekend. Mikey Kelly, I believe, has got back going and is circling around the track just to finish the race. I suppose finishing the Irish Grand Prix it doesn't match the chance that he had to win it, but it is some form of positive to take into next year at least. Still the same order for the podium: Robinson, Meredith, McVeigh, then Cahan Knox behind, and behind Cahan Knox, Jaden McElhenney. This will feel like a win for Jaden, because when he came into this morning he was last in this cadet grid, and he's now battling for a podium placing. Callum McVeigh not able to get past Oliver Meredith. Meredith taking the defensive line in towards the hairpin, but not able to take it as Robinson heads up the hill, as does Meredith and McVeigh. There is a minute and 17 to go in this one for the Cadet Libre Class Irish Grand Prix finale. As it seems to be a day for the orange helmets. Luke Agnew won the race wearing sort of a red one, I suppose. Ethan Robinson doing the same. And there is Ethan Robinson heading round in the race lead. 48 seconds to go in this one. So I think we'll have one more lap after this. But that will all be confirmed. Still no joy for Callum McVeigh, not able to get past Oliver Meredith. Meredith driving a strong race here, very strong race, and keeping in front of Callum McVeigh. We know it's difficult to overtake around this Nuts Corner circuit, but Oliver Meredith doing a great defensive performance. And look at this is a battle in towards the right-hander. That's a dive from Callum McVeigh, and just as we say it, McVeigh finds a way, and he's up and ahead in towards second place. Now he has the job of his life to try catch Ethan Robinson. As across the line, here comes Ethan Robinson. He will get one more lap. There'll be one lap to go. They get the penultimate lap flag, and Oliver Meredith is back ahead of Ethan Robinson. There's a yellow flag in the first sector, and seems like it's a problem for one of the back markers. Robinson just heading through that sector now. Meredith second, McVeigh third. And behind Callum McVeigh is, of course, Cahan Knox and Jaden McElhenney. Then Jamie Mulvey, Jude Devant, and Toby Pickett rounds out the top 8. Up the hill they go for the final time this weekend. The Cadet Libre Class, Ethan Robinson leads the final by a huge margin. The last time they came across the line, it was 2.83 seconds. Oliver Meredith not looking like he's going to be able to close that in towards the final sector. But will there be any of the minor placings decided in through here? It's a poor exit for Meredith. McVeigh going to try flick it round the outside, but this really matters not, because coming through the final corner now, it is going to be Ethan Robinson, the man who finished 10th in this race just last year. He's going to win the Irish Grand Prix in the Cadet Libre Class. What a race by Ethan Robinson. He got his chance, he took it with a huge bite, and an excellent job indeed. Really superb by Ethan Robinson. So your full order then in the Irish Grand Prix finale for the Cadet Libre Class: Ethan Robinson takes the win in the number 203. Then it is Oliver Meredith in the 204. Callum McVeigh in number 75 in third, with Cahan Knox in fourth. Jaden McElhenney in fifth. Jamie Mulvey in sixth. Jude Devant in seventh. Toby Pickett in eighth. Jack Miller in ninth. Jacob Connell in 10th. And Ben O'Keefe in 11th, with Mikey Kelly, the man who we did not get to see, unfortunately. But what a great race by Ethan Robinson, getting his kart weight confirmed. It is confirmed, Robinson's your winner. Well, unless the stewards have something to say about it, but I don't see why they would. It was faultless from Ethan Robinson. And he parks in the race winner spot with pride. Posing for the photographers is Ethan Robinson, and a really good job indeed. Your 2024 Cadet Libre Class winner, Ethan Robinson. Next up then will be the Rotax Inters. Now, all weekend we have been running the Inters and the Waterswifts together. Now we're going to do two separate finals to make it easier to keep track with, because honestly they've both been really good classes. They actually probably deserve their own race. But we will have the Rotax Inters first, and then we'll have the Waterswifts in second place. Ethan Robinson, Oliver Meredith, and Cahan Knox actually is pulled up in third place. Not Callum McVeigh. That's just because Callum is parked in the wrong space, I think. The timing screen says Callum did finish on the podium, but a lot of congratulations around the grid nonetheless. Next up is the Rotax Inters. This race was a double class race all throughout the weekend, but it is just a single race now. It's just the Inters. The Waterswifts will do their own race in 11 minutes plus 1 lap time. Starting on pole for this one is Charlie Blair. He will be starting ahead of Ben McCloughery, and we said, I think earlier, that this could be a 2-horse race. But it is Charlie Blair on pole. Last year finished 3rd in the Rotax Cadet race, the race you just saw. Just the Rotax Inters, of course, out on track. McCloughery versus Blair. Here we go then towards the start-finish line. It is going to be Charlie Blair who leads us to the flag, and now we go racing at Nuts Corner. Ben McCloughery has been done on the line by the 3rd place man. James Logan is up to 2nd place here. Logan in the 208, now battling with Charlie Blair in the 207 as they circle around through turn 2 and in towards turn number 3. Ben McCloughery under big pressure from the car. No, he's not really. I thought he was. But now, move down the inside goes James Logan. McCloughery's followed through. Charlie Blair has got 2 cars down his inside in towards turn number 4, and there's nothing he can do about it. What a move by James Logan. He's in the race lead of the Irish Grand Prix here in the Rotax Inter Final. That is an exceptional move by Logan. A great move by McCloughery as well to capitalise on that one. Ben McCloughery, of course, the T4 Mini winner in Kiltorkin this year. He's the 2024 Tillotson T4 Irish Series Mini champion. The 12-year-old racer, of course. As they head down past the flag stand in towards turn number 1, it's James Logan who leads this. Ahead of Ben McCloughery and Charlie Blair. McCloughery, look at this one. Ben's looking for the move in towards turn number 2. No, a little bit far off. As Ben McCloughery has actually made the move, apologies, in towards turn number 1, because Ben McCloughery, from out of nowhere, is in the race lead. Has got ahead of James Logan. And then it's Charlie Blair in 3rd. McCloughery led across the line, so that was in the back part of the circuit. And Ben McCloughery is in the race lead. As they head up the hill, James Logan still looking to attack McCloughery. In towards the right-hander. No move for Logan. McCloughery still in the race lead. McCloughery in the green and sort of orange car, leading this Irish Grand Prix. As here we go, down the start-finish. Ben McCloughery looking over his shoulder, sees James Logan in his rear view, and Logan might try to take this one over Ben McCloughery. McCloughery in towards the right hand. Oh, look how close James Logan is, trying to make the move stick. Keep an eye then, of course, on Charlie Blair as well, who's in 3rd. James Logan just not able to get ahead of Ben McCloughery. This one's going to be close right till the finish, though. They're all on very similar lap times. Literally minuscule margins separating McCloughery and Logan on the last lap, and Callum McVeigh. They all did a 101 flat, just different variations of that time gave James Logan the fastest lap of the race so far. Ben McCloughery still in the race lead, a little bit further down the grid. Brogan McDonald up in 5th, Liam O'Hagan 6th, Ryan Arthur 7th, Declan Noble 8th, Jack Grimes down to 9th, Cole Kennerhan in 10th, and then Caden Warnock is in 11th position. Down the main straight they go again. Doesn't look like there's a move on here for James Logan, unless he can get a great run out of the first corner. Hasn't got the best of runs out of the first corner, or certainly not something that would give him an advantage over Ben McCloughery. In 3rd place, Charlie Blair. McCloughery heads up the hill, still in the race lead. Seven minutes and 20 seconds to go here in the Irish Grand Prix final in the Rotax Inter class. The Inters usually racing on the same grid as the Waterswifts, but the Waterswifts, the Iame Waterswifts, are going to race on a separate race that will be coming up in a couple of moments' time. The Stewarts featuring in that one, of course. It will be a very intriguing race. Johnson and Stewart, I believe, on the pole position. But we stay with the Rotax Inters for now. It is Ben McCloughery, still ahead of James Logan and Charlie Blair. Charlie Blair for Daily Motorsports in third position. Third in the Irish Grand Prix here last year from 11th on the grid, which was very impressive. Ben McCloughery heading up the hill, and he is just pulling a little bit of a gap over James Logan. Not much, but a little bit is better than nothing. And is Charlie Blair going to look for a move soon on James Logan? Will Blair get bored of sitting behind the number 208? Potentially, because he's got to be in second if he wants the chance to win this one. We've seen multiple races come down to the last laps today, apart from that dominant win by Ethan Robinson, of course. As they come across the timing stand, Ben McCloughery has extended his margin. Fastest lap of the race, Charlie Blair. Charlie's on the move, and Charlie looking to get in front of James Logan and take second in this one. As here comes Ben McCloughery rounding through the hairpin and up the hill once again. McCloughery doing a fabulous job in this race. James Logan and Charlie Blair, they're going to have to sort this one out between themselves on who is going to be able to attack Ben McCloughery, because they can't lose too much time squabbling, otherwise they will fall out of this one and allow Ben McCloughery a comfortable win. That's the last thing they want to do. As McCloughery down through the final corner. Oh, big opportunity for Charlie Blair here in third. Blair is right on the tails of James Logan, and if he times this right, could get the move done in towards the second corner. And look at this side by side. Charlie Blair dives down the inside. He has timed it right, and Charlie Blair is up to second in the final. Here are the Rotax Intergrid, and that is a brilliant move by Charlie Blair. Now it's his turn to attack Ben McCloughery. It is going to be McCloughery versus Blair, and Charlie Blair are immediately starting to make a move on Ben McCloughery. Ben in the lead. Can Charlie Blair launch a late attack? Remaining in this one, 4 minutes and 5 seconds, plus 1 lap, of course. And that's what Ben McCloughery is going to have to defend if he wants to try and win this Irish Grand Prix. Blair not close enough in towards the first corner. Not close enough into the second either, so may have to wait for the back part of the track or wait for the next lap indeed. James Logan slowly falling by the wayside, but he's still there, so if Blair and McCloughery go side by side, James Logan's back in this race, because they'll just lose enough time to allow Logan to fight with them as well. But McCloughery's still just really good on this run up the hill, and that is allowing him to stay in front of Charlie Blair. Logan right on the tails of Charlie Blair, but not able to go for the move. As here comes Ben McCloughery. James Logan right close to Charlie Blair, here in towards the right-hander. Oh, Blair, as he ran a little bit wide. Is this an opportunity for James Logan? No, it isn't. Blair hooked that up lovely on the exit of the corner. It looked like he was a man drifting away onto the grass, but hooked it up nice, did young Charlie Blair. Charlie, of course, 11 years of age, second in the Motorsport Ireland cadet standings as a current, but he's putting in a solid performance here in the Rotax Inters, but would love to win this Irish Grand Prix. That's absolutely for sure. Ben McCloughery running away with this one slowly. In towards the hairpin, James Logan down the inside of Charlie Blair. Has James Logan got the move done on Charlie? He has. Logan's back into second, and look at the gap that's created between James Logan and Ben McCloughery. James Logan is ahead of Charlie Blair, 2:08 back in front of 2:07. McCloughery now with a nice gap ahead of the pair of them as we're coming into the dying embers of this race. Ben McCloughery's been really quick all weekend and would be an absolutely deserved winner in this Irish Grand Prix, but you have to wonder, can Charlie Blair and James Logan get close enough as they fly in towards turn number 3. A minute and 30 to go here in this one. You'll see the white board being held out to tell the drivers that there is one more lap to go. As a bit further down the field, Noah McFarlane up to 4th, Ryan Arthur up to 6th, then Liam O'Hagan's down to 7th, Declan Noble 8th, Jack Grimes 9th, Cole Kennerhan 10th, and then Caden Warnock is in 11th position. That's your running order here in the Rotax Inters. But the men we are looking at is Ben McCloughery, James Logan and Charlie Blair, and there's breathing room between them all now. This is exactly what Ben McCloughery would want, as there'll be 2 more laps after this as McCloughery heads into the first corner. James Logan 2nd, Charlie Blair 3rd. The paddock eagerly awaiting the arrival of a new Rotax Inter winner. Will it be McCloughery? Will it be Logan? It's looking like it's going to be McCloughery, but one error would be all it took for James Logan to be back in this race. And Charlie Blair, of course, who's just behind as well. Noah McFarlane running a steady race in 4th is Noah, your Honda Cadet champion here in the Irish Grand Prix from last year. And he was the winner of the Ulster Karting Club Round 3 class. Round 3 race in this class. Whiteboard is held. McCloughery introducing himself to greatness, because what a lap that was to put a lot of breathing room, about 5-6 kart lengths between himself and James Logan. There's a lot of battles for the minor placings. Charlie Blair's going to try take 2nd off Logan here just to give himself at least a better result than 3rd, which is where he finished in the Cadet Irish Grand Prix last year. Let's look at this. Here is Blair chasing down James Logan up the hill. This is not the battle for the Irish Grand Prix win, but it is a battle for a podium place. 2nd place and 3rd place being decided by these two. But Ben McCloughery rounding through the final couple of corners now. A man very good in a kart, wants to race T4s in the future, but for now, in the Rotax Inters, he's going to win himself an Irish Grand Prix. It's number 73, Ben McCloughery, who takes the race win ahead of James Logan and Charlie Blair. Ben McCloughery got in front after being overtaken, retook the race lead, and now is an Irish Grand Prix winner. Ben McCloughery, of course, top of the order, Logan 2nd, Blair 3rd, and then further down, Brogan McDonald. A good race by Brogan in 4th, Noah McFarlane 5th, Declan Noble in 6th, Ryan Arthur in 7th, Liam O'Hagan in 8th, Jack Grimes in 9th, Cole Kennerhan in 10th, Caden Warnock in 11th position. And now the karts that were out on track with them earlier is the Inter Iame Waterswifts. They're going out on track now once again for another single race. It is Johnston Stewart who's on pole position here for them. The number 96 beside of Ian Carey. And then it's Andy Stewart in the 193 behind in 3rd. Final pep talk being given to the number 76 of James Nolan. And then the number 15 is behind that of Danny Dempsey. Danny of Turn Free Motorsport. The 3rd generation of Dempsey to race. So Johnston Stewart on the pole, ahead of Ian Carey in second, Andy Stewart third, James Nolan fourth, Danny Dempsey fifth, ahead of fellow Danny Murphy in sixth, Oscar Miller in seventh, Zach Burke in eighth, Ray Healy starts in ninth, and then Sophie Campbell starts from 10th position. But keep an eye on Sophie Campbell. Very quick racer, and I presume she'll be up there at some point in this heat. But the Stewarts probably the big ones to watch here. Andy and Johnston. Johnston on the pole, but Andy just as quick. It was dead even between them and Ian Carey, really, wasn't it, in the earlier pre-final. There wasn't much to separate them. So they're coming through the final corner now. Johnston Stewart, Ian Carey, your front row. 93, 96. 93 inside line, 96 outside line. They'll enter the tram lines, as they're called here in Nuts Corner, and now accelerate before the start as we go racing here for the Iame Waterswifts Irish Grand Prix finale. It is Johnston Stewart ahead of Andy Stewart. So Andy has made the move ahead of Ian Carey. Stewart versus Stewart for the race win here. Well, in the early stages, Ian Carey, I assume, is going to be back in this one. As you can see, a dive down the inside. Ian Carey, Andy Stewart, side by side. Think it's Andy Stewart that's just come out in front. It is Andy Stewart that's just come out in front. Ian Carey in third position. Fourth, Danny Dempsey. Fifth, James Nolan. Sixth, Danny Murphy. Seventh, Oscar Miller. And look at this, side by side, Carey and Stewart, Andy Stewart. And it does seem to be, it is Andy Stewart that's still in front. Johnston, though, in the lead of the race. And Johnston will lead us across and past the flag stand for the first time. 93, leads 193, leads 96, leads 76. James Nolan in the 76. Of course, those four were out in front in the earlier pre-final. Danny Dempsey down to 5th. Danny Murphy is in 6th. Sophie Campbell up to 7th. We said Sophie's quick. Keep an eye on Sophie. She's up to 7th in this race. As they head up the hill, still Johnston ahead, although I think that could be Johnston ahead of Ian Carey now, as Ian Carey got in front of Andy Stewart. We'll get more confirmation as they come closer once again, and then once they cross the timing beam. Andy and Ian both running extremely similar colour helmets, but I do believe it's still Andy Stewart ahead, so Ian Carey hasn't actually got in front. It is 93, still leading 193, leading 96, but look at this, 3 fighting in towards turn number 1. Johnston just ahead of Andy, but Ian Carey is looking to now confirm the move. Ian Carey right behind Andy Stewart as they head in towards the left-hander. Johnston Stewart still just not even a quarter of a car length in front. Fastest lap in the last lap did go to Ian Carey in the 96. So Ian is setting quick lap times, but as we said, dead even almost between the 3. Johnston actually had a slow lap last time round. That's why they're hot on his heels again. He had a couple of kart lengths in front, but hot on the heels of... Oh, sorry, Andy hot on the heels of Johnston. Brother and sister racing out on track here in Nuts Corner. What a day for the Stewart family if they were to finish 1-2 in class here in the Iame Waterswifts. Down towards the flag stand once again. Johnston Stewart under big pressure from Andy here. On the other hand, this could get very messy if Johnston and Andy were to come to blows. Here we go then. Johnston Stewart leads Andy Stewart. No, Andy just not able to get close enough. Andy looking for the outside line. Ian Carey looking to just sneak a wheel down the inside, but couldn't quite do it. James Nolan in 4th. Danny Dempsey 5th. Then it's Campbell, Burke, Miller, Murphy, Healy. Ray Healy down at the back. The Galway man. As the top 3 go racing up the hill and in towards the right-hander. Andy putting Johnston under a huge amount of pressure. not able to make much of a move, but this is still tense here in the Waterswifts. 7 minutes to go. So the same length as a heat race still to go. It's a clean slate for Johnston, Andy and Ian. So they're heading down the main straight in towards turn number 1. Johnston under big pressure once again from Andy Stewart. Andy not afraid to overtake Johnston. We saw these two battling in the heats, and Ian Carey. Ian's just taking that slightly different line through the first corner. I'm not sure if you've noticed at home, but Ian always seems to look like he's sneaking the wheel down the inside of Andy Stewart. Now he is going to sneak the wheel down the inside of Andy Stewart. Ian Carey up to second position. Clinical from Carey, and he is up into second. Now it's time to chase down Johnston Stewart. There is no family relations at play. It is Stewart versus Carey. Andy, the older of the two Stewarts by a year, and you can see her experience paying off because she's not going for any moves. I'm not saying that Johnston isn't experienced, but he's in the race lead. He can't really go for many moves, can he? Round the final corner, Ian Carey now, all right, on the back of Johnston Stewart. Fastest lap of the race still does belong to Ian Carey. It's a 1:02. And towards turn number 1. No attack just there. James Nolan has been pipped for 4th. Danny Dempsey for turn 3. Doing a good job. This is the quickest Danny has looked all weekend, actually. He is reached his peak of the 2024 Nuts Corner Irish Grand Prix at the right time. He's in 4th spot, leading James Nolan. But there is just that big gap, like we saw earlier, between the top 3 and between James Nolan, Danny Dempsey, etc., etc. Johnston Stewart looking good though. Still in front, holding his own. 5 minutes plus a lap to go in the Iame Waterswift race. Johnston Stewart. Still just leading. Carey just not able to get close. Andy Stewart probably close to Carey, if anything. Wants to bring that a Stewart 1-2 back to the paddock. Johnston Stewart, the race leader, of course. Races for Parolin from County Antrim. We had an Antrim winner early on in the form of Luke Agnew. And Johnston Stewart add himself to the list. Let's look at this. Look at this. Ian Carey looking to attack, and there is a move. And Johnston, is that Johnston down to 3rd? It is. Is there a problem for Johnston Stewart? He's lost a lot of time all of a sudden. Potentially ran wide. It's now Ian Carey in the lead of the Irish Grand Prix, ahead of 2nd place Andy Stewart. Johnston Stewart down to 3rd now in that blue helmet, heading into the back part of the circuit. Johnston made an error of some sort and potentially has thrown away an Irish Grand Prix win, a race he was looking so good in. And now it's between the two pinkish helmets, although I think Ian Carey's is orange. Just from a distance it looks pink, but it is Ian Carey in the lead ahead of Andy Stewart. Flicking in towards turn number 4. Oh, swap for position, but oh no, sorry, Danny Dempsey just staying ahead of James Nolan there. Sophie Campbell has a train of 4 behind her in the backpack, but still in front of them with some comfort. Ian Carey still ahead of Andy Stewart. Johnston has caught back up. Definitely made a mistake of some sort, because his last lap was a second slower, the lap he made the error on. But we'll see what this one is. He seems relatively back up to speed though. 2 minutes 41 left here for the Iame Waterswifts. Andy Stewart, right, Natalia Young, Ian Carey. Battle for 4th rages on between Danny Dempsey and James Nolan. Just circling around up the hill once again. It's nervy moments this for Ian Carey. He knows he's in the lead. He knows he's the pace to win. but he also has two very quick drivers behind. Johnston Stewart, well, is he back up to speed? Is he what? 0.3 of a second quicker on the last lap than Ian Carey and Andy Stewart, his sister. So, yeah, I think he is back up to speed, it's safe to say, and he wants to return to the front, but going to be very difficult. There's not a lot of overtaking opportunities, it seems, in these Waterswifts, especially in this Irish Grand Prix final. Andy Stewart hunting down Ian Carey. Carey just not able to get in front. Oh, look at this, Johnston Stewart right in the tail once again. And Johnston, when he was in the lead of the race, looked under pressure from Carey. Now that he's behind them, he looks the quickest of the three by a mile. Obviously not the case, he's not ahead by a mile, but he was 0.2 of a second quicker as well. A minute to go here in the Iame Waterswift final. And I believe we will have 2 more laps to go. Sophie Campbell has lost 6th spot to Zach Burke. Burke now up to 6th. Danny Murphy still 8th. Oscar Miller 9th. Ray Healy still in 10th position. But Ian Carey leads them towards the line. We'll have 2 more laps. 2 more laps of attempts for the Stewarts to try win the Irish Grand Prix. Andy Stewart looking very close on this lap on Ian Carey, but just not able to catch up. They know this Nuts Corner circuit inside out now, these Waterswifts. And Johnston Stewart once again quicker on the last lap, but like genuinely 102.594 for Carey, 102.524 for Andy Stewart, 102.521 for Johnston. So quicker by a fingernail, if even. There's Ian Carey. Oh, look at this from Andy Stewart. Is Stewart able to make a move? Andy Stewart looks to make the move on Ian Carey. Andy Stewart is in the lead of the Irish Grand Prix with a lap and a half, if even, to go in this one. Andy Stewart with a lovely move up the inside of Ian Carey. Just caught Ian napping maybe a little bit. Now Johnston Stewart looking to introduce himself to the fight once again. 1 lap to go. 3 karts, all within a second of each other. Ian Carey, Andy Stewart, Johnston Stewart, and this fight is going to be incredible. Is Carey able to make the move on Andy Stewart down in towards turn number 2? No, he is not. Andy Stewart just staying in front for the time being. Andy, second in this race last year. Can she go one better and win the Irish Grand Prix? Only has to survive the next couple of corners, but Ian Carey looking racy. Carey down the inside! Ian Carey down the inside! Ian Carey snatches it off Andy Stewart. Stewart's not going to let that one go. Now trying to dice it towards turn number, the back corner. Here comes Andy Stewart. Andy Stewart back down the inside. Johnston Stewart goes through as well. It's brother versus sister into the final sector to win the Irish Grand Prix in the Iame into Waterswifts. Andy Stewart just ahead. Carey's been left for dead. And Andy Stewart rounds through the final corner. It's a drag race to the line. It's a great race for the Stewart family, but she was queen of the corner last year. She's an Irish Grand Prix winner this year. Andy Stewart comes across the line and has won the Iame Waterswift Irish Grand Prix with cutthroat manoeuvres on the last lap, and her brother Johnston Stewart comes home in second. Andy was second last year. Maybe Johnston can win it next year. But from a UTV interview on Friday night to an Irish Grand Prix win, take a bow, Andy Stewart. Next up is the Senior X30 and the Rotax Max 177 finale. So this is a double grid race, but the Senior Iame X30s only a 3-car grid. Your pole sitter for this one, Liam Kearns, Paddy Fitzpatrick in second, Brian Cherry in third, Pierce Shannon in the fourth, with Ricky Malcolmson in fifth. Matthew Wright will start in sixth. And then for the Senior X30s, Jack Dillon on pole. Jack has not lost a race in this kart all weekend. Probably doesn't want to make it this one. Patrick Hayden then in eighth, with James Simpson in ninth spot. But the Senior Max 177 kart for 15 years old and upwards, it's a CIK homologated chassis, 125cc restricted 2-stroke engine. And it is a electric starter and water cooled, of course, 30 brake horsepower. Here we come to the line then. Kearns Fitzpatrick on the front row. Liam Kearns has been phenomenal all weekend, and he'll be looking to try and take the race win as we go racing here in this corner. What a start! What a start by the 4th place card in towards the first corner. That's the number 65. That is Paddy Fitzpatrick who leads, and Liam Kearns is down to 3rd, possibly for the first time this weekend. But Paddy Fitzpatrick has the race lead. Then Liam Kearns, the man who's won the pre-final, won Heat 3 yesterday as well, is down to 3rd. And in terms of the Senior Iame X30s, it is Jack Dillon who leads into the first corner, Patrick Hayden in second, James Simpson in 3rd. So Jack Dillon once again continuing a strong form from the pole and is in 3rd position. Well, this is a turn for the books then for the Senior Max 177s, because it has been Liam Kearns' domination the whole time round. But it's not now, because as they come closer to camera shot, I believe it is still Paddy Fitzpatrick that is in the lead of this race. Yeah, Paddy Fitzpatrick in the lead, but Liam Kearns is going to look to try and go for 2nd place. I think that could be Ricky Malcolmson in 2nd. It is Ricky Malcolmson in 2nd, so great start, Ricky. He was the guy who dived in towards turn number 1. Hopefully not going to get penalised by the stewards for it. Not as in the 2 who finished 1st and 2nd last race, as in the 2 who decide the penalties. But Ricky Malcolmson now trying to put the pressure on Paddy Fitzpatrick. Here's Liam Kearns. Kearns going to try and sling it around the outside, but to no avail. In the X30 class, it is still Jack Dillon who's in the lead of the race. Heads in towards turn number 2 in front of Patrick Hayden. It would be an awful time for Jack Dillon to make a mistake of some... Oh, that's probably a commentator's curse, but it would be an awful time for him to make some form of error, especially given how quick he's been all weekend. The Rotaxes heading through the final corner now, and they'll be coming on to the main straight past the flag stand, and it is still Paddy Fitzpatrick ahead of Ricky Malcolmson. So Liam Kearns not having the quick start that he's had in the rest of his heats. Kearns in the 31, they're in 3rd place, but ultimately the favourite for this race. But he's behind Ricky Malcolmson and Paddy Fitzpatrick. Fastest lap of the race, Jack Dillon, but the fastest lap in the front crew of the Rotax carts, well, it's actually Paddy Fitzpatrick, as Paddy saved the best for last. We saw he had a strong pre-final and got that front row. We said that Paddy would have to make a move early on Liam Kearns and try to defend for the rest of the race. Well, he made the early move, but who knows, he mightn't have to defend, he might be okay. As that's Jack Dillon you're looking at in the lead of the Senior Iame X30 race. 2 classes out on track at the same time here. It's Fitzpatrick, still leads Malcolmson, still leads Kearns in towards turn number 1. Look at this. Paddy Fitzpatrick under a bit of pressure from Ricky Malcolmson. Liam Kearns putting the pressure there on Ricky though. And in 4th place in that battle, that is Brian Cherry, sporting number 55, the same number Dennis Cherry runs in the Bambinos, which you'll see in a couple of minutes' time. Paddy Fitzpatrick rounding through the final corner. This would really be a turn for the books. If Paddy Fitzpatrick was able to win this one. He's not been slow, but he has been beaten by Liam Kearns so far this weekend. But Paddy driving exceptional around this nuts corner. 0.8 mile circuit. Ricky Malcolmson in second, being put under pressure by Liam Kearns. And Kearns, is he looking for the move on Malcolmson? Potentially down to turn 4. Here is Ricky Malcolmson, just taking defensive action. Kearns not able to get past. Liam Kearns, though, still looking really quick in third. He does have Brian Cherry right behind. The fastest lap of the top 3 does go to Paddy Fitzpatrick. My goodness me, Paddy Fitzpatrick having the race of his life here. Paddy, 4th in the Tully Allen Karting Club Championship so far this year in the Senior Max 180s. But I think this will be the highlight of his year, if he would be able to beat Liam Kearns in an Irish Grand Prix. But I don't think this is the last you're going to see of Liam Kearns in this race. There's still 6 minutes to go, and Liam Kearns he's been too good to ever rule him out so far this weekend. And as we say that, Liam Cutthroat Kearns down the inside makes the move stick on Ricky Malcolmson. Now races on for Paddy Fitzpatrick, and Ricky Malcolmson has been overtaken by Brian Cherry as well. Just slices through and in towards 3rd spot. So Malcolmson down to 4th. Fitzpatrick, Kearns, Cherry, Malcolmson, Shannon, and then in the X30s, Dillon, Hayden, Simpson, Matthew Wright at the back of the Max 177 grid as well. You're looking at Jack Dillon now. Remember, he'll be back out for the Tillotson final, beating Cahan Knox in that earlier today. Liam Kearns, bit of free air in front of him, and he is just extending that gap. Across the line in towards turn number 2. Paddy Fitzpatrick in the green, number 65. Set an identical lap to Liam Kearns, 58.3. He was actually quicker than Kearns last time round, and that was Kearns' best lap of the session. So Paddy Fitzpatrick really doing a thunderous job. Paddy Fitzpatrick still in the lead of this race, ahead of Liam Kearns in second. Leading the X30s, Jack Dillon, of course. You can see, there is your race leader. Jack Dillon with a controlling lead in this one, as opposed to Paddy Fitzpatrick, who is under the biggest pressure he's been under all day. Jack Dillon way in front of the X30s, and he'll win the Irish Grand Prix in this, bar any mistakes of his own. Look at Liam Kearns hunting down Paddy Fitzpatrick now in the Senior Max 177 Rotax class, heading up the hill here. This is a real shot for Kearns. We said never rule out Liam Kearns in this. You never can, and Liam Kearns would really have earned this one, especially considering the poor start he had. On the clock, we have 3.5 minutes left to go for Paddy Fitzpatrick to defend from Liam Kearns. Paddy Fitzpatrick, 51 years of age. Liam Kearns, 15 years of age. So there is a bit of difference in the experience out on display, but Liam Kearns has put it up with the best this weekend. He really is exceptional around this nuts corner karting circuit. Look at this from Liam Kearns, right on the tail of Paddy Fitzpatrick. Kearns going to dive down the inside. Liam Kearns diving down the inside. There's a push and there's a shove. Fitzpatrick goes off. Liam Kearns goes through. And that's a great move by Brian Cherry as well. Cherry is up to second spot. And Liam Kearns is in the lead of the class that he has been so good in, the Senior Max 177s. Liam Kearns, your race leader. Paddy Fitzpatrick, great start by him. It's unfortunately fallen by the wayside. And Liam Kearns now leads. They cross the start-finish line. It's Kearns, Cherry, Fitzpatrick, Malcolmson, and Pierce Shannon, and then Matthew Wright in the 177s. Jack Dillon, of course, leading the Iames. The senior Iame X30s. Apologies, I was going to say Waterswifts again. That was Andy Stewart in the last race. Brian Cherry under some pressure from Paddy Fitzpatrick. Brian Cherry, 4th last year here in the Irish Grand Prix at Nuts Corner. He's from Cookstown, Tyrone. As they head up the hill, 1 minute and 30 to go. Here is Liam Kearns, just becoming his dominant self in the senior maxes, as we saw. He's extending the margin over Brian Cherry, in the number 55. Wearing the blue suit is Brian, wearing the red suit, Paddy Fitzpatrick. In the black overalls and white cart is Liam Kearns. Literally simple, but effective. That's Jack Dillon, the senior Iame X30 race leader. As there's not long left on the clock, 25 seconds. And then, of course, one more lap. Where is Liam Kearns? Liam is just here, so we're going to get 2 more, I think, just by the skin of our teeth, in this Senior Max 177s. Their final time out here in Nuts Corner this weekend. Liam Kearns, he's not dropping Brian Cherry, because I think Brian will be delighted in 2nd place in this one. He's on the podium, improving upon his 4th place in this class last year. As they head up the hill, Liam Kearns will remember this weekend for some time. It's been a brilliant weekend in his karting career. He has 1 more lap to survive, but the multiple Leinster Winter Series 2023 race winner can put an Irish Grand Prix win on his name, as can Jack Dillon. But Jack Dillon won't be getting too excited from winning this one, because he has 1 more race to do. He, of course, has the Tillotson T4s coming up in that 4-car field. Across the line then, the final lap of the Irish Grand Prix in the Max 177s. Liam Kearns in the race lead ahead of Brian Cherry and Paddy Fitzpatrick. Jack Dillon has just overtaken Ricky Malcolmson. Jack started about 20 odd seconds back from these guys. That's how quick Jack has been. Jack could honestly, like, if you had given Jack 10 more minutes, maybe he could have won this whole race overall, which is phenomenal considering they purposely started him miles back so this wouldn't happen. But it's 2 deserved race winners in these classes. That goes without question. Liam Kearns and Jack Dillon. And Kearns coming through the final corners now. Won the pre-final this morning in dominant fashion, but my, was he made work for this one. But Liam Kearns rounds the final corner and becomes an Irish Grand Prix winner in the Rotax Senior Max 177 class. Brian Cherry will take a podium. He comes home in 2nd, and Paddy Fitzpatrick, despite valiant efforts at the start, comes home in 3rd. Jack Dillon becomes a senior Iame X30 winner of the Irish Grand Prix, and the 17-year-old from Athenry, Galway, will try keep himself as focused as possible for his Tillotson T4s coming up in a moment. But what a win by Liam Kearns. We'll run you through your full results. Kearns, Cherry, Fitzpatrick, then it is Malcolmson and Pierce Shannon and Matthew Wright, and then in the X30 class, Jack Dillon, Patrick Hayden and James Simpson. With the Bambinos coming up in a couple of moments. So out come the Bambinos here on the track here at Nuts Corner. The Bambinos, the largest ever Bambino grid here in County Antrim at Nuts Corner, and they have been very entertaining and an absolute learning experience for these drivers. Of course, we have a 50cc Comer engine in some, but the more dominant power unit is an electrical Might E Bambino, which has been really quick and rounds out the top 8. On pole for this one, Henry Hales, who has not been in first position at any point since he took the quickest lap in time qualifying with about a minute to go. Freddie Purnell in second, Jack Harper in third, Mason Monaghan in fourth, Corey Lyons starts in fifth, Summer Upton in sixth, Jude Lee Bolster in seventh, Ollie Upton in eighth with Ollie McKiernan in ninth, Ben Nicholson in 10th with Dawson Jones in 11th and Cooper Devant in 12th, Reese Fry in 13th. These Bambinos, of course, it is a standing start, so we will have a couple moments waiting for them to grid up, as it's great to see the good fans here in attendance at Nuts Corner. Henry Hales, though, dominant since the minute he arrived here in Antrim, arriving over from Crickhowell in Wales. Fourth at the Kart Championship round 4 in the Might E. And then he's a race winner in the British Karting Club at Fullbeck Circuit. Freddie Parnell, also from Wales, and he came first in round 5 of the DKC Championship in Dunkswell. He said it's a mum and son team who've learned from scratch, and I tell you what, they're doing a great job this weekend here in Nuts Corner. In third place then, you have Jack Harper, who's been battling with Freddie Purnell the whole way. He's from Dundroyd, which is Nuts Corner, give or take. And he finished second here last year in the Irish Grand Prix. Second in the 2023 Northern Ireland Karting Association Bambino Championship as well, and he races for Richard Chassis Engineering. In fourth place, then you have Mason Monaghan. Mason from Delvin, County Westmeath. Second in the Tullyallen Club Bambino Comer 2024 Championship, and he won round 3 actually in Galway. So a big well done to Mason Monaghan there. In fifth place then, Corey Lyons. Corey's love for motorsport stems from his granddad Ken and his dad Keith. They love rally and they love karting. Final preparations here on the Bambino grid to get ready to go. It's a shorter Bambino race as opposed to everyone else. 7 minutes and 1 lap here for these Bambinos, so significantly shorter than the 11 minutes. In sixth place then is Summer Upton. Summer, 8 years of age. As the Bambinos are away and we go racing here at Nuts Corner, and that's a great start from Henry Hales. It's a great start from Freddie Purnell, who's ahead of Henry Hales. Hales got to try sling it around the outside. Oh, what a move by Henry Hales. Switchback in towards turn number 3. Now side by side with Freddie Purnell. Harper looking to get involved in this as well. And for the first time this weekend, Henry Hales is down to third. Freddie Purnell leads, Jack Harper in second, and then it is the dominant, or was dominant, Henry Hales, who is in third. They're heading up the hill for the first time after the standing start. Great launch from Purnell to get the move. As Henry Hales has got ahead of Jack Harper now. So Hales back up to second. Freddie Purnell in the race lead. As Freddie Purnell dominant at the front of this grid and down towards the final corner. Look at this from Henry Hales. Look at this from Henry Hales. Side by side with Freddie Purnell. And it didn't take long for Hales to recover lost ground. He's into first place. Brilliant move by Henry. Up and ahead of Freddie Purnell, his rival here in the Bambinos at Nuts Corner. Jack Harper still with the duo. He'll look to get an involvement here. It's been these three who've been at the top of the order for the whole race. And we can see Henry Hales at the top of the order. Fastest lap of the race as well for Henry. Took him 1 lap to get back into the race lead. Freddie Purnell and Jack Harper now going to go fighting presumably, just like they did in Heat 3 and just like they did in the pre-final earlier on this morning. Henry Hale's defensive line, for such a young driver, Henry, very, very wise in terms of when he's taking the racing lines and when he's making defensive manoeuvres. Henry Hale's just 7 years of age, born in 2016. If that's made anyone else feel old, I do greatly apologise, but Henry, really, really a young racer. And these are the stars of tomorrow, as Freddie Purnell in second position, looking to try and catch up to Hales. Jack Harper as well would like to get involved in this. He finished second last season in Nuts Corner, the driver from Nuts Corner. There is Henry Hales, who is excelling at the front of this one. That is Henry Hales. Really, really quick in these little Bambinos. Henry, number 67. You can see at the front of many Bambino races in time to come. A little bit down the order. Mason Monaghan, unfortunately, getting a poor start. He's down to 11th. Jack Harper, of course, third. Then is Lyons, Bolster, Upton, McKiernan, Nicholson, Summer, Upton then in 9th. Dawson Jones 10th, Mason Monaghan in 11th. Cooper Devont down to 12th, and Reese Fry 13th. And I know I've mentioned this before, but a big shout out to Reese Fry, making his karting debut here in Nuts Corner this weekend. Reese, this is his first weekend of karting, and I tell you what, he's not doing awfully bad. For a kid who's never tested a go-kart before, he is putting in some pretty decent lap times. There is Hales and Purnell, and then Jack Harper in third. Jack Harper right in the tail of Freddie Purnell once again, as we've grown to expect this weekend that where Freddie Purnell goes, Jack Harper will follow, but he'd love to get ahead of Freddie Purnell. He'd love to beat Freddie Purnell, which is something that, despite being with him for 3 races this weekend, he's not been able to actually beat him. But he's got a good run up the hill now towards the uphill right-hander. And Freddie Purnell just keeping Jack Harper behind for the time being. 2 minutes on the clock then in this one. It's 1 minute 18 lap times if your name is Henry Hales. A little bit slower, 1 minute 19, 1 minute 20s is sort of the general consensus of lap times here in Nuts Corner for the Bambinos. Comer will be delighted because they're not being beaten by all the electric cars. They have Ollie McKiernan up in 6th, and Ben Nicholson in 7th, and then there's 3 Might E Bambinos behind, and then 3 more Comers. As Hales starts his 4th lap of this race, ahead of Freddie Purnell and Jack Harper. Jack Harper within a 1/10 of a second of Freddie Purnell the whole time. And he's just biding his time nicely to make a move. We've seen a lot of last lap moves here at Nuts Corner. Some being very controversial in the form of the Junior Max Pre-Final. The Junior Max is coming up next, of course, folks, and it should be very interesting to see how Rory Armstrong and Charlie Gardner get on in that fight. Let's look at this. Freddie Purnell being put under pressure by Jack Harper. Harper looking for the move in towards the hairpin and down towards the horseshoe. Jack Harper just not able to make the move stick on Freddie Purnell. But he's learning across the weekend is young Jack Harper. He's been consistently improving from session to session, and he's now learning racecraft as these guys coming across Reese Fry. Lapped car, and look at this, Jack Harper now down the inside. Jack Harper has made the move, and Jack is up ahead of Freddie Purnell. Can it last? Purnell side by side with Jack Harper. Freddie Purnell is back in front there as they come into camera shot. It is Freddie Purnell who keeps second place, I should say. Henry Hale still in the race lead, ahead of the Nuts Corner kid in the form of Jack Harper. Harper still just can't get in front. It's agonisingly close every time for Jack Harper in these races. We'll have one more lap after this one to see the Bambinos off for the Irish Grand Prix, and it's going to be pure elation for young Henry Hales, who has been nothing but excellent from start to finish. We thought it was Freddie Purnell who was going to be the dominant driver. He, of course, was so close to taking pole position in the time qualifying for the Bambinos. But Henry Hales beat him by 0.067 of a second. Let's look at Jack Harper. Jack Harper down the inside. Jack Harper has made a very unusual move, not commonly seen at Nuts Corner. We don't really ever see a move into there. Well, Jack Harper's pulled it off. Leave it to the kids, they say. And Jack Harper putting in one of the moves of the weekend down the inside, and he is ahead of Freddie Purnell now in towards turn number 2. And he's actually got a couple of kart lengths ahead of Freddie Purnell. It's new territory for Jack Harper, who has been Freddie Purnell's shadow since about 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon. But heading on to the last lap, he's ahead of Purnell. Harper finished second in this race last year, looking to finish second again. Henry Hales, once again the only man in the 19s. Lap times just slowly getting slower for those guys just as the race goes on. But this is the final lap of the race, and Freddie Purnell and Jack Harper are still going to go battling down towards the right-hander. Here we go. It's still Harper in front of Purnell, and Freddie Purnell looking to make the move down the inside. He can't. Jack Harper's ahead, and is this finally what Jack Harper was waiting on and beating his newfound rival of Freddie Purnell? There's a lot of love between all the Bambino drivers, no bad blood at all, but Jack Harper and Freddie Purnell have been together on track all weekend. But Henry Hales, the star of the future. Could he become Wales' first F1 Grand Prix winner? We'll see in a few years' time. But for now, he's an Irish Grand Prix winner. Across the line goes Freddie Purnell, who does just about beat Jack Harper. But Henry Hales in front of them both. What a win by Henry. He takes the race win ahead of Freddie Purnell. Jack Harper in third, Corey Lyons in fourth, Ollie McKiernan in fifth, Mason Monaghan in sixth, Ben Nicholson in seventh, Jude Lee Bolster in eighth, and then Ollie Upton in ninth, Summer Upton in 10th, and Dawson Jones, Cooper Duvant, and Reese Fry in 13th. Next up, folks, in a couple of moments' time, we'll have the Junior Maxes out on circuit. Junior Maxes coming out next, folks, but just a quick word on Henry Hales, who, after winning the race, didn't get out and celebrated from his kart. He got out and went around every single Bambino driver who's been cleared by the officials on the weighbridge and gave them all a high five. That goes to show the sort of character that Henry Hales is, and we look forward to seeing him in the future here at Nuts Corner. But Junior Maxes up next then. On pole for this one, number 26 of Joel Murphy. Then alongside is the number 33 of Joseph McMahon. Number 14, Carter Kelly. Next up, number 95 of Noah Taylor. Then it's the 166. That's Rory Armstrong. Rory Armstrong was leading going into the final sector earlier, until he made contact with Charlie Gardner. So this could be a tasty one. The pre-final for the Junior Max has certainly whet the appetite, and the 125cc 2-stroke Rotax Max Evo engines in the back of these are ones that are well loved here at Nuts Corner. That's the sound of 125cc Rotax engines leaving the pit lane here at Nuts Corner, and it is the Junior Max Class Irish Grand Prix Final that is up next. On pole position for this one is, of course, Joel Murphy in the number 26, with Joseph McMahon alongside him. Joseph McMahon, the winner of the Irish Grand Prix last year, so Joel has work cut out for him. But keep an eye on these ones, because this is a battle. Joel Murphy on pole, McMahon second, Carter Kelly third, Taylor fourth. Then it's Armstrong in 5th, Cole McFadden Biggerstaff in 6th, Adam Holmes in 7th, Jamie Kidney in 8th with Archie Condy in 9th, John O'Neill then in 10th, Sam Kelly in 11th with Travis Bailey in 12th, Milo Steen in 13th, Josh Kiernan in 14th, and then Scott McGivern in 15th. Ready for the final corner now we go then, and it is Murphy, McMahon front row, Kelly Taylor second row. This should be really interesting. Keep an eye on Noah Taylor in that red cart. On the outside line, keep an eye on Carter Kelly with the orange helmet and the blue cart on the second line. And now we go racing at Nuts Corner. And we said keep an eye on Carter Kelly, immediately looking to make a move. But it will still be Joel Murphy who leads into the first corner. And no, it isn't actually Joel Murphy that leads into the first corner. Murphy has lost the race lead. He's down to second. Dive down the inside goes one of the Tony Kart drivers. And Joel Murphy has not got the getaway that he wants here in trying to win an Irish Grand Prix. Down towards the right hand hairpin. It is all mixed up. Carter Kelly now side by side with Joel Murphy. They've both not got away well, and we'll see what order they are in when they head to the timing beam for the first time. But Joel Murphy with a poor start, not able to take pole position, and he is down the order. Noah Taylor as well, I think, got a bit of a poor getaway, but in towards the infield section now. They'll come across the line shortly. I think it is Joseph McMahon that could be in the race lead. Rory Armstrong, he's a man fueled with pure firepower here in this heat. He wants to win and avenge earlier. It is Joseph McMahon who leads ahead of Rory Armstrong in second, Adam Holmes in third, Noah Taylor fourth, Joel Murphy and Carter Kelly 5th and 6th, Jamie Kidney down to 7th, Archie Condy is in 8th position, and then is Cole McFadden Biggerstaff in 9th, John O'Neill 10th, Sam Kelly 11th, Travis Bailey in 12th. As they head up the hill, it's still McMahon who leads ahead of Armstrong. Joseph McMahon, the privateer from Belfast. If you weren't watching yesterday, Joseph described his racing career as good. So it was a great conversation with Joseph heading out through the final corner. He does his talking on the circuit. He's going to have a conversation here with Rory Armstrong in towards turn number 1. Joel Murphy back up to 3rd there. Joseph McMahon in 4th. Then in 5th position is the number 61. Well, it was the 61. It's now Carter Kelly. It was to Adam Holmes, but it's now Carter Kelly. Rory Armstrong putting Joseph McMahon under huge pressure at the front of this grid. And there goes Rory Armstrong. Dive down the inside in towards the left-hander. Rory Armstrong is trying to get revenge for him not starting on the pole and him losing the pre-final win. He's up and ahead of McMahon, but Joseph McMahon is going to try and fight this one back in towards the right-hander. Is he going to be able to get it done? Down the inside goes Joseph McMahon, and Rory Armstrong once again hangs it round the outside. Rory Armstrong is a man with no fear in all times when driving around Nuts Corner Circuit. As you can see, exiting the final corner now. Great run to the line for Rory Armstrong. He should be okay into turn number 1. No, it's a great slipstream for Joseph McMahon. McMahon not able to make the move. He is okay into turn number 1. Noah Taylor has got ahead of Carter Kelly. That's in the battle for third. Look at that slingshot down the inside. No more, says Carter Kelly. You're wrong, commentator. I'm back up to 4th. And he is ahead of Noah Taylor. Great move by Carter down the inside. Just chucked it into turn 2. Didn't think of the consequences, but for him, luckily, they were only positive, and he is up into 4th place. Further down the order then, Charlie Gardner up to 10th spot, Travis Bailey up to 11th, Jason Park up to 12th, problems for John O'Neill, he's down to 15th. As Armstrong leads back into the hairpin. Heading down towards turn number 1. To go in this one, still 7 minutes. Plenty of time for more action to happen. It went down to the final corner here in the Junior Max race earlier, so don't go anywhere, folks. This one is not decided just yet. Moved down the inside by one of the Daily Motorsports crews. Dare I say Charlie Gardner is just nipped ahead of Archie Condy. Fastest lap of the race for Charlie Gardner last time round, 57.6. So these guys going significantly quicker than the Bambinos we saw earlier. they head up the hill. McMahon still keeping with Armstrong. Armstrong kind of ran away earlier on a little bit, only a little bit, because he was caught by Charlie Gardner, and then, well, the rest is history. But Rory Armstrong exiting the final corner, and he does have Joseph McMahon still within touching distance. Then in third place is Joel Murphy. Carter Kelly will cross the line in fourth, with Noah Taylor in fifth. Down towards turn 2. No positional movement for now. The top three at least staying as they are. No positional change down the back of the pack either. Still Armstrong in first. Still McMahon in second. Still Murphy in third. Murphy going to try and change that though, as is Carter Kelly. Adam Holmes just behind Carter Kelly as well, so keep an eye on Adam Holmes. Adam Holmes, the 14-year-old racer, of course, as is a lot of these guys in this class. It's for 13 to 16-year-olds here in the Junior Maxes. Rory Armstrong leads us across the stripe once again and in towards turn number 1. Still okay, no attack from Joseph McMahon, but McMahon is definitely closer. Noah Taylor falling off Carter Kelly a little bit as they fly past our tower, and you can see the gap there. There's a move. That is Adam Holmes, who's just been overtaken by Cole McFadden Biggerstaff. So McFadden Biggerstaff has been, I'd say, probably better today in the pre-finals and the finals than he was in the heats yesterday, which, I mean, you do ideally want. So fair play to Cole McFadden Biggerstaff, who is a good young racer racing in these Junior Maxes. Time to go in this heat, 4 minutes and 30. Still Rory Armstrong, the quickest of the bunch. Fastest lap went to Joel Murphy the last time round though in the grey kart. Joel Murphy number 26. Rory Armstrong 166, of course. Armstrong in the Junior X30 class running number 66. 66 taken though by his newfound rival, Charlie Gardner. There's a lot of tyre scrubbing in towards turn number 1 to some of these cars. You can hear them just pushing through the corner for maximum. They want to take that as the quickest they can all weekend. This is the most confident they've all been weekend. They've all driven this Nuts Corner circuit many a time, not quite 100 laps, but they're getting up near 50, including Friday testing. Last time round, Rory Armstrong, fastest lap of the race, 10th quicker than Joe Murphy. And 2/10 quicker than Joseph McMahon just behind him. And past the flag stand they go once again. Oh, this is very close actually between Armstrong and McMahon. There's a gap forming in between Joel Murphy and Carter Kelly. That's it between third and fourth. It's 1.2 the last time round. 1.7 from the race lead is Carter Kelly, but that's only ever increasing. With 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go in the Junior Max Grid. What a story it would be for Rory Armstrong if he was able to take the win after what happened earlier this morning, involved in that last lap crash. 12 years of age is Rory, which potentially could be outdated and put wrong in form, because this is the 13 to 16-year-old class. So there goes Rory Armstrong in towards the right-hander. This is a very similar position to what Rory was in earlier, when Charlie Gardner was chasing him down. Thankfully for Rory, it's later in the race than when Charlie started to chase him down. Charlie was almost with him at this point. It's kind of similar to what we saw in the earlier race between Luke Agnew and Theo Lestrange. So if that hunting down for the last 5 laps or so. But Rory Armstrong knows not to count his chickens, not to count his eggs before they hatch, I should say. No, not to count his chickens before they hatch. Let's forget that ever started. As down towards the first corner goes Rory Armstrong. Joseph McMahon now under pressure from Joel Murphy. Left in this race 49 seconds. It'll be 2 more laps after this one for Rory Armstrong to try and defend, but as you can see, heading in towards the right hand hairpin, it is almost side by side between McMahon and Murphy. They're just not quite catching Armstrong though, and Rory's starting to stretch his legs a little bit, and Rory will be using of confidence as he comes in to start the second final lap of the Irish Grand Prix for the Junior Rotax Max class. Charlie Gardner up to fourth now. Carter Kelly just popping down behind on our timing screen. Charlie Gardner coming up through the field in similar fashion to how he did last year. Charlie Gardner in the 66th, finished 12th in the pre-final and finished second. So in a final at Nuts Corner, Charlie Gardner excels, but it's just a bit too much of an ask for him to win this race. But I still think the Daily Motorsports crew will be very proud of Charlie Gardner and his performance here in this 11-minute plus 1 lap final. Armstrong heading into the final traction zone now to start the last lap of his Irish Grand Prix endeavour. Last lap's not his friend lately, but Rory Armstrong has a lovely lead ahead of Joseph McMahon and Joel Murphy in towards turn number 2. It actually could be a fight for second here between McMahon and Murphy, because Murphy has got the run of his life down the main straight, and Joseph McMahon could try dive down the inside of Joel Murphy. They're swapping and changing the whole time. In second is Joel Murphy, McMahon in third. Up the hill for the final time, and in towards the uphill right-hander. Rory Armstrong just in front by about 5 kart lengths, and then it is Murphy and McMahon behind. In towards the final corners now. This is where it all went wrong for Rory Armstrong. Rory sat in the paddock after the pre-final. All hope was lost. He didn't think he could win this race. He's dug deep, he's drove well, he's made his moves, and he's become an Irish Grand Prix winner. Disappointment has been wiped straight from the emotion bank of Rory Armstrong. He is your winner in the 166. Wasn't able to win the Junior X30 class. He has won the Junior Max class. Rory Armstrong not quite taking the fastest lap of the race as well, but he doesn't care. That went to the other man involved in the incident, to Charlie Gardner, and they both drove exceptional here. But Rory Armstrong, we shall see the emotions now, bound to be positive as he flicks into first. Ducked his head into the cockpit the last time. The head was flicked up to the sky, and a little fist pump for Rory Armstrong. A valiant performance, topped off in fine fashion this weekend at the Irish Grand Prix for Rory Armstrong. In a couple of moments now, we have one of our highly anticipated finals. It's the Tillotson T4s. 4 cars in that one, with Jack Dillon starting on pole. That's coming up in a moment. Here come the Tillotson T4s then, coming out on track, and it's a 4-car grid this one, but 4 drivers who we're going to want to pay attention to for the next 11 minutes and 1 lap. Jack Dillon in the race lead, Cahan McClelland in second, or sorry, pole position I should say, Jack Dillon. Second for Cahan McClelland, third Luke Palmer, fourth Ewan Miller. Ewan and Luke off the earlier pace of Dillon and McClelland, but we saw 2 karts in a similar sort of situation in heat number 1 earlier yesterday, and they recovered well. So no issues at all there for them guys. Just got to recover now, recuperate, and give this Tillotson T4 Senior Final their best go. This Tillotson T4 225cc 2-valve 4-stroke engine, and these guys put it through its paces. Jack Dillon on pole, alongside him Cahan McClelland. Luke Palmer in third, and then it is Ewan Miller in fourth position. As they come up towards the flag stand, Jack Dillon accelerates, and we go racing at Nuts Corner once again. Great start, Luke Palmer up the inside of Cahan McClelland, and now look at this from Ewan Miller, gets them both in towards turn number 2. It is Jack Dillon who leads from Ewan Miller, who leads from Luke Palmer, and then Cahan McClelland falling to fourth from second to fourth. Not a good start from Cahan McClelland, but a great start indeed from Jack Dillon and from Ewan Miller. Ewan looking to try and win this race here. Cahan McClelland dive down the inside into the hairpin. McClelland gets in front of Luke Palmer, side by side as they head up the hill towards the uphill right-hander. McClelland is the outside line, Palmer the inside. Dillon just sweeping through this section of track, and it is going to be Luke Palmer who stays ahead of Cahan McClelland right behind. Dillon in the 113 in the race lead. It is Ewan Miller in second in 832. Palmer in third, 835, and McClelland in 833 in last position. But only because it's only 4 karts, anyone can still win this one, even with this lead that Jack Dillon has. Cahan McClelland, is he going to look for the move in towards the first corner and in towards turn number 2? Cahan McClelland is, but he's not able to get it done into 1 on Luke Palmer, and he's not able to get it done into turn 2 on Luke Palmer either. So still just sitting behind for the time being is Cahan McClelland. No dive from Cahan in towards turn number 4 either. Just sits behind for the time being. Jack Dillon, fastest lap of the race, of course, as it was the opening lap of the race, but as they head back into the infield, it is still Jack Dillon who has a nice healthy lead over Ewan Miller in second position. These guys well familiar in going wheel to wheel with each other. They've done it 4 times this weekend, and all races pretty much had everyone battling at some point in it, which is why you shouldn't be overly too disappointed that there's a gap being pulled at the front, unless you are a Jack Dillon fan, of course. But it usually catches itself back up in these Tillotson karts. Dillon leads in towards turn number 2. Ewan Miller second. Cahan McClelland up to third, so Cahan is into third place now, with Luke Palmer down to fourth. So disappointing for Luke, but he is still going to try and attack Cahan McClelland back, try to win this Irish Grand Prix, or at least podium on it. You don't really want to be the one guy who doesn't podium in this race, but they're all still exceptional drivers going against each other. Jack Dillon in the lead of the race from Athenry, Galway, of course. He won the Senior X30 race earlier this afternoon. So if he went on to win this Tillotson T4 Senior race, he'd become a 2-time Irish Grand Prix winner within the space of an hour and a half of each other, give or take. As he has a nice lead now, does Jack Dillon. As you can see him heading past the flag stand in towards the first corner. The lead, to be exact, 1 second. Fastest lap of the race does go to Cahan McClelland, and McClelland, we've seen, has been second quickest here in this one, behind Jack Dillon throughout the weekend. He's trying to hunt down Ewan Miller, and then Miller and Palmer will go racing for third, potentially in a similar fashion like they did in the pre-final. Up Up the hill goes Cahan McClelland. McClelland is going to be ahead of Ewan Miller here in the brakes. If he can just get it stopped, has a good inside line, does Cahan McClelland. And yep, he's up and ahead of Ewan Miller. So McClelland is in second, Miller in third, and now Luke Palmer down into fourth as they weave their way a little bit down in towards the back section and the back couple of corners. It is Cahan McClelland's job now to try and stop Jack Dillon from taking his second IGP class win today. Still to go in this one, 6 minutes and 40 seconds in the Tillotson T4 senior class. Cahan McClelland is lapping at the same lap times as Jack Dillon. If he can exert that 1/10 of a second extra, he still has enough time to catch back up that 1.2 second gap. Well, he'll need a little bit more than 1/10 of a second, but 2 3/10 give or take, he needs to get back in front. Down towards the hairpin, there's a move for position. That's Luke Palmer, who's overtaken Ewan Miller in towards the uphill right-hander. And Ewan Miller now falls down to fourth. Luke Palmer getting ahead. The two rivals raced against each other many times, have Luke Palmer and Ewan Miller. And Luke Palmer is up ahead now. Dillon rounding the final corner to start the next lap. But it's Ewan Miller and Luke Palmer who are dicing their way onto the main straight. Luke Palmer still ahead of Ewan Miller in towards the right-hander. And yes, Luke Palmer confirming himself ahead of Ewan Miller in this one. And look at Cahan McClelland. Look at Cahan McClelland. We said he needed to find an extra couple of tenths of a second to catch up to Jack Dillon. What's he gone and done? Exactly that, and is now catching up to Jack Dillon. This is exactly the way the earlier pre-final went. Cahan got a terrible start, caught up to Jack Dillon, and almost had him by the end of the race. And this exact thing is happening again. Jack Dillon now under a lot of pressure from Cahan McClelland. Rounding on to the start-finish straight. That is 4 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Cahan McClelland now looking to catch up to Jack Dillon. And look at this, so close between the 113 and the 833. Luke Palmer looking to just keep himself in touching distance of them, but the top two are up and away here ahead of Luke Palmer and Ewan Miller, and it seems like it's going to be a Miller-Palmer fight. Look at this from Cahan McClelland down the inside. What a crucial overtake here in the Tillotson T4 Senior Final. It's Cahan McClelland, apologies, who's up and ahead of Jack Dillon. He wasn't waiting long to go for the move, was he? Brilliant overtake by Cahan. He's up and ahead of Jack Dillon. Jack is not going to like that one bit. Cahan McClelland was 4/10 of a second quicker than Jack Dillon on the last lap, and Cahan McClelland from Fork Hill Armagh is up and into the lead of this race. Racing for Oran Henry Racing, Cahan McClelland diving down the inside is the professional lifeguard. As Jack Dillon once again with the infamous head duck into the steering wheel. Just can't quite get close enough again, but this one definitely isn't over. 3 minutes 20 to go between Cahan McClelland and between Jack Dillon. And here comes Jack Dillon back down the inside. Exact same move. Cahan McClelland pulled off on Dillon. Jack Dillon is ahead once again. What a move. Very similar, probably identical to Cahan McClelland's move down the inside. But Jack Dillon is ahead, and they're still side by side heading up the hill. It's Dillon on the inside, McClelland on the outside. Jack Dillon now ahead, no side by side, just Dillon ahead for the time being. And this is a fantastic race. I think I said a few minutes ago, don't worry that Jack Dillon has a lead, that we'll still get some interesting battling towards the end, and Cahan McClelland is providing that one. 2 minutes 30 to go as they cross the line now, weaving their way onto the straight. McClelland once again looking for the move on Jack Dillon in towards turn number 2. Dillon has a nice lead for this corner. He won't be dived into here, but McClelland seems to be quick through turn number 3. And then to dive in towards turn number 4. Luke Palmer still leading Ewan Miller in the battle for third. But here comes Cahan McClelland. Going to try down the inside again. Is it going to be a third move into this corner in 3 laps? It isn't. McClelland stays behind. No joy for Cahan McClelland. In towards the uphill right-hander, Jack Dillon. Still with the race lead, and we're slowly nearing the end of this race. Is Jack Dillon once again going to have the number over Cahan McClelland, who has lost out to Jack 3 times this weekend in very similar fashion? Late race battles, Jack just gets it on the run to the line. And McClelland into the slipstream, as is Ewan Miller on Luke Palmer. 2 separate battles once again here in the Tillotson T4 series, senior series final. McClelland's teeing this one up for turn 4 again. You can almost predict it, as you can see. Looks for the inside line, can't find it. And Jack Dillon will stay ahead. We'll have 2 more laps after this one, folks. So 2 more laps for Cahan McClelland to try and get back in front of Jack Dillon. On the last lap, both dead evens. Palmer and Miller a 1/10 of a second behind, which goes to show once you sort of drop away, you don't have much of a chance in these Tillotsons, because Palmer and Miller are not that much slower than the top 2. They just genuinely have lost out. And it is still Luke Palmer ahead of Ewan Miller in that battle for third, but that's going to continue on to the last lap of the race for sure. 2 laps to go, not the last lap this time round for Cahan McClelland. So he's still going to try his best to keep in front, or to get in front of Jack Dillon. Very close this time round into turn 2. As is Ewan Miller and Luke Palmer. But Cahan McClelland, here he goes in the inside to turn 3. No. And he's compromised his line through there. He's lost a bit of time. Dillon just extends the gap to 2 or 3 kart lengths over Cahan McClelland. And I think that was the wrong move for McClelland to go for. Turn 3. Not an overtaking zone in a Tillotson, maybe in a cadet or something smaller, but not really in a Tillotson. And Cahan McClelland not able to go for the move there, but he'll have 1 more lap after this one to try it again in towards turn number 4 and overtake Jack Dillon and win himself an Irish Grand Prix. Jack Dillon going to bring us on to his final lap around Nuts Corner. His 2 classes he's raced this weekend. He's looking to try and win them both. It's the last lap here in the Tillotsons, and Cahan McClelland has gone to the outside. McClelland has a chance to overtake Jack Dillon. Dives down the inside, goes Cahan McClelland. Door closed firmly by Jack Dillon. No, you don't, says Dillon. He's not letting Cahan through, but Cahan will have another opportunity heading in towards turn number 4, exiting turn number 3. Probably even for the both of them, but Cahan McClelland tries it down the inside. No joy there. McClelland going for broke. He'll have 1 or 2 more opportunities to get past Jack Dillon before we get into the twisty infield and the horseshoe. Jack Dillon, up the straight they go. McClelland weaving and following Dillon all the way to try get the slipstream. Braking for the right-hander. McClelland not able to dive down the inside. This is probably his last bet. Dillon parks it on the inside of the apex. Cahan McClelland still looking for this one, and they're side by side heading through the hairpin. Can Cahan McClelland make the move stick? It's going to be the run to the line drag that these two have done time and time again this weekend. It's not going to be the day for Cahan, or is it? He's got a great run on Jack Dillon, side by side, doing everything he can. But nobody stops Jack Dillon. It's a 2nd win here in class at the Irish Grand Prix. Dominated the senior X30s, didn't have it his own way in the Tillotsons, but nobody stops Jack Dillon. He takes the win. An incredible job by Jack. Luke Palmer will come home in 3rd, and then Ewan Miller will come home in 4th spot. But what a win for Jack Dillon. He can now finally relax. Next up, we'll have the Senior Max in a couple of moments. Rotax Senior Max coming out on track now. Listen to them roar out of pit lane. Sean McCormack on pole position for this one. Here in the Senior Maxes. Sean from Delgany, County Wicklow. 2017 Iame X30 Junior Motorsport Ireland champion. Dylan McDermott in the number 50 will start second. Dylan from County Roscommon. Reuben Byrne will then start in third. Nathan Glenn will start fourth. Zach Rogers in fifth. Zach Leckie in sixth. Anna McFall starts in seventh. Neville Bell will start in eighth. Aaron Walker in ninth. Dylan Chute in 10th. Joe Gardner in 11th. Keith Biggerstaff starts in 12th with Owen Dunn in 13th. Then it's Omar William McBurney ahead of Adam McGivern. And that's your top 15, folks. But 58 and 50 on the front row. McCormack will have the inside line in towards the first corner. He is ahead of Dylan McDermott. Keep an eye on the second row as well. Reuben Byrne, 407. Nathan Glenn, 95. So keep a keen eye on those guys. Sean McCormack, fourth in the final here at the Irish Grand Prix last year. He wants to win it. The 20-year-old Carter in the Senior Maxes. These 30 horsepower Rotax Senior Maxes are now going racing at Nuts Corner. Great start by Sean McCormack. Good start by Nathan Glenn trying it around the outside, but it is McCormack, McDermott and Reuben Byrne who remain in single file heading through turn number 2. Started 1, 2 and 3, currently 1, 2 and 3. Nathan Glenn wasn't able to get round the outside of them despite having a good start. In towards turn number 4 now for the first time. Not many moves down the inside. It seems like side by side potentially with Neville Bell, as Neville Bell looking to continue on his strong form from yesterday afternoon in Heat 3. But Sean McCormack leads up towards the right-hander. Second place, Dylan McDermott in the number 50. Third, Reuben Byrne. And then fourth, still Nathan Glenn. No changes from the race start. It's down towards the final couple of corners now. They'll hit the timing stand. But it's still a great start by Sean McCormack. He's a nice couple of kart lengths gap ahead of the second place of Dylan McDermott. Reuben Byrne in third. Zach Rogers ahead of Nathan Glenn in fourth. Zach Rogers has made the move on Nathan Glenn. Zach Leckie down a spot as well. Great start for Keith Biggerstaff. He's up to 8th. Dylan Chute up to 7th. And Adam McGivern gaining a spot as well and in 15th place. But it is Sean McCormack who leads up the hill ahead of Dylan McDermott in the number 50. Sean's best result last year here at Nuts Corner was third in the second heat. Of course, he won the pre-final earlier, so regardless of this result, he's still beaten that statistic. As they go weaving in through the infield. Dylan McDermott just looking to keep with Sean McCormack. He is closer to McCormack than he is to Reuben Byrne, so that's always positive. Byrne in the 407, just ahead of Zach Rogers. Fastest lap of the race went to Dylan McDermott. It was a 56.807, but a 56.870 was the lap for Sean McCormack, hence the minimal change in gap out on the circuit. But these front two slowly starting to run away here as there's a kart gone off. We have a yellow flag in the middle sector, and there's a problem for one of the drivers. Not too sure who it is, but he's receiving some attention from the marshals, and the yellow flags are out in that sector. Very disappointing there for that driver. As the race, I believe, has been neutralised. We're on a full course yellow of some sort. The driver's slowing down because of that issue. Quite a dangerous location as well. And then they're out of it. They're out of the yellow flag zone. And full racing speed returns. So Sean McCormack continues on. That driver currently at turn number 4, but the yellow flag's in the final sector, so Not too sure there, but as they cross the start-finish line, it is McCormack who leads McDermott, Byrne, Rogers, Glenn, Leckie, Chute, McFaul, Biggerstaff, Gardner, Bell, Dunn, Hennessy, Murta, and then Omar, William, McBurney. As we're slowed down again, entering into this sector, the yellows are out. I'm not overly sure why the yellow flags are in the last sector, not where the cart's gone off. Hold on a second. We are fully neutralised here. The ambulance is out on the circuit, so the race is stopped. Red flag. Red flag is out. The race is stopped. The senior max finale here at Nuts Corner is red flagged, and Sean McCormack will lead the grid to park. So the red flag out, that's what the slowdown was in the final sector, was because they were preparing for the red flag. Didn't want the cars ripping down the main straight. So Sean McCormack in the lead of this race. As I think the driver could be Adam McGivern. Just going by a guess. Hopefully Adam is okay, but he has dropped off the timing screen, which would make me think that it is Adam McGivern who is involved in that incident. So the driver involved, we believe, is Aaron Walker in the number 31, the 18-year-old racer, who his cart is being collected now, and Aaron is receiving some medical attention, but should be okay. So we'll have a restart in a few moments once this cart does get clear. It is Sean McCormack who will lead us away at the restart. Ahead of Dylan McDermott and Ruben Byrne in third, so the top three will be the same from the main race start. So the restart will be a regroup from the last lap, and then we will go again. So the order that they are currently in on your screen will be the order of the restart. We're just getting confirmation into us now, so that'll be Sean McCormack, Dylan McDermott, Ruben Byrne, Zach Rogers, Nathan Glenn, Zach Leckie, Dylan Chute, Ella Anna McFall, Keith Biggerstaff, Joe Gardner, then Neville Bell, Owen Dunn, Ronan Hennessy, Jack Murta, and then Omar William McBurney in the top 15. And then below 15 we have Carter Mooney, who is in 16th position. Then it is Clark, Halliday, Larkin, McFall, Thompson, rounding out the order. So we're back underway here at Nuts Corner, folks, and just a brief update on where we are. It was Aaron Walker who was involved in that incident, and he is currently receiving medical attention, but all does look relatively okay there for Aaron, so we can wish him well. It'll be a single file restart here after the red flag. It's a continuation from where we left off, so there'll be 6 minutes and 57 left here in the Senior Rotax Max class. Another incident, and we're not too sure why, but Adam McGivern has driven back to the pit lane off the restart grid and is out of this one. We're not too sure why, but Adam McGivern won't be on for this restart here. As the coming round then, it will still be Sean McCormack in first ahead of Dylan McDermott. That hasn't changed. The rest of the grid order is just as it's finished. Nothing has changed other than, of course, no Aaron Walker and now no Adam McGivern. But 6 minutes and 57 will be the time on the clock, so it's pretty much a heat race, this. All but 3 seconds the same length as yesterday, and there still will be the +1 lap at the end. So Sean McCormack has a little bit of an easier time of this because he doesn't have Dylan McDermott right along his left-hand shoulder. It's a single file restart after the red flag, and once they reach the start-finish timing beam, they are allowed to go. That is what the stewards have mandated, and you can see now Sean McCormack accelerates, and we go racing here at Nuts Corner. He was the safety car allowed to control the restart, and he's got a great restart ahead of McDermott. Then it's Ruben Byrne, who is in third place. In fourth place, we have Zach Rogers ahead of Glenn, Leckie, Chute, Biggerstaff. Because it's only the single file restart, not a lot of overtaking, but this does mean that Dylan McDermott is a lot closer to Sean McCormack than he was before the red flag. So this has helped McDermott in a way to allow him to have another go at winning this Irish Grand Prix. A little bit further back, there seems to be a bit of battling between potentially Biggerstaff and McFall, but we'll see all the positional changes as they do come across the start-finish line, and we get the timing screen back showing us who has gone where. But Sean McCormack still in a comfortable lead. 6 minutes to go as they cross the timing beam, ahead of Dylan McDermott and Ruben Byrne. Zach Rogers still in fourth spot in towards the first corner. That was Ella Anna McFall who got the move done on Keith Biggerstaff, and look at this. There is battling going on. McDermott looking to try and overtake McCormack here in the lead of the Senior Max race. And now as they head up the hill, Byrne under some pressure from Zach Rogers. Zach Rogers currently in fourth, Ruben Byrne in third. You can know Ruben Byrne running the 407 on his kart. Zach Rogers running the 141. But as they head into the horseshoe, still Sean McCormack in front, so he's not been distracted by that restart. Still solid from Sean McCormack, and down towards the start finish line. McDermott is just those 2 or 3 kart lengths behind like he was on the restart, so it does seem like this is great pace from Sean McCormack in towards the first corner now, and around the outside Dylan McDermott would like to try go, but he won't. It's not close enough. In behind, Ruben Byrne, Zach Rogers battling. There's been a change of position for Zach Rogers, who is ahead of Nathan Glenn. Ruben Byrne down to 6th, actually. So Ruben has dropped down to 6th. Nathan Glenn getting ahead. Joe Gardner is up to 10th spot. Ronan Hennessy up to 11th, with Neville Bell down to 12th position. We have 4 minutes and 30 seconds to go here at Nuts Corner for the Senior Max Irish Grand Prix Final. An interrupted final, but a good final race nonetheless here for the Senior Maxes. One more class coming up at this one from Antrim, the Superkarts. And then that is the 2024 Irish Grand Prix completed. But this will be the longest 4 minutes for Sean McCormack, who's in the lead of this one. The Wicklow native looking to try and seal the win. Down towards turn 2 goes McCormack and McDermott. McDermott representing Daily Motorsports, trying to get them a win here in the Irish Grand Prix. McDermott now very close to Sean McCormack. Last time round, Dylan McDermott a 10th of a second quicker. The fastest lap went to Dylan Chute, though. He's down in 6th spot currently. As you can see, Dylan McDermott just hot on the heels of Sean McCormack. The lap times ebbing and flowing from these two, and it seems to be McDermott's turn to have a very good lap and catch back up to Sean McCormack. Both driving for Daly Motorsports, of course, running the same livery, so regardless who is in front, that would technically give Daly a win, but McDermott would like it to be him. Down towards the first corner then. Here comes Sean McCormack. Oh, he's got a bit of a slow run through there. That invites McDermott, but it won't invite Dylan McDermott through. 1-4-1 of Zach Rogers now in third place. Zach Rogers 13th in this race last year. And here goes Dylan McDermott. The attack has finally occurred. Down the inside goes McDermott, and now Sean McCormack will try fight back. This is the first corner of the race that Sean McCormack has not led, despite even the pause in the middle of it. McCormack fighting back in towards the right-hander. Dylan McDermott keeps it round the outside. And Dylan McDermott is in the race lead here for the Senior Max race. On the clock, 2 minutes and 26 to go. So these guys will round the circuit a couple more times. But for the first time past the timing stand, it is not Sean McCormack in the lead of the race. It is Dylan McDermott. And McCormack set the fastest lap on his last lap, but McDermott getting in front in this one. And there's a problem for Ruben Byrne. He's fallen to 7th. Joe Gardner down to 11th. Neville Bell gaining a spot. He's up to 12th. And Neville Bell doing a good job indeed. Oh, all over the shop in through turn 3 is Sean McCormack, but he's kept good minimum speeds, and he's up here with Dylan McDermott, rounding through the right-hander. Up the hill they go. Zach Leckie as well making moves down the back of the field. He's got ahead of Keith Biggerstaff, and Ronan Hennessy getting ahead of Joe Gardner. 1 minute and 30 to go here in the Senior Max Irish Grand Prix Final. One of the most highly anticipated races here at Nuts Corner year on year. And it's a 2-horse race in this one. Dylan McDermott leads Sean McCormack across the timing beam and the start-finish line. And McDermott, the quicker of the two on the last lap, he leads by 0.2 of a second. And McCormack seems to be struggling. Maybe a little bit of tyre wear on Sean McCormack's kart. There's a lot of scrumming as he enters the corners, and you can hear the squeals all over the paddock. In third place now, Zach Rogers still, but Dylan Chute pushing him well. That's for the final podium place and the final spot on the podium photo. But up the hill they go. 43 seconds remaining. There'll be 2 more laps here in the Senior Max race. The interrupted Senior Max race due to an incident earlier on, of course. But these guys have not let it faze them. Dylan McDermott has not let it faze him, and he is ahead of Sean McCormack, rounding on towards the start-finish straight to start the penultimate lap of the Irish Grand Prix. What an achievement this would be for Dylan McDermott if he would be able to take the race win. The man wearing number 50. This is his first year karting in Northern Ireland, and what a way to introduce yourself to the local faithful here in County Antrim by winning their prized race. He's won events in the Junior Max and the Senior Max before. He'd like to win just one more. The yellow flag is out in the first sector, and there is a kart off. Oh, this could be another. The marshals have gone to get that one, and it is off in the first sector. Dylan McDermott not going to try not let this phase him. If anything, it helps Dylan McDermott if they have to slow down through one of the sectors, because that's one less corner for Sean McCormack to overtake him. But I think it would matter not, because Dylan McDermott is flying now around Nuts Corner. It's the greatest laps he's ever driven around this circuit, and Dylan McDermott is really putting in some quick times. White flag, white board raises. Dylan McDermott's on his last trip round Nuts Corner here in August, and it might be his best trip round. That kart was on the exit of turn number 2. It's one of the red karts. I think it could be Ruben Byrne actually, but cannot confirm that just yet. Down towards the hairpin. McCormack is giving it everything he's got. He's given it one last go, but Dylan McDermott just exits up the hill for the final time nicely. He's putting all 30 horsepower of this senior Rotax Max engine to very good use here in Nuts Corner. Through the horseshoe for the final time. Dylan McDermott's almost home and dry, and Sean McCormack gave it everything to try win this race. Dylan McDermott kept his cool composure, and he is going to win the Irish Grand Prix. It's a first year of Northern Irish karting for Dylan McDermott. It's a first Irish Grand Prix win in their finest facility. What a win for Dylan McDermott. He takes it over Sean McCormack in second. Dylan Chute then in third, Zach Rogers fourth, Nathan Glenn in fifth, Zach Leckie in sixth, Keith Biggerstaff in seventh, Ronan Hennessy is in eighth position. And then Joe Gardner in ninth with Neville Bell in 10th, Carter Mooney in 11th, Owen Dunn, 12th position. Looking further down the order then, 13th for Omar William McBurney, Jay Larkin in 14th, Tanea Halliday in 15th. Then it was Thompson, Murtagh, McFall, Beattie, Wilkinson, Anna McFall, Byrne, and then Connor Smith with a DNS. Connor Smith was involved in the incident yesterday, and of course our thoughts go out to Aaron Walker, who was involved in that incident that brought out the red flag. Next up, in a couple of moments, it's the full circuit once again. It's the final race of the Irish Grand Prix weekend. It is the 250 gearbox Superkarts. Well, it's the final race of the day here in Nuts Corner, and it is the Superkarts, the 250 gearbox Superkarts. They're getting ready to roar. Let's just listen to these engines. Beautiful sound of the single two-stroke 250cc engine, ranging between 80 and 100 horsepower, 0 to 60 in approximately 3 seconds, and they're capable of braking from 160 to standstill in about 2. While they're on their formation lap, of course, we'd like to thank all the sponsors here at the Ulster Karting Club, and as well as our production provider, Arc Media, who are providing the cameras that you are seeing on your screen here today. So a big thanks to all the sponsors at the Ulster Karting Club and, of course, Arc Media. In terms of the 250 Superkarts, Brian Jones, the dominant driver here in this one. He starts on pole ahead of Liam Fox in second. Third place, Colin Menery. Peter Deary then in fourth. Ross Witherow is in fifth place, with Owen Buckley in sixth and Warren Deary in seventh. A lot of trouble this morning for these karts. A lot of breakdowns, including a controversial one for Ross Witherow, who came into the pit lane and was very disappointed with how his race ended. But he's going to try and give it another go as they're rounding through the final corner now. It's going to be one more formation lap, I believe, before they get going. Brian Jones letting his number 43 rip down the straight one last time before this race starts. Brian Jones, last year's Irish Grand Prix winner. I think he's going to be if he does win this one, I think he is potentially the first repeat winner in the class. Don't fact check me on that, but I think he is going to be the first repeat winner here today in his class. If he wins, of course. Will Liam Fox bring a surprise? Will Colin Menery be involved? Will Ross Witherow finally get a good start at the start of a heat and show his early pace? But it's the last race of the day in Nuts Corner, County Antrim, and it's going to be Brian Jones who brings us to the line to get ready for the final 250 Superkart race, the final of the Irish Grand Prix for these machines. Coasting down the straight, getting ready to go. Ross Witherow, one last weave of the tyres, as Brian Jones will be the man to indicate the throttle, and once it's green light, it's ready to go. And now we go racing for the final time in Nuts Corner. Great start for Brian Jones. Almost a little bit of a jump start there for Colin Menery, so the stewards might be having a little bit of a look at that one. But as they come off the crest and out of turn number one, it is going to be Brian Jones who appears back into camera shot first. Second place, Ross Witherow. And look at this, bouncing down the straight goes Warren Deary, Owen Buckley and Liam Fox. Liam Fox and Owen Buckley almost coming to blows. That would have been disastrous on the main straight. Brian Jones in towards the final corner, though, in the race lead, as you'd expect. Ross Witherow still with him, though. Ross's car is working a lot better than it was when it came into the pit lane this morning. And Ross Witherow doing an excellent job indeed. The gap at the line, 1.1 between Jones and Witherow, but visibly you can see Ross Witherow's with it. Ross Witherow wants to win the Irish Grand Prix. Has he been saving himself here? in the pre-finals and in the heats, maybe not in the pre-finals because there was definitely a sign of frustration on the face of Ross Witherow when he came into the pit lane with that issue, but as they crossed the line, Witherow is not letting Jones run away in the fashion that he likes. 1.4 is the gap at the start-finish. Brian Jones in earlier races this weekend has had 3 or 4 seconds almost on the field at this point. But this is still an excellent job. And here comes Brian Jones flicking past the control tower and in towards turn number 1. Witherow still with him in the 55. Then it's Liam Fox who follows suit. And after Liam Fox, we have Colin Menery. As here comes Peter and Warren Deary as well. They're currently 6th and 7th. Jones down the main straight. Oh, problems for Witherow. Oh no, it's Ross Witherow's car that's gone again. And the number 55 black supercart has had another mechanical issue, something that has plagued his supercar tenure. He's coming into the pit lane. Ross Witherow, who was looking so promising, is out of the Irish Grand Prix. It was a non-classification in 2023 for Ross Witherow. It's a non-classification once again. That now invites Liam Fox up to second place. Colin Menery is up to third. Owen Buckley in fourth and Warren Deary in fifth. Peter Deary now in sixth with Witherow coming back to pit lane as a very, very frustrated racing driver. Fastest lap of the race belongs to Brian Jones. Will he be able to beat it this time round as he heads past the start-finish line? No, but it was another 34 for Jones. And Ross Witherow crawling back into the pit lane, and that'll be that for his Irish Grand Prix weekend. 2 non-finishes as Brian Jones now 5.3 ahead of Liam Fox. 7 minutes and 55 to go here in the final race of the 250 Superkarts. This is the Irish Grand Prix finale as Brian Jones' car is just on fire here. It really is some piece of work. Oh, Colin Menery shaking a head. He's not happy with something down the start-finish. So Colin Menery with a bit of frustration there. It is Jones in the lead ahead of Fox, Buckley, Menery, Deary, Warren Deary I should say, then Peter Deary, and of course the non-finish of Ross Witherow. Ross's car didn't actually make it to the pit lane. He is having to push it across the circuit. The infield circuit, which kind of sums up how Ross's race weekend has gone. Such an early, promising start to this Irish Grand Prix finale here in the 250 Superkarts. But Ross Witherow will play no further part, and neither will Colin Menery. Colin comes into Parc Fermé. He won't play any further part. Colin Menery, who this season is last season I should say, 9th in the championship. Last year here at Nuts Corner, he finished 8th in the Superkarts race. And he is a multiple Irish Grand Prix race winner, but unfortunately not this year for Colin Menery, who becomes our second retirement from the Superkarts Final. 6 minutes to go, 6 minutes and 10 seconds. As Brian Jones just at a level above here. Even as it flies past us, the sound of Brian Jones's engine just so crisp, just at a level above. And Brian Jones on way to winning last year here in Nuts Corner. Didn't actually win all of his heats. As it stands, it'll be the same. Ross Witherow coming back into the paddock now, helmet on, very frustrated, understandably. Owen Buckley getting past Warren Deary for third place, so it's now Jones, Fox, Buckley, Warren Deary and Peter Deary, Colin Menery and Ross Witherow out of the race. 4 minutes and 40. Here to go in the Superkarts. And it's a 9.9 second lead for Brian Jones over Liam Fox. Second for Liam Fox, much better than last year here. He didn't actually get to start the final, so by completing the first lap, Liam was already doing better, but he is hopefully on for a podium finish here. As Brian Jones has now lapped both of the Dearies. It's only a 35-second lap around here in these Superkarts. 34.2, actually, sorry, if your name is Brian Jones. So he's done 12 laps of this Nuts Corner circuit. As Jones just bombing it down the start-finish straight, utilising all horsepower in his engine, his 250cc engine in these Superkarts. Brian Jones, we were wondering, was he going to lap the field earlier? It seems like in this longer heat he might actually do it, because it was a 9-minute heat earlier. It's an 11-minute heat now. So he's 2 more minutes to achieve the feat. As I have to say, Owen Buckley's car running well here. He's in third, but it's sounding much better than it did yesterday as it bombs past the control tower. So Owen Buckley running well better, and he will be happy with that one, will Owen Buckley. In the championship, he has 1 win and 2 podiums so far this season. 2 non-finishes as well, though, unfortunately. Last year, he was 4th in the overall 250 Superkarts Championship standings. There's 2 minutes to go in this one. Brian Jones heading down the main straight once again. Warren and Peter Deary side by side. Although Peter is 2 laps down on the race leader Brian Jones, and Warren is 1, so not a battle for position. Brian Jones just heading down to the final corner once again, a corner that he loves. A circuit that he loves, as he's on course to win the Irish Grand Prix once again. Less than a minute now in this one, and Brian Jones rounds the first corner up to the second, as he will have, I believe, 3 or 2 more laps to the finish, and Brian Jones then can crown himself Irish Grand Prix winner once again. Unfortunate end to the race for both Ross Witherow and Colin Menery, whose one cart is up on its trolley, the other cart stranded in the infield. They weren't able to take a positive result here today, which is disappointing, because it was looking like Witherow was going to actually be able to challenge Brian Jones. He was lapping quick at the start of the race, wasn't he? But wasn't able. As Brian Jones rounds, we still have 4 seconds to go, as this will be the final lap for Brian Jones. 1 lap to the finish, and Brian Jones will be able to crown himself once again the Irish Grand Prix winner here in the 250 Superkarts. Brian Jones, with 3 wins already this season in the 250 Superkarts. He's had 1 podium. Was the winner here in Nuts Corner the last time he visited for an Irish Grand Prix. And the man from Scarva, County Down, is going to round out 2 days of racing here in Nuts Corner. The final winner of the 2024 Irish Grand Prix is Brian Jones in the number 43 blue 250 Superkart. And an excellent job indeed from Jones. And a really impressive win. Big round of applause for all the Superkart drivers as they pass the pit lane. Brian Jones did indeed lap the field and confirms a really fantastic weekend for him. All but 1 heat win for Brian Jones as he pulls into the pit lane to celebrate. Liam Fox in 2nd, Owen Buckley in 3rd, Warren Deary in 4th, Peter Deary will come home in 5th, and then your 2 non-finishers were Colin Menery and Ross Witherow. So that's it, folks. That's the racing action here from Nuts Corner. The 250 Superkarts rounding off today as they rounded off yesterday. And the 2024 Irish Grand Prix has come to an almost conclusion. The drivers just have to be handed their winning plates and awards. But it was a pleasure to have you with us here on the Ulster Karting Club YouTube channel. A big thanks, of course, to Arc Media, who were behind the production and providing the camera screens and everything you see. A big thanks to our sponsors that you can see on the lower quarter of the screen as well. Without them, this would not be possible. But Nuts Corner, you have provided once again for the 42nd running of the Irish Grand Prix. We'll be back next year, folks, for what's hoping to be another fantastic weekend in County Antrim. My name's been Evan Dalton. It's a pleasure to be with you across both of these days. Stay safe, stay well, and we shall see you back next year for the Irish Grand Prix. Bye-bye.